Hello, everyone, and welcome to the
Hello,
big
boys.
finals. I'm joined by another handsome man, a really handsome man, out from Austria, Mr. Bowser joining me.
Hello, boys. Are you hyped?
I hope they are, because this is the final of the century at least. Maybe the millennia. Nobody knows, because the millennia is still young, but I'm pretty sure it might be.
Future Steel Division 3 champions will have something to say about that.
Well, let's see. But yeah, we already have the first couple of informations about the first game. Bands already up. And it looks already hot, because we have the first 2000 meter range map, don't we?
Yes, we do. Slut's Quest, very interesting choice for the first game.
Yeah, absolutely. Not one
You
I would
know,
have
usually you tend to get maps like Haroshaye or I don't know, one of the newer maps, Kostritsa, Tannenberg, because they're considered a little bit more versatile and everyone kind of considers them good. But Slut's Quest, maybe they got a weird selection there at first.
Yeah. They had the selection they also had. They had Ostrono, Chibutsny, Krupa, Slut's Quest, and Gora. So 2 cursed maps.
Yeah.
No, 3 cursed maps actually. So it was between Chibutsny and Slut's Quest, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, then sometimes you tactically ban the one that you don't want, right? If you're the first one to ban, you can just ban Putin, for example, and then the other guy basically doesn't have a choice but go for Slut's Quest unless he wants to play something super cursed like Krupa.
Yeah. Yeah, Krupa would be kind of weird. I'm not gonna lie. Like,
oh no. Cursed Krupa game. Let's see if we will get that.
That would be fun. Or an Ostrono, or maybe even a Gora game. Imagine.
Oh man. Oh man.
I heard if you tilt your enemy enough, afterwards you win the series pretty well.
I heard if you tilt your enemy enough, he's gonna say fuck it and move 1000 points of units into an AT gun.
Yeah.
Over a bridge.
So. Yeah, the game should be up anytime soon now, because obviously they banned, and they also give us what they did there, and that's also interesting. Like, when we go over ONORD's bans, ONORD banned 28th and 17th, which is like, why do you ban 28th on Slut's Quest? What is the idea behind that?
I think it's because of Gonzo, right? 28th is one of the divisions that he loves to use no matter what. And no matter what the meta was, he was always good with 28th. So I think it's just a ban against Gonzo's preferences.
Okay. Oh, Gonzo banned. Wait, Gonzo banned 28th?
No. At least not according to the information you sent me.
Yeah, but my information might be wrong, because ONORD gave it to me in a pretty unorganized way. I know the 10 divisions that are banned. Like, yeah. But there's a couple of weird ones, like 29th, for example.
Why do that's super weird.
Yeah, like,
I mean, 6 South African as well. Like, why the fuck do you ban 6 South African?
Yeah.
Even on a 2-kilometer map, right? Like, or even Nordland, like, and Blindata on a 2-kilometer map as well seems like a super weird. In general, Gonzo's bans seem super weird. Blindata, Nordland, 6 African, 29th tanks. The fuck?
Okay. Yeah, there's quite a couple of weird ones. Yeah. House Quest 45 also not the best 2000 meter range one, but we got a game going. And the divisions that we got are hot for the map, I would say. We got 12 for ONORD, 12 SS, Panther galore in the middle, and then we have a lot of off maps on the other side with 97th guards.
Yes, and I mean also some big tonks. Don't forget about that.
So that should
like the IS-1 in particular is one of a favorite for almost anyone right now. Because it has a really high armor rating. But maybe against 12 SS not the best, since they have the Panthers, which can be dangerous to the IS-1.
That is true. But the map is loading in, and both of these players picking Maverick, which is kind of standard on this map. We have a time limit in place, so maybe it goes the same way as it did between Gonzo and Heroic on this map, where they actually made it to the 55 minutes. And and Gonzo got the victory in the end, but it was really, really close. If Haverward would have pushed a bit better with his Indians, he might have gotten the Gonzo there. Gonzo overall not as flawless as in previous season this time, and ONORD already got some good results against him in previous tournaments, like the monthly tournament in February, I think they played, and it was a pretty decisive victory for ONORD.
What I find really interesting here is right off the bat is that both players play Maverick, because Gonzo, of course, a proponent of balanced income. Now, of course, not on every map, right? Not every matchup. He will also say that. But we immediately see him deviate from the, oh, balance is all the rage, right? Balance is so good, trust me, guys. Immediately going for the Maverick mirror instead.
Yeah. Gonzo
As for example, in the series against Quadryu, right? At first he took balance, he was like, can I make this work, you know? Can I show how good balance is? And then he just got destroyed with balanced. And now he's just taking it right off the bat. He's not even trying with balance against Maverick.
I feel like against Quadryu, though, playing balance is also worse than against ONORD, because Quadryu is even more of an aggressive player, so you just have to survive the first 20 minutes, even with Maverick, because you know Quadryu will suck in the late game. Against ONORD, I don't think so. That I think ONORD has a better late game, so you might want to play balanced against him for that fight later on. Like, just play the defensive game from the get-go, and you still have to worry about him later on in even in the Maverick versus Maverick matchup. But we'll see.
I think ONORD in general is a much more aggressive player than Gonzo, because Gonzo often likes to absorb the blows of his opponent, right? And basically play defensively in a sense. It brings some more artillery out, right? Brings some more late game assets out, trades well on the field, and then eventually just kills it because he outtraded you the entire time and brought more late game assets out. While ONORD, from what I've seen anyway, is more of a death push kind of guy, you know? He doesn't slowly trickle out artillery, you know? It's a Cis-3 here, it's an F-22 there. At least not from what I've seen.
And he seems to be quite focused on the south here, with a lot of stuff coming in here. Drillers already, Spähwagens already. So it seems like he wants to rush down that memory lane there. And
maybe expecting also push from Gonzo, because often as the player of the red side here, you try to snatch that little flag in the town with a rushed flamer just above the forest. Because you can kind of or you just go for the town in general in the very south that you pointed out there, and maybe trying to counteract the playstyle of Gonzo, which often he pushes with the initial deployment, right, and then works with the advantage he gets from there.
Yeah. Panther already out as well, so we will see Panthers. So yeah, ONORD is known for Panther play. Like, a lot of people don't believe in them. He is one of the believers, though. Question is, what does Gonzo's deck have against it? We already see the IS-1 Comrade, one of the most OP tanks in the game, I would say, but limited by
not against Panthers, I would say, right? Like, that's one of the very few not good matchups for it.
Yeah, that's true. But even against Panthers, they survive a lot of shots, at least against the D versions.
Yes.
Against Gs, obviously not so much, but against the Ds, they also still are super tanky. And
I mean, if ONORD is gonna bring out the big tanks like the Panthers on any map, right, it's gonna be this one.
yeah, this is one of the few heavy tank maps. Maybe Slutsk East in the open, and then I guess a couple of other, like, really, really few maps where you really can play a Panther. This might be the most.
I think on this map also ONORD got the better side. I don't know how you see this, but with the hill overlooking the open ground more, I think this is like prime terrain for a Panther up on the hill maybe, or even down in the valley on the north side.
Yeah, I agree. And a lot of Panzer Grenadiers coming in the south as well. No, actually, not that much infantry. MGs, Pak 40. I wonder where this Pak 40 will go. If it will just shut down the road, that would be the casual way of doing it, just putting it down in the road.
Because it doesn't bring in a big tank here, right? Like, it doesn't bring in a Panther on the road, so I guess he'll fill the same role with the pack. And yeah, also as it brings in a pack on the very southern road. And I wonder where that will go. Usually you put it into that forest, right, between the two towns. that kind of separate the open ground. But the question is, does he put it so that it overlooks the southern space, or does he put it so that it overlooks the roads coming in from the north?
That's a good question. I would say he might just, like the last time I saw him, he just pushed really deep into the open and basically covered both sides. But that's obviously risky. And as we say, the game is about to start. P2 coming from GONZO instantaneously, so he will see what's up against him. He will see that the focus is in the south. I would expect the Panther also to try to help out in the south a bit more than in the north. How deep is it
But right now it's not going onto the hill. It's going for actually just the open space, which I'm not sure I like that much. But the other thing is, if you bring the Panther out onto the hill, you can use that little forest just behind the city on Gonzo's side to bring an AT gun very close to the Panther on the hill and maybe get some crits that way.
Yes, pretty defensive deployment from GONZO all over the map. Not even going for the southern town, just having all his infantry there deploy into the forest. So I guess he's waiting for the off maps and just trying to do it with that. But first casualties already. Losing a red guy here.
And I mean, that is not good, because now he's out in the open and maybe he will get pushed out of the town entirely. That means he will need to use one of the off-map charges to just enter the town again.
But IS-1
because
might
Guardian DP have to cross the open now, and the Pioneer is basically going to be in these buildings before the Guardian DP even have a chance to reach there.
But IS-1 might come to the rescue here. Bully the Spähwagen if the Spähwagen isn't careful. It's aiming down the lane now. Oh, good micro there by ONORD. Getting it out
Excellent
just
micro.
in time.
I think even the Pack 40 will struggle big time against the IS-1 at this distance. We'll need to get closer.
I don't think it has any chance of penetration actually on full range.
Yeah, on full range. I mean, it could potentially get closer with it. It's gonna be a bit exposed to an infantry attack then. Guerrilla firing.
I like that
It's actually
combination.
position firing. Very nicely done to keep him from advancing into the city.
Yeah, I like that Krilla protected by the Pack 40. The Krilla also staying behind the Pack 40. Good positioning there out of ONORD. Meanwhile, in the north, ONORD's Panther, together with the infantry, gets one flag out of GONZO. So ONORD is up to the 13-11. So slight first tick starting here, but obviously nothing major so far.
IS-1 moving forward. I think he targeted the IS-1 maybe onto the grill lab, but is now realizing that the Pack is on the road. I know that one went onto the Pack. And the Pioneers meet the Guardian TP. That's not gonna go well for GONZO in the house fighting there, but he dodges the grenade.
Nice dodge. Not taking any damage. Perfect reaction time there on GONZO. That's what he's so good at. The infantry micro, the infantry fallback micro especially, is where GONZO is completely in his own league currently.
Yes, this is true. Also getting like very good engage angles and so on. He is completely unrivaled in that area.
But
yeah, ONORD has brought in a bunch more Panzergrants in the north, and I mean, he's running into some snipers, but that looks kind of scary, especially with the fire support of a Panzer IV.
Well, it's this 2-gun though versus Panzer IV is usually pretty effective, so GONZO can find a better angle of fire for that. He might be able to stop that Panzer IV. Overall, I'm not the biggest fan of Panzer IVs as that close of a fire support unit. Doesn't have the best
Panzer
DPS.
IVs in general kind of suck right now, don't you think?
Well, they have the 1,750 meter range over all the other medium tanks, so they're pretty good tank destroyers. But you have enough other tank destroyers in German decks. That's the problem. Like, you don't need Panzer IVs for that role. Everything else does it already for you.
Yeah, I mean, in general, the German tanks usually sport very large guns, right? But I feel like if I can choose between the T-34 and the Panzer IV, I'll almost always choose the T-34.
Well, at least for 100% sure when you can choose between a Sherman and the Panzer IV. But yeah, with T-34s currently, their MGs are not quite up there where they should be, so not quite sure about that. But yeah, Panzer IVs pretty slow. Like, for aggressive play, we saw that yesterday in Vincent versus Colonel Koenig. Panzer IVs just take forever to come to the front line. They're so goddamn slow. Ooh, and we already see...
IS-2 coming out for GONZO. Here, 4 minutes into the game already. And he's now gonna oppose the Panther, and I mean, this is one ranged fight. The Panther is gonna lose out on big time.
We have a second Panther coming out already, as well on the other side. So the big Tonks already out. All the Wear boos and Soviet boos should be happy already. This is one hell of a good start for final tournament here. Sniper teams in the north.
Exactly.
The
Let me see your enthusiasm in chat, boys.
Yeah.
Shout it. Ah, the big Tonk, finally, metal box. Wow. Now wait for the IS-2 to never hit a single shot.
Yeah, Pak 40 coming around as well. Redor as well. IS-1 getting hit by the Pak 40, but as expected, Pak 40 on this range just bouncing, so ONORD is bringing it back into cover.
But the Panther is coming up, but the Panther is gonna be more dangerous than the Pak 40.
Yeah. Panzer IV on the push in the north. Sniper parry under fire by the Panzer IV. Panzer IV actually doing good supportive fire here. Gonzo has to retreat there. His sniper parries and Redors though holding still pretty well against the Panzer Grenadiers. Quite a lot of Panzer Grenadiers falling to sniper fire. One squad already dead. Second one now heavily under fire. And T-34 will try to fight the duel, but the meme cars are around. The first two clown car 231s have arrived as well, and they should be easily dealing with any infantry coming up.
Just needs to make sure they don't run into that T-34 and get murdered. He moved this, Gonzo moved the SIS-2 gun out onto the open as well to shoot at the Panzer IV. And I mean, he's right to do so right now, since there's nothing around that has enough range to actually reach the SIS-2 gun and destroy it. Also
heavy push with the IS-2 in the middle. Guardias and Redors trying to get up to the flag where the Panther is. Panther now under fire by the IS-1 as well. IS-1 showing side armor, gets penetrated. So IS-1 is now really low life. Has to be really careful vulnerable from now on out about any engagement coming up.
And another Panther coming in. He has 3 Panthers in A-phase. What the fuck is going on?
This is good old ONORD Slutsk West for you. Like, that, it's kind of what I expected out of him. He in the last game I saw him playing on this map, he did similar. So, yeah, he is a believer. He is a believer, and I mean, with 3 Panthers...
He gets into PTRD range of the Radium Mortar here, but doesn't quite manage to finish it off.
And Panther is around.
That would have been a nice pick-off.
We're back to a 12-12, but there's a lot of hot action. Gonzo trying to push on in the north, but one Spähwagen gets popped by PTRD up there. Has to be a bit more careful. Will kill off...
He's about to lose the leader unit.
Yeah, will kill off the leader most likely. AA coming in for Gonzo now as well. Both sides don't want the enemy recon to stay around forever on the battlefield. In the town, nothing happening. Krilla and Pak 40 holding well, and IS-1 obviously has to be way more careful now. You can't take an...
And like, it's actually interesting that ONORD has nothing left in terms of infantry in the town other than that single HP Panzergrenadier just sitting in the middle of the road.
Oh yeah, it's actually sitting in the outside there, being a spotter for the whole team. MG42 went out of the building in the town for ONORD. He waits for a good moment to put that back into that building when something comes up. Wants to hide.
That is something that I think is some really where recently the micro has developed a lot, where people are way better of abusing, of putting units like kind of between the buildings to bug them out, so that they basically have no line of sight at all onto anything and more or less cannot be targeted. People got really good at that recently and haven't really been doing it before.
It's something that has fallen heavily out of favor because everyone was like, yeah, oh yeah, you can't super insta micro units in and out of building like in the Steel Division Normandy anymore. But by now people realize it's still really strong. You just have to do it a bit differently. But if you use it effectively, it's just nearly as powerful. Meanwhile, IS-2 in the middle had to retreat. 3 Panthers are at least 1 Panther too many. So it is careful. Gonzo going full retreat mode here. ONORD back to the tick, but obviously still doesn't matter too much. Gonzo still has 26 more minutes on the clock. But obviously every tick if this game goes long, and Slutsk West has the potential to become a stalemate. Every tick here for ONORD is a good tick in that direction.
And by now he has a little bit of a buffer as well. It's not like he's only 20 seconds ahead. He has a little bit of a ticking buffer now. But of course we do not know if this game will actually go to that kind of scenario. What I found interesting is he brought the Focke-Wulf 190 into strafed the Sis-2 gun, but he didn't actually spot the Sis-2 gun anymore. It was out of line of sight, and now it is revealed to him that GONZO also brought some AA into the north.
Ooh.
So now we at least know that he has the potential to bring in the fighter to strafe things, which could come into play later.
But ONORD losing his Panzer IV and all the spare wagons he had at the front line, more coming up from the rear, so he might be able to hold the flag in the north against the counter push of 3 T-34s. But it will be interesting, especially as the IS-2 rotated from the middle to the north, and the Panthers have to be careful about any time that thing gets line of sight on them.
Yeah, this is too as well, a little bit hidden there still, but alive. And if that gets a shot onto the Panther in like 1 to 1.5 kilometer range, that's also very deadly.
Absolutely. Question also is, when will GONZO bring in the first off-map? When will the first nuclear strike come in here?
I mean, we're at the B phase now, so even if you stack them into later phases, now he probably has them available. He brings in another IS-2 into the center, and in the north I think we can really see this kind of trademark GONZO composition. It's really got everything well rounded out. It's got medium tanks, infantry, a Sis gun, a heavy tank, an AA piece. You know, the only thing that's missing is like a little RT or something in the back, and then he's got just everything there.
Yeah, if he gets some RD for smoke, that would
all the
be...
different units.
I guess some RD for smoke can be really helpful on this map as well, breaking off the line of sights in the open, but I would expect his artillery tab being only off maps and nothing but off maps.
For his division, that of course makes a lot of sense.
Also the sniper in the bushes here, pretty nice as well, seeing a lot of ONORD stuff. Really good
I think it might be revealed now with the scout plane. No, it's not getting revealed, even though it flew almost directly over it. Interesting.
Trim MG getting killed off. But ONORD is getting control back of the center. Might get one of the flags of GONZO there as well. IS-1 once more in a fight with Panthers. Not the fight it wants to take. Especially as it is out of range to fire on its own. Only the Panthers firing there. IS-2 is on the way for the rescue though. And that one, the second IS-2 saved the whole center once more.
And ONORD is actually getting critical taken because right now, I mean, of course, everything can still happen. It's B phase. It's when both players have their explosive incomes to do things with. But if this game settles down into a kind of grind with both a Maverick and C phase, they can't really do anything anymore. All this tick that ONORD is getting right now is going to help out big time. Because by now, it's actually quite a nice amount.
Yes, and even more artillery coming in from ONORD. So it's for sure not Quadro-U. Wurfrahmen. Wurfrahmen coming in here. Mortar and Wurfrahmen on the battlefield. Ooh, and the Panther getting a sight shot on the IS-2. IS-2 will retaliate. Will it get a penetration? No, it misses. P2 coming in to see more, but the AA by now is well set up for ONORD. So the P2 will be pushed back immediately.
Could actually die here, I think, from the AA. And the Wurfrahmen, I think, is a very good late game investment. Not only is it good at deleting like clumps of infantry, but you can shoot it at something like an IS-2 if GONZO does not pay attention, or if he moves out into the wrong way, the Wurfrahmen can still hit it and kill it. And of course you can snipe strategic assets like this AA piece in the back if you can get close enough, because we have to remember the Wurfrahmen is one artillery piece that has pretty limited range in that it only can shoot 2,200 meters.
Yes, and we have another cursed ace on the battlefield. We have Tiger E. Wittmann, the guy who always dies usually. We'll see if he can survive this one. I mean,
a card of tigers. Oh, wow! I did not expect that. Like on such an open map, even a tiger lover like me would say, you know, the Panther's just better. You need the big gun.
But there's still always that chance for a side shot of a T-34, so rushing your flank. And for the push, Tigers, I would say, even on this map, are still better than Panther. Panthers just don't push. Panthers are here for having some long-range sniper duels, running back again behind their bushes, and then coming back out. Tigers are there for the brutal push in front of everything. And ooh, the Wolframen shot could be juicy. Going for the IS-2. IS-2 not moving just yet. GONZO not realizing what's happening. Ooh, that could be good.
It's still standing there. I think it's gone. Unless it gets very unlucky with the, you know, with the actual hit profile of the rockets.
GONZO
and is getting very unlucky.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Even, oh boy. If nearly fully stressed IS-2 also hitting the Panther, killing the Panther. Yeah, this is the dangerous thing about an IS-2. Any hit means you're dead, basically, with Panther.
And we see the first off map, by the way.
And a lot of infantry being called in. Shrafniki, Automachiki. GONZO is setting up for the counter push, trying to get some scores on the board as well now. Third IS-2 actually in the south now. So three really big boys out for GONZO, and that is absolutely dangerous now for ONORD.
By the way, we've both been proven wrong. There's 2 F-22 artillery pieces in the north for GONZO. And ONORD brings in another Wolfram. And another thing to notice, he has an ammunition truck on the field already, does ONORD, meaning that card is probably in B phase. And if it's going to become a, you know, just hitting each other with artillery kind of game, sometimes you want that 5th and 6th supply truck. Sometimes, not always, but, you know, sometimes it comes down to that.
Yes, but if you already bring Wolframens in B, you usually want to have the reload for them in B as well. So I understand why he brought them out now.
Of course, of course. Most of the time it's not gonna matter, but sometimes.
Oh my god, but the artillery game is getting crazy now. 2 more Hummels hitting the battlefield.
Hummels? What?
It's getting strange. It's getting strange. Really not what I expected. I guess also not what you expected out of this game, but they are doing the fan service.
Hummels are gonna murder the F-22s.
Ooh, Panther has to retreat there. Got a bounce against the IS-2. IS-2 missed with its first shot. Panther can't risk to get shot another time, so has to roll backwards. Meanwhile, in the north, we have an interesting combination of 4 armored units for ONORD that bully the T-34s. Killed 1, the other 2 are on the retreat. Tiger Whitman with 2 Splay wagons and the Panzer IV. Quite the capable force, especially if it's supported by Wolframens. But the push in the town with the off-map.
Yes.
The off-map didn't hit too much because there was not that much in the first plate for ONORD, but there's a lot for GONZO now.
And actually, right now, it's coming out real good for the 12 SS that their units are fanatical, because that means that when the off-map hits them and units rush through, they cannot be surrendered in the usual way.
Yes.
I've only just realized as the Pioneer was like engaged by the afters, I was like, the fuck, why is it not surrendering? What's going on? But then I just realized, oh my god, it's actually useful.
Also, GONZO taking advantage of one of the newest buffs, Strafnikis, coming in with 1-star veterancy for him, so they are even more dangerous than they have been before. And Tanko Nikis should be able to overrun that MG. MG hasn't popped back into the building, so we'll just get overrun there by the Tankos. And GONZO is now back on the tick. He's down to half-life when it comes to his points, but he now starts taking ONORD down. And that time that he has is still for sure enough, even if he keeps it on this tick, but the push looks really, really dangerous. ONORD needs to do something about it, and rather quickly, I would say.
For sure, he's bringing in a bunch of infantry. He still has some ticks of big income left. He's swinging the SPW 233 in the south through the forest to get some shots onto the infantry that's advancing as well. I do think that if this game goes long, if he can stabilize in the town instead of, you know, completely falling apart now, I think he has the better card, since he has the 2 Hummels out already, he has 2 Wolframen out already, and that's gonna dominate if the game goes very, very late. But for now, he just needs to survive. He needs to get the flags back and stabilize in the town before those units reaches AA and other strategic assets and just, you know, cripple him for the rest of the game.
Yeah, but another Panther has fallen and still all IS-2s alive. This Wolframen shot will completely whiff. This is not looking good for ONORD. 16-8 already happening. GONZO got the double tick, gets the Pak 40. IS-2's really hard to beat here. And GONZO is playing this really methodically.
Yes. Especially the big armor south of the hill, the IS-2 and the IS-1, very dangerous right here, and basically unopposed. No Panther in the area anymore since the one on the hill got taken out.
Yeah, only 1 Panther left in the north. That one at least gets some shots on the tanks on the hill. Should be able to take them out. Ah, misses.
Yeah, but if
with
the
another shot.
SU-85 comes too close, it could also be dangerous to the Panther.
Also, he got a kill on an IS-2 in the north. Yeah, he just got a kill on
Another
the IS-2 in the
Wolfram
north
shot.
with Whitman. So Whitman could be able to initiate a counter push or maybe rotate to the south as well. So at least one IS-2 has now fallen for Gonzo. And obviously we are about to hit low income, so IS-2s can't really be replaced for the rest of the game. Every IS-2 you kill here is really important, and there's 2 more 2-star veterancy Panther Ds on the battlefield for the big game hunting here.
We have to remember one more thing as well. He had 3 IS-2s in... Oh no, he had 1 IS-2 in A. Did he bring out more than 1 IS-2 in A? Like he had the IS-1 and the IS-2, and then in B phase he brought out a bunch more, so he stacked the IS-2s into earlier phases. The question is how many does he even have left in the deck, because you can't, you know, put unlimited IS-2s in there.
I mean, I don't think it would matter how many he has left in the deck, because I don't think he has the income to afford any major, like, any more anyways. So, he might not have any left anyways, but...
North center, the Panther went down to an IS-2 shot.
Ah, yeah. IS-2's really showing why Panthers are not amazing. Especially Panther Gs, who kind of struggle against them frontally. You have to have some luck there with the Panthers. But 3 Panthers still around in the south. And the Hummels and the Wolframens should allow for some good play as well. Hummels now trying to go for the IS-2 as well. And Tiger in the north is the biggest boy around there. So that's still really scary for Gonzo. ONORD at least bringing it down.
Gun in the back array, 2 guns. Those are dangerous for the Tiger, especially at this range.
Yeah, they're getting closer. But ONORD at least brought it back to an 11-13 now. Off map though, coming in the south, forcing back his infantry a bit further. He can't afford to lose the whole town, but the fanatical trade really paying off currently, keeping a lot of his infantry from surrendering.
Yeah, but if I miss, I don't think he has shot a single P2 bomber down now, by now, and I think there's, I mean, right now we see at least 2 in the skies, but probably there's at least a third. So these get value over time, and especially since he lost the A piece in the south, his A network is a little bit eroded,
But
and that can come in very punishing over time.
But Gonzo will need it. He lost another IS-2. The Hummels came in with the value shots. Hummels getting some direct hits there on the IS-2. Wolfram now shooting at it, but I guess he hasn't realized that he killed it already with the Hummels. Another Wolfram shot going into the south, not really hitting anything there. That one is a weird one. I guess he just fired that position earlier and forgot to readjust whilst they were reloading.
Yeah, I think so too.
But that IS-1 going down as well.
Ooh. Yes! What?
God. He might be able to bring the pushback here. This is looking closer and closer, and the Focke-Wulf might get the first kill. Yes, the Focke-Wulf should get the first kill onto a P2.
Ah, it overtakes. Yes, and there's the P2 down. I hope the Focke-Wulf doesn't go down in return.
Ooh, the 37mm tries its best to do so, but it's only 1-star veterancy. It shouldn't quite be able to. Oh, did I cast a curse that one? Oh boy.
Off map in the center as well, onto the Panthers. Not like super lucky with the shots. None of the 2 Panthers went down, but both of them stressed out and probably massively damaged now. Easier targets for the SU-85s and the T-34-85s that are now coming in.
Yeah. ONORD still has his Tiger, still has the Panzer IV, still has the STK of Zets in the north, but what he doesn't have there is infantry. So he has to retreat for now, has to give the flag back to Gonzo, who's still on a tick, getting closer and closer to overtake ONORD in the ticks as well. Saying to ONORD, hey, you gotta get back to me if you want to win this game. But...
This is another T-34 in the south there.
Yeah, Pak 40 doing well, and the IS-2 is the last one of his species on the battlefield. And it's also running out of AP shells, doesn't it?
Yes.
Oh, it's fully out of 50 cal ammo. Not surprising there. 50 cal ammo always running out quite quickly against any flying targets. They just waste them on those. But 1410 currently going pretty well here for Mr. Gonzo.
Another burst of shots of the Hummer into the IS-2, but this time Gonzo is watching, he's learned, he's like, oh my god, all my IS-2s are getting murdered by the Hummers. So when he sees the tracers, he just moves the IS-2 into a new position now.
But that keeps that on the move, and IS-2 on the move always can get charge-shorted by a Panther, and the 2 Panthers in the middle are a dangerous pair. that can always come in to get a quick shot on something. They're now trying to bully infantry, not the best job for a Panther, as they have pretty poor HE shells. The Krilla on the other side, different story there, and that gets good shots on Strafnikis in the north. Oh, taking 6 out with one shot. That's the power of the Krilla. That's the power of 2000 meter range armored vehicles combined with good 2000 meter AP. And that's, I guess, the reason why he picked the 12 SS.
It does have a lot of these amazing assets. I mean, the abundance of big tanks and very good artillery in the Wurframens. And then, of course, support units just as the Grille. And it makes... On this particular map, I think 12 SS can be pretty good. It's generally not such a great deck anymore, but it's really showing its strength in this particular match.
Yes, and the F-22s of GONZO still trying to do some counter batterying. And they got a Wolframen, I think. Yes, they got a Wolframen in the middle. Second Wolframen did retreat though.
No, I don't think so. The Wolframen just retreated back to the Hummers to get new ammunition.
Yeah, but that's 1 out of 2. The other one is burning behind the Krilla, no? Oh, no, that's a SDKFZ actually. Yeah, no, you're right. Damn. The second one is in the north, right? So he didn't get anything with the F-22s yet. So that counter battery fire also not effective. T-34
I mean, it's the strength of things like the Hummer and all of these other, like, slightly armored vehicles, right? They don't die as easily to counter battery as does the carried artillery, which would take some damage if something strikes next to it, and then it accumulates the damage and dies.
What dies easily though, and it does it again in this game as well, is Whitman. Whitman is down, so the north is open. The north is open again. Completely reshuffled from Whitman pushing down IS-2s, killing off IS-2s, to getting bullied by CIS-2 guns by side shotting. Not the perfect retreat mode there by ONORD, showing side armor and getting side shotted there. So 2 CIS-2 shots were all that's needed to get him killed. And another off map coming in for GONZO. So the big boys are mostly out. We're down to only 3 Panthers and 1 IS-2 now. So it's more about the support equipment
that
again.
Map could spell the end of 2 more Panthers, especially since they were already hit by an off map earlier. There it comes, the crop circle of doom.
They still look pretty healthy though. One of them is slightly damaged, the other one is still at full health, but yes, the circle of doom is always dangerous. They're at least somewhat on the outside. One will fall.
Oh!
I would expect the other one to get out though. But 1 Panther kill, obviously already pretty good when there's only 2 more on the map now.
In the town, we see ONORD pushing back slowly with his infantry, and he does have the artillery superiority. He just has to find an answer to the IS-2 and T-34-85 that are pushing up now, especially since the IS-2 is actually coming to take that shot at the Panther, but the Panther is microed back. Very nice reaction time here by ONORD.
ONORD brought it back to a 12-12 for time, but IS-2 on the... what? That was a fast-moving IS-2. A moving IS-2 just hit a Panther. GONZO is lucky today with his IS-2 shot.
Highly fucking illegal, if you ask me.
Yeah, that's...
Gonna have to have an inquiry about that.
I mean, I guess the luck is with the brave, but that's still kinda insane there. Meanwhile...
In the north, so much goes down to the Wurframen and Panzer IV combination. Only a single man on the CIS-2 gun left. That was just a mere 5 seconds ago. That was a strong combination of T-34 and Su-85. 2 CIS-2 guns. And now, only 1 CIS-2 gun left. That was a nice cleanup.
Yes, it was. T-34-85 trying to come around. Trying to shoot into the south. Gets a Panzer Grenadier. Tanko de Sanikis coming in as well. And GONZO is back to a 59 with the Panther kill, with the capturing of the hill. T-34-85 Oskin versus Panther is also a close duel. So, not sure if ONORD wants to take
Especially
that.
at this range.
But he kinda has to, because GONZO is about to take over when it comes to the take.
But I mean, there's a lot of the game left. Throwing away your last assets now, I'm not sure I agree with the decision, because well, it works out for him. T-34-85 goes down, but I'm not so sure. Like, you can tick a little bit further down in a little bit as well. If you have, just look at his artillery. He has so much. He just needs to grind it to a standstill. Now both players still have a lot of assets on the field, but in 10 minutes from now, that's gonna look very different. And I would give ONORD, like, the better chance of grinding it out in the late game if it just doesn't die now.
That is true. Fokker Wolf getting pushed back in the skies. Might actually go down to AA here. This one is pretty close. Another P2 coming in. Focke-Wulf gets called in, but that's too late. P2 already dropped its bombs, already on the way out. And that fast bomber, you can't take that when you have to fly completely over enemy territory. And Gonzo keeps the infantry at the north.
Panther! Missed the Panther! Whew.
Ooh, but the Guardia DP can side shot and deal damage to the Panther as well. So even the Guardia DP is dangerous because the Panther only has 45 side armor. So PTRD can kill them. I have done that before in my life. And it feels always a bit dirty, but also pretty good.
Cheeky move, the cheeky move.
Panther D shooting at some more infantry in the town. IS-2 though, slightly better, but IS-2 also under slightly heavier fire. Hummel's not perfectly on target though. But maybe even some misses of the Hummels could be able to do some damage. Wolfram also firing. But it's Wolfram is firing too far in the front. Hummels
He's backing it back into the Hummer fire.
He's just slightly itching on the side of it. Might take some damage from one of the shells, but I guess not. No, Gonzo really on par with his last IS-2 here, keeping it constantly moving, keeping it somewhat unpredictable, so ONORD can't pre-fire well either. And the Panther has gone down, doesn't it? Yep, the Panther has gone down to Guardia DP, I guess.
I also think so.
Yeah, there's nothing else around. Guardia DP must have side-shotted it and killed it, as it was already pretty low thanks to the off-map. And yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's why you don't take too many Panthers, usually.
But there's a Panther D, a new one on the bottom, and a single meme car now in the bottom, kind of tearing up the infantry. His Tugan is trying to connect there. And I don't know, I think that what you said about the artillery, I think he could have done a better job a little bit of pointing the artillery impact where he thinks Gonzo will go, especially with the Wolframmers. If the Hummels, I think it's hard to do, but with the Wolframmer, I think you should never really put it dead center onto the tank, because you should expect your opponent to try and micro it out, but put it like a little bit behind the IS-2, so that when your opponent tries to micro it out, he actually micros it into the Wolframmer fire.
Well, I think he did so, but because Gonzo already... I think he actually predicted a different move from Gonzo. He put it a bit before the IS-2 because Gonzo always moved forward previously with his IS-2s when he got hit by Wolfram. Maybe that was exactly what ONORD thought would happen this time as well, but this time Gonzo retreated backwards. Yeah, it was a good try. Didn't quite work out, but in the north, T-34 is bullied. 20mm autocar eats the Stravnikis. And this flag at least goes back to ONORD, who is now down in points. Who also is now in danger of getting ticked down completely, as he's only down on 1/3 of his hit bar. But at least gains some map control back here. Panther coming in. There's not a lot of tanks in the south for Gonzo. Only
and
the
right
IS-2.
now it's a bit of a meme 1410, right? Like the two flags in the center that's held by some miscellaneous Guardia that are just sprinkled in there. And once he loses those two, he is on a 12-12. Although he will probably lose the one in the north again.
Yeah, Pioneer coming in as well. Sniperies could open up on the Panzer Grenadiers in the south, but P2 already comes in for that. And the P2s might be the biggest problem currently for ONORD.
Yeah, he only took a single one down. And so far he has not really, like he brings out the Focke-Wulfs always as a reaction to the P2 coming in, but that's too late. You need to have them cycling already when the P2 comes in so that you can intercept it just at the right time.
Yeah, or you need perfect call-in reactions to when you see it in the far rear of the enemy, but he has nothing to spot them even there, so he just sees them too late. So yeah, he has to keep them out, I guess, as well. Would be
Bring in actually a new Panzergren to recapture the town in the very south, and I know, but Gonzo is reinforcing it with 2 Stravniki, so he's not getting that back.
No, Gonzo feels like he has the upper hand for sure at the moment, as it's mostly the artillery left really for ONORD, and it hasn't found the same connections it had found earlier. Didn't get rid of the last IS-2, and I guess he might even be a bit too focused on that. Be too hung up with his artillery on just killing that instead of using his Hummels that also are pretty deadly against any other target they hit. He's now at least trying to hit some infantry, but Gonzo has won most of the other fights lately. SDKF spray wagons coming up though, and SDKFZs as well. So 20mm are around, and whenever the enemy tank and anti-tank guns count goes low, 20mm come back to the menu. Like, they're really strong in the early game, and then they're also pretty strong in the late game once the unit density of big stuff gets lower once more. So
No
maybe
problem for ONORD is he has put up a brave fight in the north, but now his unit set in the very north has completely eroded down to a grille and the Wurfrahmen that's out of ammunition. Like there's nothing else left holding it there. As the last of his units fell apart trying to defend that forward flag, and now he'll have to spend some points reinforcing that rather than maybe reinforcing his push in the center, which I think is looking pretty alright, especially with the 20mm cars also coming in, and if the Hummers render some fire support into the town against the enemy infantry. But yeah, he's probably gonna have to use his next income to stabilize the north a little bit, or he's just gonna gamble and hope that GONZO doesn't push for it.
yeah, Gonzo is still up on the 1311, still gets the takes. Got a 20mm car already killed. The SIS-2 on a really good spot, now also firing onto the other STKFZ. Went losing both 20mm is really painful at this stage,
hurts.
as both players are basically on life support income here. Not much more, and ONORD taps out. And I think for game number 1, that's the right decision. Like, he could have grinded a bit more, but do you really want to do that in a game?
Especially since I think GONZO is much more used to these kind of games, grinding it out in the long haul, right? And then he's gonna be, he doesn't have such a big problem with just sitting there and like being, oh, okay, let's just fucking sit here 15 minutes until the tick is over. And I think ONORD is a bit younger, right? Like he wants to get the game going, and if it's much worse psychologically for him to grind it out for 20 minutes, especially if you lose in the end.
Yes, and GONZO is starting to do it again. Like, we could have hoped for, I think. And
definitely, this game was not a clap. It could have easily gone the other way. I mean, with things like a moving IS-2, shooting and actually hitting a Panther at max range, yeah, that what you gonna do?
That IS-2 doing the drive-by shooting, being full-on LA gangster style, and then also that super stressed out IS-2 doing the same in the north versus one of the Panthers was kind of unfortunate. But it's also what you kind of have to expect at some point when you have a long duel between Panthers and IS-2s. So, yeah, ONORD having some really good connections with the artillery, but then it whiffed, and the P2s, I guess, were also really killer. Let's have a look on what did what. IS-2s getting some Panther kills, but overall not super amazing, I guess. Like, he dealt pretty well with them, but they still did enough. And then some really nice SIS-2 positioning. And then overall, it's just pretty spread out. Shows you how good both players are, that none of the units was able to get a super high kill count. Neither on the other side. Whitman getting the IS-2 was really clutch in the north. That was super important. Otherwise, that game could have fallen apart there already. But yeah, it was a really all across the board game. GGVP here.
Yes, of course.
Both players in game number 1.
This is exactly what we hoped for, right?
Yes. This is exactly the game 1 we hoped for. I maybe hoped for an ONORD victory, because GONZO always good for the comeback anyways. And I hope we will go to game 5 somewhat. At least game 4, but I kind of hope for game 5. And I think the chances for that are higher when ONORD gets the lead. But we will see how it goes on from here.
What are actually your predictions for the end score, Mr. Protosoccer? It's a long honored tradition that the casters give predictions for score.
I would have said at the beginning 3-1 for GONZO, and I guess that became more likely now. Yeah. Yeah, so 3-1 for GONZO is what I feel like.
Alright, I'm gonna go oppose you then and say 3-2 for ONORD. I think he showed some very strong play in this game, got a little bit unlucky here and there, and I think he overdid the artillery a little bit in the mid-game. Like, he bought out the radio mortars as well, and then never did anything with them. And I think he should have just concentrated on Hummers, and I think he can adjust his game from here.
Yes, and I also wonder what map number... we will play on Slutsk in game number 2, so more open terrain. So we wander from Slutsk West to Slutsk East in the first 3 games? Let's see. That might be interesting.
Oh my god, Slutsk East, please. Oh no.
Dark Neutron being, yeah, crazy people. When people told him crazy when Hummels were, he said Hummels were good. I mean, the Hummels did something really flashy, but then afterwards, did they do that much afterwards? I don't know. They killed 2 damaged tanks, and then they stopped doing stuff, kinda. So, not sure if they're really that great. But on a long drawn fight, they obviously are a valuable asset in your.
Yes. I mean, you could instead just bring in the big 120 millimeter, oh no, it's 150 millimeter artillery, right? Like the stationary artillery. I think where the big advantage lies is that A, you can move it closer to the front where it's safe, right? And where the hitbox becomes smaller, where the spread becomes smaller. And B, in a counter battery scenario, it will always outperform just the normal artillery, right?
Yes, especially against F-22s. So in this case, it was the right choice, but it was also a heavy investment into artillery that kept him from getting more stuff to the front line. He kind of needed it, but yeah, I feel like we all saw both the strengths and the 12 and the weaknesses of 12 SS pretty well in this game. Like also the strength and the weaknesses of a Panther. Why the Panther is not the highest regarded tank in the game. Like getting taken out by Guardia DP as a big boy tank doesn't feel good.
Yeah, no. I mean, yeah, for sure, for sure. I think that if he, like, you also pointed it out during it could have helped him out more, but he was a little bit greedy to get the extra tank kill again, right? Just to the point of, is it worth it or not? Was the big RT actually maybe a point dump that didn't pay off and you only got 2 lucky shots? Yeah, he got the lucky shots, but then he was like, he kept cranking that one-armed bandit, right? He was like, fuck, give me the second IS-2. I want it so bad. When he could have used it for some more steady value as well, shooting the infantry.
Yes. That's true. Yeah, the tanks. Yeah, I don't know how good Hummels though do against infantry. Like I haven't used them in such a long time, to be honest. Overall, like
they have a huge caliber, right? So they should do well. They should basically do as well as the big RTPs that's towed, the big towed RTPs.
Yeah, but that I just use when I really want to spam a lot of artillery. And that you can't quite do with them at the same time. Thanks for the follow, Malino08. And yeah, it should be interesting. Slutsk. So we might see another 2000 meter range galore game on the open field. A bit more town fight this time though, as we have that half island / island in the middle, or on the side, and that big town. And Slutsk also feels a bit like one side has a bit of a favor. So we'll see who gets that.
Which side do you think has the favor? I think that's people think different things there.
Yeah, I think the side, which like the one that you played in our game has a slight edge because it has a better reinforcement road to that half island. Like it's the opposite to Slutsk East. Like the side that is unfavored in Slutsk East is favored on the normal Slutsk in my eyes.
I agree. I think that's a better side. But some people will call for the other side because you can push the side that we think is favored off the hill and then, make that hill untakeable.
I mean, some people also debate which side is better on Ilomancy, so do you really want to trust those some people? Yeah, no, but yeah, I think it's not the super imbalanced map, but the one side has a slight edge. It's
I agree.
Way more balanced than a Slutsk East, for example. But
yeah, for sure.
Still, there is one side that is better, and yeah, we see some people who lost to the finalists here in the chat. Quadro you showing up with the classic "I'm a bad player." Who would have expected that? Nobody saw that coming. ONORD, do we have any more bans so far? Can you give us
No. You know how it is when you're banned for Steel Division League. You rethink all your life choices. You're like, oh my god, 20 years ago when that girl talked to me, maybe I should have kissed her. shit like this. You just reflect on it, right? And then after 20 minutes of intense meditation, you ban one division and then you'll go over it again for the next one.
Yeah, and then you also, with the amount of divisions we got by now, there is quite a lot of random picking to do as well. And you have to look in each of them, obviously, and then also over all the incomes for each of them. So can take quite a while. But we have 3 bans for GONZO. We have 2 bans for ONORD already. The 2 bans for ONORD being maybe B, but not my first ban. And 5th, I don't think I would ban on this map.
I think I would ban 5th on this map either, but I would ban 2nd infantry on every map, bro.
Yeah,
Like, what are you talking
I agree
about?
with that. I have it on second rank or top rank on my tier list. So yeah, I agree with that. Hellcats are just annoying as hell. And there's a lot of other good stuff there.
Everything in the deck is annoying. What do you mean? Maybe not the Shermans. The Shermans are garbage, but...
And Gonzo gave us also some more like mid-level equipment, like not quality but size bands with 20th Panzer, Nordland, and Plindatta. So I guess Gonzo doesn't want to get bombed by the super jet planes that come out of the next century with super duper speed. And also Plindatta and 20th Panzer, quite similar decks. A lot of Panzer IVs, good infantry, and yeah, a lot of strength here.
But why the fuck would you ban Blindata on this map? That seems super weird to me. And the other one, like we had 20th Panzer, Blindata, and Nordland. Why the fuck would you ban Nordland? What? Like, the jet bomber is super garbage. It gets shot down by anything now. It was like nerfed.
Well, you have to get that anything behind it first, though. And Blindata and 5th Cav, as ONORD pointed out, both have Rigidas. And yeah, I guess that's their really big selling point on a map like this. Question is,
but how many do you get max? Like 6? Like 1 in A, 1 in B?
That's also my question. Like, are these really good enough to get that?
I mean, you just don't get enough, right? Like, if you had 10 Rashidas, I'd be like, hell yeah. But 6 Rashidas, you can always meme 6 Rashidas, right? Especially with like some nice 2-kilometer HE weaponry, like some Soviet deck with some good mix of 2-kilometer HE weaponry and good tanks is gonna stay, right? It's gonna be available, and yeah, what's the Blindata gonna do there?
True. Yeah. I mean, who better being an expert on Blindata than you, right? And I also play this a lot, so yeah, it's interesting bands for sure. It's a best of 5. Yogdog, it's 1-0, so we at least have still 2 games ahead of us. Hopefully closer to 3 or 4 games. So,
of course, yes.
Discount Lenin, okay. That's a weird, weird. Like, yeah, I think my beard looks quite different to Lenin's. It looks shittier than Lenin's, I agree with that. But it's a different style of beard still, even though it's on the chin.
Look, Eastern Europe.
Yeah, the old days with Plindata Bowser, yeah. The old days when Romania was ruling the whole game on their own. When even
the old days when you bought yourself a Panzer IV, you got something for your value. Oh my god. I remember.
Before the reserve tank drivers came in, and especially the gunners that lost the ability to shoot further somehow. Not quite sure what happened to their guns, but hey, they messed up.
Yes. The good old days.
Ingo, what are you talking? We're on a date constantly. Have you watched too few of our Bowsers? It's a love-hate relationship, especially since I picked Gora. The relationship has become a bit strained, but there was always a lot of synergy.
If you're friends, you don't have to worry about that stuff. Okay, you pick Gora against me, that's fine. All right, we're friends. I forgive you.
Yeah.
You had to do it. Okay, it was a competitive series. Okay, you had to go all out just this once. Just this once. He took the gloves off, okay? I understand. We're friends. I totally understand.
Yeah. To be honest, I expected more meme cars in that series overall. Like, I was kind of afraid from the get-go. Because I thought you wanted to end it quickly from the get-go. Because Best of 9 is time-consuming, but... Yeah. ONORD, do we have some reaction to you from the ban list? As you might be in the
He
chat.
said
still.
Task Force 45 and 78th.
Is it? Did I miss that? Ooh.
I think he said it in chat a little bit ago.
Can anyone else in chat remember? Give me a list. Because Discord is hating me today, so I can't even if they would type it in Discord, I wouldn't be able to see it. Because otherwise the whole...
I have Discord open, so then I can inform you. But he did write Task Force 45 and 87, 78th, sorry. German numbers. But that's one too little ban, right? Like there needs to be a third one, right?
Yes. $78. Oh, by Gonzo? Wait, what?
Yeah, but what are the other 3 bans by you then, Honor?
Yeah, what are the other 3 bans by you then? Yeah, 45. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, that one I understand, but 78 was interesting. Maybe they have watched me playing with it on the map, but I'm not the guy to base your bans on.
No, I think 78th is a very solid deck on this map. It's got basically almost everything you want. Maybe like if it had a big tonk on top of everything else, would be even better. But I think it's got what you need for this map.
And we have one really clean ban out of ONORD, 17th SS. That's a clear ban on every map currently.
Yes.
But Lovash and DFL both are questionable because both also not known for their long range prowess. So both seem to be really, really focused on the town fight with the bands. As Slutz has the open terrain.
Gonzo passed the 28th out then, but I think on such a map he'd rather pick something Soviet. Something that can bring in some big boom, but maybe something like 43rd or even 7th Mac, right? 7th Mac is open. 97th is open again. Since Gonzo really likes the Soviet decks from what I've seen.
And 25th Panzer Grenadier for ONORD. That's a hot pick I haven't seen in a long while. And Gonzo stays with 97th, which is a good pick for the map. Like, I like 97th. 25th? I haven't seen. I have to look into the deck first to even see what's in there because I haven't seen it.
I can tell you what's going on. This is the true new meta 5-head pick, okay? It's you get a lot of Panzergren cards with a Panzerfaust, and you can double vet them in A and B phase, and you get actually 4 instead of 3 or 8 instead of 6 with the double vet. So you can put a lot of double vet Panzergrens into A and B, and then you get a fuck ton of meme cars as well. And there you go, GG.
I guess that's the point. Let's have a look in here. I mean, you also have some... My deck, obviously, not a meta 25th Panzergren. I'm pretty sure I built that for a team game back in the day. Because I also have the 220mm super big guns, the Schneider 220mm. Wonder if we will see them from ONORD. Would be...
I think you'll rather go for the Nebelwerfer, because you can shoot and move with the Nebelwerfer to kill AA pieces.
Yes. Also, we already saw the F-22s from Gonzo last game, so they most likely will be around once more in this game, and that is risky for the big guns. The ME410s offer some nice support, and what is really important is the Pak 43 card, because that allows you to deal with IS-2s somewhat. But the rest of your deck doesn't really do that. Like, your tanks...
Are the Martyrs good Martyrs? Yes. Well, you can bring the Martyrs.
Yes, Martyr 2s, but still not amazing against IS-2s.
I mean, not at max range, right? But
Yes, but on this map, IS-2s will mostly be used. I mean, it's a bit easier than on Slut's Quest, but Slut's still offers a lot of good long-range capabilities for the IS-2s.
it's true.
And
I
yeah,
mean, I
downside,
personally hate the Messerschmitt 410 like tank buster plane. I think it's a garbage plane,
but
but
it got
maybe you
cheaper.
have to bring it in this matchup.
It got cheaper, so it is a bit more useful now. Like, still not the best tank buster, but at least it's somewhat better from the cost to efficiency ratio. Got 10 points cheaper, so we'll see. Maybe it will pay out, but that is a hell
The
of an
availability
interesting...
is also really not good. I mean, what I hate about them is not so much the gun or something, it's the turn radius of the Messerschmitt 410 is awful.
Yes. But it has good speed, which is the difference to something like an HS-129. It only has medium
Take an
resilience, though.
ASH-219 any day over, over Messerschmitt 410.
Well, but the bomber version... I like the bomber versions, actually, of the...
Bomber version is okay, but the tank buster plane, you'll always bug out with the alignment, like it's oof. That's a unit that you take if you want to suffer big time, right? It's
But
like, yeah.
Yeah, I expect a big push from ONORD in the middle or the town. And then, like, some 1 or 2 Pak 43s in the open terrain to just stop any IS-2 shenanigans there. But what else will we see? And is the game
I mean, the
up?
real big suffering is if it goes into a late game, like his AA tab is complete, it's basically non-existent, right? So that's really where the big danger in the long game comes from. He really will need to overwhelm or get a demanding lead in some way that allows him to preserve his AA, maybe erode his opponent's AA with the artillery, with the Nebelwerfer, so that his fighters can actually chase the P2 bombers. That's also one of the possible ways.
So, Daytag, what is your fashion advice for that... For Mr. Bowser's tie then? What suit would you wear to it?
Look, this tie is amazing, okay? Shut the fuck
Yeah,
up.
no. They all agree that tie is amazing, but the question is, what kind of suit would you wear to it?
I mean, it looks way brighter on camera than it really is. It's dark blue.
Like, we all are fans of this tie. That's not a question at all. But yeah. Come on, Daytag, don't leave us hanging. You can't criticize without giving any tips at least. No.
So
We want.
like the tie. It doesn't like the tie. It's not the. It's not.
How can you hate on the tie, Daytag? No. That's illegal here. I'm close to banning you for that one. But yeah, be careful there. Like, you can talk about the suit maybe, but not about the tie. That's for sure.
I mean, I have a single color tie as well, but this one is amazing. Like, what are you talking about? Hello. It's my special tie. I also have one that has pandas on it for silly occasions. Yeah, I'm not sure when you ever wear a suit, but it's also a silly occasion. So
I have a couple of these as well. Like, I bought them in Hong Kong, but I left them at my parents' home. Otherwise, I would have also already shown them off on stream. Yeah, and my father has a lot of them actually. And my father has like he has a lot of ties anyways, but he also has a hell of a lot of silly ties. For some reason, that was the thing in the 90s, it feels like, or early 2000s, to gift that to someone. So he has like Christmas one, he has an Easter one, he has a weird Chinese one with just weird symbols and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's also a bit of a cultural thing, right? In the Germanic culture, usually you wear more boring ties, I would say, like with single colors or maybe two, or like a simple pattern or something, for business anyway. While in like the UK, you actually use very nice and like creative ties and also socks to kind of show off your individuality. If you wear crazy socks with your suit in the business purpose here, it's like don't.
Yeah. Yeah, it was kind of in Hong Kong. It was a quite interesting mix because we had a lot of English speaking, like also quite a lot of British co-workers, but it was a German company, and some of like obviously also quite a couple of German co-workers, and then the mix was interesting. Yeah, the especially the socks. The socks game is really strong in the UK.
Yes.
That's true.
Yes.
Ooh, and I think we have Gonzo's game ongoing. Nice. Let's jump in there.
By the way, what are the incomes? Are both Maverick? Or...
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't think we will see Gonzo not doing that with 97th. I think he tried once. In the monthly tournament, I'm pretty sure he also played 97th against ONORD. It was a really cursed game because GONZO was playing balanced, and then it also was Ostrono. So it was not quite representative, but was quite the interesting game there as well.
Okay. I'm interested to see how this push. I think this suits ONORD a lot, but 97th has the option to really be annoying on this particular map, because if the fighting is focused on the town, you just bring the off maps and level everything into the ground. If the fighting is focused on the open ground, you just bring the IS2s and they're basically not, you cannot challenge them in the open. And so I think no matter where the main fighting takes place, GONZO can be really annoying with this deck.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, we saw last game already that 97 can work for him. But also we saw some of the weaknesses. Like, maybe we might see it again. 20mm autocannon cars were quite effective at the beginning as well. ONORD, really fan of them. The meme cars, the clown cars will come in strong in this one. They have to kind of carry here. I would say that's one of the big strong points of 25th Pentagram. But question is, how far can they take him in this?
Together with the double vet Panzergrants, right? Like the bringing them in on double vet is really good because Panzergrants already have great damage output in the like medium to long range. But one of the problems is that unlike other units, Panzergrants do run out of ammunition fairly quickly. So if you bring them with a lot of veterancy, you're not as rewarded for keeping them around, for keeping them alive, since they'll simply have nothing to shoot with after a while. So you know, it's a bit of a double-edged sword, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree there. Like that's that a debate is a debate that I had with Flix, or not really debate, but he was complaining about the low ammo, and I agree the ammo is slightly too low on Panzergrants. But I was just saying that, yeah, then don't vet them. Obviously, not fully serious, but yeah, the veterancy makes them even running out of ammo faster. So. Yeah, you have to keep
I mean, it's
that
just
in
a
mind.
basic question. Like, usually you get hard rewarded for keeping your units around, and especially if they're high veterancy, you want to be careful with them and preserve them. And they just, at some point, they suddenly hit a wall and are not really useful anymore, other than as damage sponges.
Alright. ONORD versus GONZO. Game number 2. And yeah, we're back in Slutsk. We're a bit further to the east now. Up there, we saw the fight last time. And IG-33 start. Ah, yeah, that makes sense. IG-18 and 33 starts, okay. This looks like a Robert start here. Not like an ONORD start, but hey. Let's see how this works out. On the other side, Su-85's coming around, okay. Guess that's for stopping any meme cars pushing over the open. This 2's as well.
Can also deal with a Stug in case it's a Stug, right? Like, it can fill both roles. Unlike a T-34 that will deal with the beam cars maybe slightly better, but will go down to a Stug in a head-on fight.
So, yeah, we're calling ONORD's side the good side. I would disagree, but we will see.
Yes. Yabo is just one of those weird people.
Yeah. I think the hill on the red side is really good. That can even shoot down, if you have a 2000 meter range unit, onto the bridge of blue. And overall, the south is slightly easier to reinforce for GONZO, as his bridge is further to his spawn than for ONORD, where the bridge is easier to intercept.
The reason why the red side is better lies more in the north, where if you push your opponent out, not only can you secure free flags rather easily, or there's a lot of flags closer to holdable positions, but also you can use the hill in the very north and the hill in the center to fortify that position into being almost untakeable. While if the blue side pushes in the open there, it's very hard to capture free flags, and they're very easily recapturable since there are no very good defensive positions. In my opinion, anyway.
Yes, like getting deep into the enemy there is really hard as the blue sides. So yeah, that's the two reasons why I also would say this side is a bit harder, but maybe it's a bit better for the fast pushes, as you have some quite good forests in the center, and you also are a bit faster if you want to rush in the middle, and also can have some nice pushes on the southern like one flag that red has there. And if you can get that, obviously you also have a nice line of sight into the enemy's reinforcement roads. So both sides get rewarded for pushes on this map. That's
I mean, the classic would be, but 25th Pentagon doesn't have an off map. To start with an off map on the hill in the very, very south, off map, but that little section of the hill that red gets, and they just move in and be like, well, good luck ever getting that hill again. But well, obviously with 25th Pentagon, we do not see that. But he has a lot of units deployed for the south. The question is, will they go onto the hill, or will they try and push into the town?
It's interesting. And we also saw a bit of a move away from the full-on IG spam. He's down to only one IG-33 and one IG-18, so it's not a heroic build here coming for us. But IG-33, still a really powerful unit. The Krullis last game did good work for ONORD, and IG-33s are the same gun. They're not as mobile, obviously, but if you get them onto a good spot, they can put havoc on the enemy as well. Meanwhile, on Gonzo's side, the classic start. Like, it's pretty much a standard start with divisions like this. That's why he likes 26, that's why he likes 97th. This IS-1 as his anchor unit that he plays completely around, and he's really damn good with it.
You know what makes me a little bit worried here? If he doesn't start with an AA for the second time in a row. And 10th Pentagon doesn't get a cluster, but if you bring out that tank buster plane straight away, like maybe not straight away, but with the first tick, and you had a fighter out. Opponent brings out a key unit, you're like, oh, how can I make a funny haha with that unit? But you know, it makes you vulnerable in a sense that only a single unit has to fall for the defense to be significantly weakened.
Yeah, that's true. And we'll see how it goes. Maybe he does that, but it looks like he has all the points deployed other than, 215, though a 35-point unit. Might spot that there is no AA, so maybe he has that ME 410 in the early game. Let's see how it goes. Because yes, if the IS-1 gets killed off, ONORD has good chances of running just over what Gonzo has deployed in the south. In the north, no aggressive deployment from either side. In the south, there's quite a lot of stuff going into that forest on the island. On the other side, Gonzo with his classic pretty defensive setup that we also saw in game number 1. Overall, Gonzo kind of playing the Vanguard style. Not Vanguard, but Maverick.
Yes,
that
for sure.
He's quite prevalent.
I don't know, I just, as you know, as a man who has been forced to do many meme challenges over the months, and well, not years, a year at this point, I'm just always worried when there's a single big tank out like this and there's no AA to back it up. I just always, you know, come on.
Especially when the other side already has though 215 out to spot it. But
and sees there's no AA.
Yes, but the first investment of ONORD here is a Pak 40, and not something that shoots from the skies. So maybe he doesn't even have it in A phase.
That's very possible, of course.
It would be a surprise though if he doesn't have it in the deck at all. Meanwhile, Tankados and Nikis actually got close in the south. Not quite sure if the Pioneers got their TNT off though. That would be big.
The leader! That's the leader in the back! That's a super good pickoff. Grenades now, and I mean, 3 tankos, you kind of expect to win the hill, right? But they have been reduced in numbers big time, and the leader is gone. So I don't know, maybe I'm not so certain. This went so badly for ONORD with the Martyrs coming up now, and with the Pentagrams being triple vet, as I said, brings them in with double base vet, the leader next to it. Triple vet Pentagrams murder pretty hard as long as they don't run out of ammunition.
The problem though, he was a bit overeager in the town as well. T-34 came around and got some nice hits on there. PE2 and ME410 on both sides. ME410 trying to put some damage on the PE2, not getting along line of sight and shot in there.
No, the MB410, it's going to the moon. Come
Is it?
back, you have to shoot down the P2.
Well, it's not quite sure yet. I feel like it's tries to stay in orbit because it's going up, but it's not. Yeah, it's not the best fighter. Like, it's pretty good in going frontal attacks. It's solid at strafing, but it's for sure not a good fighter. Even though it has good firepower and solid speed, but the agility of that thing is just abysmal.
It is, it is. In the meantime, one of the Panzergrants, and it was in fact one of the double-wet Panzergrants that ONORD brought out, went down to the CIS-2 gun on the hill in transport. That's a very painful loss right there.
Yes. And losing the trendy mills, for sure, also quite big. Martyr now, shooting.
It's in range of the ice one, I mean. Another one comes in, another bounce. Oh no, and it goes down.
Yes, and
Still no
losing
pen. Oh man.
only bounces there. And now the T-34 comes around, gets a penetration as well in the second Martyr.
Oh, that
not
was
with a good start in this
majorly
game.
unlucky. That was even within 1.5 kilometer range. That was even close enough to use the APCR shell, and still it didn't get a single pen. That hurts big time.
Yes. IG-33 and IG-18 slowly moving forward, but the IS-1 still unharmed, and GONZO so far taking the engagements really well.
T-34 also aligning onto that last Marder now. It has to still turn while the T-34 is already getting ready to shoot. And the Marder goes down. Pain.
Yeah, this is not looking hot here for ONORD. Now IG-18 in the fight with a T-34, but on range it doesn't really hit. It doesn't really do much damage. IG-33 now trying to shoot at something as well, but it might be stuck in alignment hell here. And the IG-33 seems to be stuck. Doesn't fire at all.
No.
IS-1 now firing at them as well.
Oh no,
This-
Eugen!
This game is not looking hot. This game is not looking hot so far for ONORD at all. And it might be time for him to take his foot from the pedal and just try to slow down, because I don't think he has anything to push with anymore. He needs to stop it and has to find a solution. I don't know if there's many solutions, but there should be some of how to win it in a bit more of a long game. Because
Depends, of course, what's in his deck, right? He potentially picks off the CIS-2 gun on the hill right there. That would be a nice pick off. And the IS-1 is coming very close to the Pack 40, so maybe the Pack 40 can get like a penetration that way. T-34 gets impacted by something.
more Stoßtruppen MP44 should be able to take out some of the Tanker Sanikis. Yes.
Tanko's actually getting burned a little bit here.
Yeah, MP44's quite good gun on this range. Get the
And
kill
also,
there.
he's got a Panzerschreck there, so if the T-34 commits in, it's gonna die, or if it just gets pushed out of the forest and the Panzerschreck gets through. And there's Stuck now in the town as well. He just needs to be very careful with that, since there's Aftomachiki around, and that anti-tank grenade, deadly.
Alright, that off-map of GONZO, I'm not the biggest fan of it. 152mm, this time in A phase, so he brings it out earlier than last time. Panzer Grenadiers and Panzerschreck could move forward, don't do so just yet. Not quite sure what the Panzer Grenadiers tried to achieve there though. They don't even have a Panzerschreck,
Yes,
so they
surrender,
can't do
yes.
anything against the T-34. Meanwhile, though...
At this range, the Stuck engages the IS-1 and it's showing a little bit of side armor, but doesn't actually get the connection there. Oh, what's happening? ONORD is moving it away. At this range, maybe if he gets like a Mimi shot onto the IS-1, he can actually do some damage into it.
That
I didn't see he moved the
IG-33,
AA up. The AA is gonna get targeted down by the IG-33.
that's really juicy. But T-34 already engaging the IG-33, so it needs to disengage after this shot. Gets the kill though. Should retreat now. And we'll try to get a shot on something. I'm not quite sure what that is. They're actually trying to
Leader,
fight the T-34.
the off-map actually not really stopping this push. This Panzerschreck still there. Doesn't get connection with T-34. That would have really unhinged the defense here for GONZO if the T-34 went down to the Panzerschreck. But still, the Guardia suppressed and disorganized. Panzergrenadiers in the
T-34 is not
back
pulling-
still going strong.
The T-34, oh, last second save here by GONZO. Finally moving it back. Took him a while.
Break connects on the IS-1 and it kills it!
Ooh, nice. This is important. This is really important. Oh no, but don't suicide your
Stuk is running into the
Oh no, 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 no. Don't run into the
grenade.
automatic chickies. Okay, GONZO sees it, but ONORD as well. Good reaction micro there out of Mr. ONORD. And though 215 still seeing everything now, as the AA has went down, and ONORD has the big eye in the skies again.
But the sniper picks out the Pack 40 in the north. Pack 40 fails to defend itself with the HE shell. Another Pack 40 coming in and another Pack 40 coming in. I don't think that the T-34 in the town is going to have a nice easy life.
That's true, but the Pack 40s are heavy investments into something that is not infantry, and the infantry line of ONORD gets thin. Well, the only thing that GONZO is currently bringing in is infantry. T-34 goes down, but he somehow has a problem now with dealing with all the Guardias. Because there's not much left that can really deal with them. So the Pack 40s have to be careful to not be pushed over by just infantry spam.
Well, there's a machine gun still in the church tower, in the that is actually not the church tower, it's just a normal building. In the back, another Stuk coming in, and some more infantry coming in for the relief. And the last off-map charge is being used on the central town. Actually, the machine gun is targeting the second AAP piece down in the back, and another AAP piece gone for GONZO. That's two already. That's super painful, and it's gonna allow ONORD to operate unopposed with his air for some more time into B phase here.
I also don't expect GONZO to have any fighters, because what a lot of people do with 97th is just fully stacking in the P2s, because that's the most powerful air unit tab unit you have. So yeah, taking out two AA pieces, that's one A card already gone out of GONZO, means the ME410 bombers, and we already saw one of them, have quite a bit easier time. Off-map is effective though, kills off the Pack 40. MG42 now trying to stop some infantry, not quite capable of doing that.
But I mean, the entire off-map for one Pack 40? I'm not so sure about that, but he loses the infantry as it's coming in. Ah, that's so painful, he loses both infantry units as he comes in. Oh no, that was needed big time here to support that Stuk. It could have taken care of the T-34, then he has armor superiority again.
Yeah, he's really soft on infantry. Like, this is... Even losing a Stuk would have been less painful at this moment, I think, than losing those two infantry units, because he needs some meat in front of his stuff, and now the MG42 is the unit that has to tank. Pack 40? Oh no, Pack 40 is stuck at alignment, isn't it? Ah... 40 slowly moving
hill
forward.
Is cursed. Don't put anything there. You learned it right here, boys. That side of the hill is cursed. You're gonna get alignment bug. Don't do it. A witch cursed it.
Pack 40 though gets a crew panic. Doesn't get a second shot in, but at least gets one crit in onto the T-34. 20 seconds running away. Spähwagen's coming around.
W253 coming in as well. Could hunt down the T-34 as long as it's panicked. And two ME410s coming in for bombing runs.
Yes.
Hitting the infantry lightly.
And that's really good reaction on ONORD on killing off the off-maps, the AA pieces. Really allowing him now for complete air superiority here. Especially if he himself gets maybe a 20 mil out in the rear. One of the issues of 25th, and a lot of German divisions currently, is that the only AA you get is normal 20 mil.
One of the Stugs. So another ME410 coming in for the bombing run as ONORD is trying to open additional fronts, and now in the north he's sniping the Maxim gun, maybe allowing him to push a little bit further in there.
The IG-18 and IG-33 should allow his infantry for sure to do some damage in the open. GONZO is bringing in more AA as we have reached B phase. 3 37mm are the first investment in B phase for him. With the first B phase money he got onto his bank account. But that means no reinforcements for the front line in the next minutes, whilst on the other side, Panzer Grenadiers and Spähwagens have arrived. One of the Spähwagens already got took out by the T-34 though, so ONORD has to be careful around here.
The IS-2 of course coming out, needs that AA cover, but let me ask you this, do you think that GONZO has more than 2 cards of AA in this? Like 1 card in A, 1 card in B of the 37 mils?
No, he only has 4 in B. So if he loses any more here, he will suffer control of the air.
ME410. Exactly what I was getting at. Like this is probably already the last things. Like 1 more in his tab, and that's it in terms of AA for this game from GONZO's side.
Yes. Stuk getting hits on the Guardia DP. And ME410s even being used as strafers in the north, using 20 millimeters against the sniper, getting the kill there. Good hit there. Meanwhile, Pak-43, number 1, comes out. And yeah, that's the reason why you want to play 25th Panzer Grenadier maybe against this deck, as the Pak-43 is powerful against IS-2s, especially if it can sneak somewhat upon them. But there's IS-2 is not in the north, but actually in the south, so maybe being called in at the wrong spot for now.
But we've already seen that if you put it on the classic spot on the southern island, right, it will get bugged out and actually never shoot at the IS-2, causing you to rage quit the game.
Well, you have to put it a bit further in the rear. You just have to keep your units off of slopes. I have learned this the hard way as well, and people still rage about it, and obviously it's rage infusing, but you just have to keep an eye on it, as long as it is there.
Look, it's your mistake, okay? Take responsibility, players. You are supposed to just know, okay?
No, I mean, it's a shitty bug, it should be fixed, but for the moment, we should just play around it, right? Like,
classic victim blaming, you Protosucker, is what I'm hearing here. Classic victim blaming.
Just saying that people by now should have learned from past mistakes, and that it sucks, but hey. I mean, IS-2 here, hitting the Pak-40. That's not looking hot.
We see the Pak-43 actually coming in the south. I'm gonna say it right now, prediction. This Pak-43 is never gonna take a shot. Edgy prediction.
No, I think it will, because GONZO has nothing to kill it with. So he has to, like, from afar. Maybe he has P2s. Maybe he might just do that. Ooh, ONORD this time having something around to just circle. Finally has learned from last game. BF109. Yes. No, don't get too close to the front. P2 is actually coming in, but that's too early. You want to get behind it exactly right when it turns. Yeah. Now the G4...
P2 is on a weird path. It goes straight. He also doesn't have any AA himself to fall back on, which can end disastrously. But of course, if what you say is true, that GONZO might not have a fighter in this deck at all, then you know it's probably not that useful. Especially not the AA of the 25th Panzer Grand, since it's pretty bad AA.
Yeah, also good micro here when that fighter is going down. That fighter is absolutely dead. Yeah, G4's not the best fighters. That might be a problem in the long run.
Especially they go down, they get shot down like flies, right? And there's 3 AA pieces out.
And GONZO once more up under 1311. Push in the north so far looks quite potent, but P2 bomber is coming for that as well. IG-33s.
Oh!
Hopefully it doesn't get...
Ah, that hurts, losing that. No AA there to deter it at all. And you know what I'm waiting for a little bit here? The Nebelwerfer 42. Because if you bring it out, you can shoot the AA pieces one by one, and it's basically always gonna go down, right?
Yes.
So that would really... It would allow the fighters to chase the P2 bombers freely, and I think that's what he needs here if he wants to go into a longer game.
Yeah, the P2s might be a bigger problem than the IS-2 in this one. 12-12 is re-established for ONORD, but frontline not looking too hot in the south. Lost the Stuk. IS-2 still alive. AA coverage against ME410s is around. They're a bit far back, so the ME410 should at least get its bombs off. And also most likely not getting taken down, even though it will take a while to turn around. And gets the kill on the Veteradors. Should get out.
Trailing smoke already. It is pretty resilient plane.
Well, it only has medium.
P2R tries to get on the back. Oh no.
It's close.
Alright.
P2 doesn't have much frontal armor. So yeah, it has one machine gun, I think. 150 cal. So it can't really do much damage.
Part of the problem here we're seeing of having no AA at all is that GONZO can use the cheat plane, the scout plane, to just see everything. And now, see, he's bombing the Pak-43. Bowser, edge of prediction coming true? No, it survives. For now. Yeah.
Pak-43, but Pak-43 tried to roll on to the ridge, didn't it? So it might still become true, even if it starts to align, because ONORD might put it on the wrong spot on that ridge, and then it might not do that.
Might cap GONZO's northernmost reinforcement route. It's not that big of a deal because, like, just a little bit south, there's another route, but it makes it an IS-2 there.
Getting a big reaction out of GONZO for sure, but yes, keeping the Pak-43s alive will be a tough job. for...
It's gonna get murdered by this P2 now, and he's instead of buying out an APs or something, he's buying out another Pack 43 to replace it.
And
The
the BF-109 once
but-
more not getting the perfect alignment there. And micro slightly off for ONORD here. You want to get...
Oh, that Pack 43 is fucking useless now. One man left.
Yes, BF-109 and ME-410 now on the hunt. Two ME-410s actually on the hunt. Meaning that P2...
that might just be enough. Now the P2 turning in a nice way. Very nice air micro here by Gonzo.
Oh, the P2 actually might be able to shoot down the BF-109.
Okay, don't need...
Who it's... BF-109 is close to dying here. Might not survive another follow-up. P2 actually close to running out of ammo. ME-410.
He gets one!
He finally
That's a
gets
huge
one.
psychological victory right there.
Yeah, ME-410's also...
But in the south, he's falling apart. He's bringing Pack 38s to the front line there. To a front line that doesn't have a single infantry unit on it.
More Panzer Grenadiers coming in though, and the ME-410s now can bomb the IS-2. Did the P2 just... The recon P2 just killed off the ME-410, BF-109, and also I think it strafed down the Pak-43, didn't it? Or was that the IS-2?
Might have been the IS-2, right? But the rear gunner of the P2 killed the fighter, yes.
Yeah. I mean, it was kind of stupid to keep that one around, because it was every trailing black smoke. ME-410 in the south at least gets out, but is heavily damaged, so will be out for quite a while, till it gets repaired. And... yeah, ONORD...
he loses another infantry in transport on the southern hill. This is not the top ONORD performance, losing so much infantry in transports. Of course, against Stravniki, that can happen very quickly with the PTRDs, but...
Pak-43 got a shot off in the south, but that might be its only shot, because it's under fire by Stravnikis. Maybe it gets a second shot off. Ooh, okay. Actually got two off. T-34s will die to the Pak-38, but there's just no infantry to kill off the Stravnikis. There's one Panzer Grenadier around here. Stuck will try its best to do damage, but it's not known for its HE damage. Not the super stellar part of the
plane went down in the north. I'm not sure whether it was one of the ME-410s or whether it was one of the scout planes of Gonzos. And another plane going down in the center area.
Yeah, that one for sure was an ME-410 and ONORD surrenders. Ooh, not looking hot here for ONORD. Game number 2 started badly and then he had a good comeback in the middle, but Gonzo kept playing strong, especially after losing the A pieces, being more careful with the second bunch of A pieces and just not allowing ONORD anything. And to be honest, I think the biggest mistake of ONORD in this game was picking the division that he picked, because he just had nothing against PE2s. Like, nothing in his division could stop PE2s. So,
at least he needed a plan, like with the Nebelwerfers focusing down the EA so that his fighters can freely follow them. But what I think was really the key moment when the game plan for ONORD got hindered so much that he couldn't execute it anymore was when the two Martyrs actually got in range of the IS-1 within 1.5 kilometer range, so they could even use the APCR shells. And instead of getting a single penetration on the IS-1, they just all died without doing anything.
Yes. His comeback started then with the Panzerschreck getting the kill onto the IS-1 finally.
Yes.
But at that point, he already had bleeded a lot of points in the south. And as soon as Gonzo got his second bunch of AA pieces out and got the PE2 game starting, the game went south quite quickly for ONORD.
No AA at all also meant that Gonzo always knew what was coming. He always had the scout plane out, knew where the AA pieces are, the AT pieces are, like the Pak-43, could preemptively bomb them, right? The Pak-43 got bombed before it was even saw an enemy unit ever. So that's rough, and it's just one of the consequences of not bringing any AA.
Yes. But it always feels shitty to bring 20 mils. But you kind of need it. You kind of need it in that fight. And Pak-43s just fell like flies to the air. Off-map also was pretty okay for Gonzo, the first one. Getting a couple of kills onto that Pak-40 and so on. And the IS-2s in the end in the south also getting a kill on the Stuk. The one in the north getting the kill on the Pak-43. And with losing two Pak-43s already, ONORD was just out of options against IS-2s as well. Like, his deck just had no solutions for the two big things in the other deck. P2 and IS-2 at that point left, and that's why he surrendered. But
I really don't like also relying on the big AT pieces against big tanks, in my opinion. Like, it's it's so risky because so many things can meme them. If the enemy even brings something as basic as infantry up close to them, they die, right? You can of course make them work and they can do wonders, but I always feel a little uncomfortable when I need to rely on something like a Coop or a Pack 43 or a Sis 2 gun on the other side, right? To take out big tanks and I have no other option. Like that's it.
Yes, that's true. What do you expect out of game number 3? I expect a Gonzo unbalanced, at least. But, like, yeah, ONORD, I feel the picks are weird. Like, I kind of get 12 Panzer, because he's pretty good with them. But 25th Panzer Command just felt like... I mean, it's not a super duper trash division, but against 97...
He wanted to style. He's falling into the classic Ersatztruppen mindset where he's like, look, if I take the funny deck, if I lose, I just say, haha, it was just a meme. And if I win, I will, you know, oh, I discovered a new meta, right? You're hedging your bets by taking a kind of out there division so that, you know, if you lose, you can just say, blame the deck.
Hey. Yeah, I don't think that's quite ONORD move. Like, that sounds more like a Quattro U move, but I don't quite see what you see in this deck, ONORD. Maybe you can enlighten us in the chat, because especially, like, did you pick it first? You picked it first, right? So, this division feels like it's somewhat counter-pickable. And P2s just did that on their own. So, yeah. Kinda weird.
Okay, ONORD denying in chat, denying. Okay, I'm sorry, I take it back, alright?
The score now, hey Robert, is a 2-0 for Gonzo, so ONORD has to bring the reverse sweep if he wants to get the title. And yeah, I feel like game number 5 goes further and further into the distance, but I hope we still get there. I hope we will see an amazing comeback from ONORD. But please, something else than 25th Panzer Grenadier for game number 3.
It's always hard to come back from a 2-0 deficit, right? Just mentally, and it's gonna be hard. But you know, I started out saying 3-2 ONORD. I'm gonna continue believing. I believe in my man ONORD. He has all the special tricks, and he just needs to get it together, man.
Hellbreak, I don't think Flatline counters Maverick. I don't think Flatline counters anything at the moment. They just have 2 little points across the board currently. So yeah. What? Hey Robert? Trying to mock someone? Why do I try to mock someone? Lol. We just both have pretty nice looking suits, I think.
I agree.
And I also, not my first time in this suit either, so yeah.
Alright.
Even not my first time in the suit on stream, I think. Pretty sure I casted a tournament before in this one.
Oh no, Herr Robert just tries to divide us, okay?
Yeah.
You will not succeed, Herr Robert! How dare you!
Jealous people looking at our style and being like, oh my god, how can people look so good? How can people look so good? Haters gonna hate, I guess. Haters gonna hate.
Bro, Soccer, what do you think about taking like a 5-minute break so I can get myself a snack?
Let's go with that.
Alright, my man. I'll be right back in 5 or so minutes then.
Yeah.
They're gonna do bans anyway.
Yes. See you in 5.
Alright.
Everyone.
See you in 5.
Let's put an ad break in here so people don't have them later. So yeah, sorry for everyone.
Yeah.
Sorry for everyone.
Exactly.
Hashtag sellout stream. Okay, so time for the Adler push-ups till Bowser is back. As Adler has redeemed 10 push-ups. Let's do them in style. Might have to take off the jacket though. I don't think you can see that. No, still not good enough. Okay. Then I will just do them in suit with talking to you guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And here we are, back into action on the standing desk. And Bowser's back to us as well.
Yes, hello.
No, yes, that came into
imagine doing sports to, restore energy. When you can just eat some fucking sugar, man.
I actually haven't eaten anything in 40 hours now. And I still have 8 hours to go, so on that one as well. So do we have any new bands? I don't think so. No. No new bands so far. Classic. I mean, everything on the line right now, so. Oh, actually, there we go.
Oh.
Ooh. Okay. Gonzo, banning 28th and Lovash. Then, this time, ONORD learned, banning 19/7. The question is, what map are we on, ONORD? Can you enlighten us in that regard as well? 97th, 7th Mechanized, DFL. Then the Classic 17th, Classic Task Force 45, Classic 2nd Infantry as well.
Shadrin, right?
Shadrin, okay. Good map, good map. 5th Geburgsjäger, 26 guards, okay. Yeah, all the standards are banned basically this time around. I guess the only non-fully standard ban is 7th Mechanized, but with the latest buff to Soviets, this one also has come back somewhat, so I also can get behind that one.
I see Gonzo picking 358 on this map.
Ooh, that would be hot.
Yeah.
What I for sure see is Gonzo playing balance on this map.
Could be.
If only for the style points, that is.
Yeah. Now he has the maps to spare, right?
Yeah. Shadrin and we are on. Okay. Luna hates it. 358. I mean, Gonzo loves it. 358, and there's a good reason for it. But Gonzo picks first this time, and 358 still feels counterpickable with good air tap. So I don't know if it's a good first pick. Cheers, Frost.
No, I don't know. On a map like Shadrin with the Grupo Sahistiki, I don't know. I could maybe see him do it.
Yeah, he can do it, but maybe we see something else here. What other good Gonzo divisions are there around? Plenty of Jaeger is out. Lovash is out. And what do we see from ONORD is also a really big question. Right.
This is a map that allows a lot of different divisions, I would say.
Yeah, perfect class for vodka. Cheers, Vampiro. Haven't eaten in 40 hours and yet now I chuck 1 liter of vodka. What can go wrong, right?
We haven't eaten in 40 hours, bro.
Yeah. Getting a bit leaner.
To some of the chocolate, bro.
I have to get a bit leaner. So yeah, it's my classic method of losing a bit of weight. 48 hours of just fasting. And it works quite well.
Wouldn't you rather eat the chocolate?
Yeah, but that's the problem that I eat. I like it too much, so from time to time I have to put in a break there.
I mean, Ruma, it could be Ruma for Gonzo. You can play it on this map, I think. It is viable.
It is. It absolutely is. And yeah, ONORD's pick is interesting. I would expect him to stay with Axis. ONORD overall favors Axis a bit more in his play, from my memory. So yeah. Also, quite a couple of bans on overall the allies, like more bans on the allies. So we could see maybe something like 5th Geburgsjäger. Like, there's no ban on Fallschirmjägers, there's no ban on Geburgsjägers.
The Geburgsjägers are banned, right?
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
What? Oh yeah, no, they are. I'm blind.
But the Fallschirmjägers, yes.
I'm just really blind. But
And
we
it's-
have a...
Oh!
Ooh. We have balance.
44th open and picked.
Ooh.
God damn.
44th balanced versus second New Zealanders. Will we see some Kiwis getting slaughtered here? I saw really...
I'm not a fan of second New Zealand at all. No, it's one of Gonzo's personal favorites, but I don't like the second New Zealand at all.
Yeah, I know Gonzo and Sir Daniels are on the hype train there. But I feel like Sir Daniels by now is only a fanboy of Gonzo, always agreeing with him. Shout out. But
come on, Sir Daniels, let us know your protest in the chat.
Yeah,
come on.
That's the big reason here why. Sir Daniels is Gonzo? I don't think so. I think it's just Spanish love there. But 44th balanced versus second New Zealanders should be an interesting one. The question is, what is Gonzo's income? Well, we have balanced for ONORD. What will we see from Gonzo?
What a turnaround if Gonzo was actually the Maverick player here.
Juggernaut would be a classic Gonzo move, actually. Like, against balanced, he has done it before. Could also see a V for victory, but oh no, he's Maverick. Okay, he's Maverick. So ONORD actually on defense. That should be an interesting turn of events, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Also, people in the chat who say I have a cat. What the? There was a dog. Hello, sir. This is not very hard. Okay, this is what you learn in kindergarten. The dog makes woof. The cat makes meow. Okay.
Yeah, this is cats and dogs are somewhat easy to separate, and yeah, as you said, one of the earliest thing to do for sure. Yeah, what? I'm a bit more of a cat person, but I'm not really a person for either, really. So
I love them both. I grew up with both cats and dogs in my house, so
I grew up with cats, and so and the issue with cats nowadays though is that I got allergic whilst I was away. So even against the own cat of my parents, I'm allergic now, which kind of sucks.
Yes.
So
I have the same, but I don't fucking care. I just cuddle them anyway and then die. It is what it is. Sacrifices have to be made. Cats have to be pet, okay?
Well, the issue for me is...
What am I gonna do? Push the cat away?
Like
I'm not a monster.
That my allergic reaction by now against cats is less that my nose starts running or so, but more that my hands start itching, and that's kind of like I
have the same. You just have to stop giving a shit and pet the fucking cat, Proto Soccer.
True. I mean, I still do as well when I'm at home with my parents, but I feel like that's too much of a barrier for me to get a cat on my own.
Maybe. I can understand that.
Yeah, but I'm okay of accepting it when I maybe get a girlfriend with a cat or so, but I would never get one on my own. And dogs is just too much. I can't take care of myself well enough. How should I be able to take care of a dog? Like, yeah, no, that's don't know, too much time of the day for me. Like, I see the reason why, and I also, yeah, but not my kind of animal to have. Like, I'm pretty fine with every dog I meet as well, but we have some in the family as well, but nothing I would ever do myself.
It is a time investment, this is true. And so let's circle back to the matchup. 44th is a division that we usually see banned, and for good reason. Obviously, the double off map is a big reason for that. And that can help you stabilize in B phase. When you're being pushed hard by a Maverick player, you just bring out an endless amount of off-map every offensive venue, and eventually you're gonna reach C phase, hopefully, right?
Yes. It's one of the few Soviet divisions that didn't got any of the buffs lately. Like, it doesn't have Strelky SVTs, it doesn't have Strafniki's. So in that regard, it didn't get any stronger, unlike all the other Soviet divisions. But it was already pretty good in the first place, so... yeah, should be an interesting matchup. And the New Zealanders are all about that effective infantry plus Sherman combo. But against T-3045, Sherman struggle real hard. So I wonder how effective that will be.
Imagine saying Sherman and Vision in the same sentence.
Well,
I don't know about this one, sir.
They're still pretty good in helping out infantry against all the 20mm stuff and so on. Like the combination with infantry, and especially also with the anti-tank tab of New Zealanders is quite okay. As you also have the support Shermans. Like, normal Shermans on their own, not that great, but with support stack counts and support Shermans, they are a good armored force rolling around. Especially against T-34s. They're still, like, 76 ones. They're still quite powerful, but against T-34-85s, not so much. Like, they don't do anything against them, basically. So, we will see. We will see how this performs.
Also, a lot of 50mm mortars potentially in the 44th. I'm looking at the 44th right now. A lot of 2km HE weaponry with 4 cards of SU-152s. That can come in handy as well. So, we'll have to see. And I mean, of course, they don't have the new Strelki SVT, they don't have Strelki, but they still have a very large amount of Guardia DP. They have the Tankos, and I mean, just in general, a lot of cheap infantry slots, right? Which, in any case, are useful in any game. Also, a fuck ton of snipers, which can be useful if you micro them well, which ONORD definitely can. And you don't really need something like a SIS-2 gun, like that's one of the weaker tabs, right? The AT tab. But you don't really need something like that against the Sherman division necessarily, especially if you have, as you already mentioned, a lot of T-34-85s.
Yes. Yeah, the SU-152 is for sure one of the best vehicles in the game. We also tried to buff 19th Panzer with it, like the parking division. They also 19th Tank Guards Tank Corps, not Panzer, obviously, Soviet division. What am I talking about? But yeah, they also got a second card on that, and was maybe the strongest buff to them. And this deck here has 4 cards of them, which is kind of insane. Like, you can, even if you take them all in A and B, you still get 12 of them. If you start to take them in C, it gets even more insane. But yeah, Shattering will be interesting. Shattering will be interesting as well. Quite the cool map. I know some people don't like it too much, but it's one of the more interesting maps for sure. There we go.
I personally hate it, but you know, some people really like it actually, and I think it tends to favor people who's like in general, how you start off in the game is really important, right? Like the first engage. But I think on this map it matters even more. Once you get into the good position, it's very hard to push people out of the entrenched hills with forests on them.
That's true. But you also have the town, which always brings an interesting side and an interesting twist to that map, in my eyes. Which also 44th might be a bit better at, because they have the off-map. So, off-map is win town fights. That's already the case in Steel Division Normandy, and in Steel Division 2 even more so. Might be
a question here is, does he bring one of the cards in A and one of them in B? Or does he just go full on, I'm gonna just never stop off-mapping you in B with 2 off-map cards in B?
Or even the BC? Like, I could even see a B and C phase off-map, but I guess you kind of needed them earlier as balanced versus Maverick. I would expect a A and B. I
think that's too greedy.
Yeah.
Like, you probably want to bring one in on each side of the map, right? For that big hill on the edge of one side of the map, where it's always also an off-map galore, and then one for the town. So then you already spent 1 B-phase card. The question is, do you want to bring in another one for each side after that, after you've unloaded all 3 charges? Or do you kind of want to start off maybe an A phase straight away with an off map into the town? Something like that.
We will see, as game is about to start. Both people are in here. Okay, here we go. GONZO versus ONORD. We are back on a map. Krilla is open top? Yes, it is, Blackbird Blitz. But, I mean, there's no Krillas involved in this one. So, SU-152s. And a lot of Shermans. Support Shermans as well. I wonder who wins in a HE duel between a SU-152 and a support Sherman. That would be interesting. I don't think we will see that. Other stuff will get involved beforehand.
So I think generally this map is regarded as pretty balanced for both sides. Do you have a favorite side on this map? The one that you would favor in general?
I think the side where
I have it aligned like you. You can say west or east.
okay, the east side.
Oh, you just turn it around. Okay, we'll go like this.
The one where you have the two big lakes around it. I feel this is a slight bit stronger.
Okay.
But I can't really tell you why. Like I feel like it has a slight advantage in the middle.
You just have to feel the advantage, bro. Just
Yeah.
feel it. Who needs fucking arguments, bro? Just feel it. No, I was gonna actually go with the other side. I feel like the left side or the low west side is better. But I would say both sides can rush deploy onto the other side's big hill in the center. But I kind of feel like the left side is a little bit better overall. You have a better place for your AA to put, like on the north side of the hill with that little building complex, just overlooking the town to the north. You can put your AA there, and it has a lot of open ground. I never really know where to put my AA for a good placement on the right side, to be honest.
In the light forest, actually, behind the hill, is my standard go for.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But like the reason why I like the right side more is that you can go a bit easier for 15-9 in the south, because there's 3 flags pretty close to the front line. But
Okay, yeah.
for the red side, there's only 2 flags there, and you have to push down into that weird lower town to get that 15-9. So that's why I like the red side slightly more. But it's overall one of the most balanced maps where we also have pretty close to 50-50 win rate from my memory. Like, I don't have any stats by hand. Maybe if Roguish Tiger is in the chat, he kind of cannot confirm that. But I feel like this map is pretty balanced.
Yeah, no. I think we can both agree that, or most of the community agrees that this map is one of the more balanced ones in terms of sides. I mean, let's see how it goes.
Yes. T-345s from the get-go here from ONORD. On the other side, we have Wolverines, and they are capable of dealing with T-345, but not with 100% certainty. Like, the 130mm penetration versus 110mm frontal armor is still not a 100% penetration, whilst the other way around 100% is. So, should be interesting. MG42s.
T-345 is also double vet, remember?
Yes.
It's a very high veterancy base vet coming in here. And we very often see this on this map in the south, a kind of a game of chicken where both sides bring in massive amounts of weaponry directly onto the hill, because where the road enters the hill, both sides can shoot at each other. And so it often ends up like a little bit of a game of chicken. Okay, who's going to bring in some AT guns to counter the tanks, to counter the, there's like this circle of, okay, what do I think my opponent is going to bring in? And they bring in I think that he brings in, but he knows that I know that he knows, and that kind of dynamic. And it ends up usually fairly decisively in one direction or the other.
Yes, especially on this high level of play where there's not that many players around you that are on a similar level. So these two players have played each other quite a lot over the last couple of months in quick play, but also especially in tournaments. And yeah, there's for sure a meta play just between these two, not just like the overall arcing meta in the game currently, but also like, oh yeah, I know what this guy is better at than me, and I know that he sometimes overextends in that regard, and so maybe I can get on top of him there. So should be interesting what we see here with OB25s coming around. Okay, so yeah, that's.
What I find weird is on ONORD's side, he's starting with 2 AA pieces. But instead of bringing in 2 of the 25mm AA guns, which are insanely good, right, and they're cheap, in the south he starts off with a 37mm, and I'm not sure whether that isn't too big of an investment right off the bat, especially since Second New Zealand doesn't have a cluster plane or something like that anyway, right?
Ooh, that's an interesting start. That's a unit I haven't seen in years.
Like, yes.
An IL-2 HE cluster bomber. I mean, they got buffed.
What the fuck is going on?
They got buffed, but they're still trash.
Oh, he wants to pop all the transports. That's what's going on. That's what's fucking going down.
So
Eat AG clusters, my friend. GONZO is trying to migrate apart. The cluster comes in, he has to at least unload the forward ones, takes quite a lot of damage on those units actually, and more importantly maybe, all the deployment is delayed, the PTRS already rushing into position in the town, which will make it impossible to forward deploy at this point.
Yeah, interesting strategy for ONORD here. Classic ONORD kind of play, I would say. Digger leaders at least got through the 4 Gonzos, and they have a Piat, so they can pop a transport of a PTRS, so that one PTRS might go down here. Meanwhile, in the south, SG-43 against Spandaus, OB-25's trying to help out, but HE Stackhound tried to help out from the rear. One of them goes down though, to the OBs. T-30-45 also rounds. Shermans and Wolverines are slower, still coming around, not quite there yet, so...
But the IL-2 might get on the tail of that Baltimore. That would be devastating to lose it. No, but it misaligns.
Yeah, and the bomber gets through, gets the OB-25 skill, but T-30-45 still around at least. AA pieces shouldn't be able to deal with the Baltimore. T-30-45 in the open might be able to deal with it.
The problem here is the PTRS is the last thing spotting for it, right? So once that PTRS goes down, it might not even see the Wolverines at that distance.
Well, he has a P2 in disguise, and Gonzo this time doesn't have AA.
Right, the scout plane. This is right. True.
But yes, T-30-45 versus 2 Wolverines and a Sherman. I'm not quite sure if I bet on the T-30-85 in that fight. It's a good tank, but 3 versus 1 is still...
A T-34-76 coming to back it up though, and while against Sherman it might not be the best weapon of choice, but it will maybe at least eat some shots from the Wolverines, and its gun is big enough to also pen the Wolverine back, adding a little bit more damage on ONORD side in a tank fight.
Yes, ONORD getting the 1311 in the north, but maybe not quite getting as much territory as you hoped for with that push. Thanks to that one Digger leader actually securing some of the space for Gonzo. Interesting hot action out of ONORD for sure. I mean, ONORD is not here for the points. He's here for the holdout for the first 25 minutes. It's all about not getting killed off the battlefield here. So starting with 1311 must feel quite good.
Yes. And one thing that's also worth noting is the blue side will often start with a deployment onto the center hill for the red side, right? We do not see that. And so there's 2 hoplites and a flamer now on that center hill that are a little bit out of a job, because usually you don't really want to risk moving them over the open ground there. We also already see an SG-43 on the other side. And that's not, it's not the biggest investment, but it is an investment, especially for right off the bat in A phase. And maybe he's going to miss those units somewhere else, since he anticipated a push into that side of his a little bit there.
Good Wolverine micro on Gonzo. First running back so that the attack of the 2-2 is trying to aim behind them, then moving them forward. So Wolverines don't get hit too hard. One of them got hit slightly, but not damaged too much. But
leader low HP now.
Yeah, a lot of interesting fights here from the get-go. Quite a lot of play.
Yeah, exactly. It is an absolutely fantastically high level of play. And I think for now, ONORD really holding his own very well. And another thing that we cannot forget is the scout plane constantly gives him an update on the situation. He knows exactly what's going on, and he takes out one of the Wolverines with the T-34-85, and now the T-34-85 is king on the battlefield. Takes out the second one! Doesn't even get penned. That's really, really good. That will stabilize him in this area for a long time, especially since Gonzo bought in 2 Bofors to shut down the airplay. And that's gonna hinder him here for a little bit as we're heading into the 5th minute already. Still no tick for Gonzo.
Yeah, Gonzo now bringing in 17-pounders to finally deal with the T-35, but the Wolverine's just a bad investment, I would say. Like, especially in the south. Like, if you want to maybe push them around the hill or come in the... I would say Wolverines are somewhat nice on the middle hill, to then pop out from there and maybe get a shot on, like, somewhat shorter ranges onto the T-30-45, but on long range, 130mm penetration is just not enough to get secure penetrations against the T-30-45, and we just saw that. Bounces after bounces, and ONORD prevails here in that first engagement. Might not be able to... 17-pounder
is nice, but there's already an SU-152 on the hill, and if that gets lucky with the first shot, it just annihilates a 17-pounder. We'll have to wait and see how the RNG works out, and we already see, I think, at least 2 TU2s bought out for ONORD here, something that we, of course, didn't talk about extensively in when we talked about the Texas. The 44th also sports 3 cards of TU2s, which are really good bomber plays.
Yes, but this time I would expect Gonzo to have fighters, and the Spitfires, TO2 not quite as fast as the P2, so Spitfires can catch them. But we will
Yes.
see. Baltimore coming in the north, but not getting followed
Another
up as well.
IL-2 cluster run.
And the IL-2 cluster run.
Oh.
The question is, how much does it deal against units in buildings? I have no clue. I haven't seen them in so long.
Yeah, neither. It kills it! What?
Yeah, okay. Maybe
I
we
would
have...
have never guessed this. Never. This is illegal.
Maybe
What
we
are you
have
doing,
to reconsider.
ONORD?
Maybe we have to reconsider, everyone. I mean,
Secret strats being brought out here. What the?
we all saw the buff. Everyone said it was not good enough. Maybe it was good enough. I mean, obviously...
There's two 17-pounders now on the hill sharking for the T-34-85, but there's a bunch of machine guns and an OB in the way, so he needs to be careful with moving those 17-pounders.
Yes, Guardian DP is already trying to strafe them down. DP is not the most effective MGs on long range, so 17-pounder is still fully alive, but at least somewhat stressed out.
And all of the things here, the Sherman is the thing that connects to the T-34-85 and gets pinned. Out of all the, weaponry here, exactly the Sherman, which you don't want to engage, gets that weird line of sight to the T-34-85.
Yeah, 70-pounders should be able to see it in a second. They're still coming up the hill. Stackhound, though, might go down beforehand.
SU-152 hits it immediately before it gets even shot off and it's dead!
First one down. 70-pounder now coming around. Doesn't hit. T-34-85 doesn't hit onto the Stackhound, but 17-pounder is still around.
Does he move the T-34-85 back? No, he's just letting it sit there. It's a bit dangerous.
SG-43, though, engaging onto the 17-pounder as well. 70-pounder might not get another shot off.
Firing?
Nope, it's pinned down. So T-34-85...
It's not a pen, but I mean, it's kind of dead now, right?
But yeah, once the 70-pounder is going down, Sherman also going down, this is it. Yeah, I could see Gonzo tapping out early here. Like,
I could also, this has been so inefficient for him. He'll need to spend his entire B-phase income to come back, and that's not what you want in the balance of Maverick income. That's exactly what you want to avoid, right? You want to get an advantage and then completely break your opponent in B, not be on the back foot and then equalize in B, because then you're dead.
Yes, exactly. Like SU-152, there's just so much firepower now for ONORD, and there's like no utility left for Gonzo whatsoever. Two new Shermans coming up, but Shermans, we already saw them fail once. We will see them fail once again, most likely, against
I also highly question bringing in two Bofors guns when Gonzo did. I mean, on the one hand, he needed like to at least disrupt the bombing of his opponent a little bit, but the T2s can still drop their bombs, and two Bofors is a massive investment in A phase.
Yes. North, Gonzo at least got his flag back, but that's not what he needs, right? He needs some successes here. It's still A phase. His super explosive income is still to come, but it's not looking hot here whatsoever.
I mean, here's the next thing, right? He has now the two Bofors in the south. Alright, it just brings in the Tier 2s for continuous rounds in the north then, right? They're both in one position and don't cover even half the map.
Yes. Like, even the hill in the middle is bombable for it.
Yeah, exactly.
OB-25 coming in the south. Guardia DP's coming in here as well. 85mm support gun. So more AA as well. So Gonzo's Baltimore's will not get any runs through in the south either. And the 85mm also good as dual purpose anti-tank gun as well against anything that ONORD, that Gonzo can bring around. Like, all of that is easily penetrated by the 85mm.
I don't know if ONORD has another T-34-85 in A phase, but I think that's the next thing to really completing the defense here in this area to making it almost unbreakable. Because right now, the tank defense relies a little bit, it lies a little bit on the back of that one T-34-85 that was already penetrated once. So if you had the Zenart 85mm is gonna alleviate that somewhat, but a second larger tank is gonna make it
and ONORD
almost
is
unbreakable.
exactly doing what you told him to do. As the Bofors are in the south, 2-2s came in the north, killed a leader and a full Oblita squad. Now IL-2 with cluster bombs coming around once more. Will that be another Oblitas completely annihilated? Not quite, but 10 hit points down, so yeah, kinda useless now.
That's the IL-2 new meta, boys. Say it in the chat. What the fuck is this chat unit that we haven't been told about?
Yeah, ONORD coming in with the secret strats, and he needs them. He is down 2-0, so he needs this game, but it's looking like the comeback is starting. He's getting momentum in this game for sure. Second T-34-85 coming in for the south as well. ONORD up on the 14-10, and we might have a series at hand here, guys. Guardia DP's for the push in the hill. Oblitas versus them in the cover, but there's SU-152 coming around, another Guardian DP coming in. So the center is also in danger of getting overrun here. And it's the Kataromis actually engaging. You don't want to engage with them. They only have Lee Enfields. And yeah, Lee Enfields not doing any damage, basically. Especially not if you only have 3 of them. GONZO?
Look at all the infantry call-ins in the north for GONZO, but remember what we talked about with the off-maps. We haven't seen an A-phase off-map.
And we are in B phase. And it would be insane if he has them all in C. Like, he must have one in B.
No way.
So,
he must have one in B.
a big infantry concentration like this is a perfect find for them.
T-34-85 going into close range combat mode against those Shermans. It's a little bit on the slope though, could be bugged.
Ooh, needs to get slightly further forward. German bounces though. T-35 comes around.
It's bugged, it's now the
no.
Sherman. Oh, but it dies in CQC there. And now the Shermans actually connect back to the AA, but there is already a whole lot of firepower retaliating against the Shermans.
Yeah. SU-152 shooting back, T-34-85 from the rear coming in as well. OB-25 is shooting against Digger Piats and CQC. OB-25 taking a bit too long to align. That should be a dead OB-25. But ONORD is at a 59 as balanced in the beginning of B phase versus the Maverick player. And that, if he doesn't heavily overextend, should be a somewhat easy game from here on out. OB-25 also connecting with the 6-pounder, so another tool that can deal with the T-34-85s going down. And that's a lot of tools going down to deal with these medium-sized, or like light-heavy tanks, I would call them, the T-34-85, because we saw already a full card of A-phase 17-pounders going down. Now the 6-pounder is starting to die as well. Wolverines in A-phase went down as well. We have more Wolverines coming, but GONZO running out of options here.
I also think that we just see a Baltimore go down, right? Was that a Baltimore?
That was a Baltimore. As there are 3 AA pieces in the south now. A 25mm, a 37mm, and the 85mm. The best of the best. The creme de la creme of AA.
Piat might connect to the T-34-85 though on the hill.
Ooh. But it's still a Piat.
Get out of there.
Ooh.
I mean, it is a Piat, so, you know. It does a Piat.
It's a Piat.
The classic move.
Yeah. I want to see a $sign Piat in the chat in remembrance of the first SOD bot and Embed's genius idea. 85mm versus Wolverines. Not good for the Wolverines. First Wolverine bites the dust and GONZO's out of here. Sherman down. Wolverines will not survive the fight in the center either. OB-25 and 85mm on its tail.
Oh, one more track's broken from the HE shell.
Yeah, and there goes the Wolverine. And GONZO's out of steam in the south. His push in the north is not getting anywhere either. He has a lot of infantry there, but I mean, all ONORD has to do to stop this is calling in an off-map finally, or just bomb it into the grounds with 2-2s.
Yeah.
And we are already halfway through B phase.
The asset that most people would point out as the strongest, the most distinguishing strength of 44th. The off maps have not hit the field at all yet. He's, you know, comfortably defending with everything else.
Yeah, T-34-85 on the southern hill, on the push. More T-34s coming in. There's not a single tank left in the south. Now 4 Wolverines at the battlefield, but they already did nothing so far. Like, the 4 Wolverines we saw so far from GONZO did absolutely jack. And he brings it 4 more? Well, let's see if they can do any better. They really need to. Like, they have to go up and beyond to actually do something. Whilst in the north, our good old friend, the IL-2 cluster bomber, is once more on it.
I mean, the off-map cars are coming in for GONZO rather than for ONORD, but it could be intercepted in where it is right now.
IL-2 cluster bomber goes out. Gets
GONZO really struggling to even get off the tick. Like, it's halfway through B phase.
And he has no big formation anywhere. Like, he has an off-map in the south now, he has Wolverines. But these 4 Wolverines really have to go up and beyond for him, and I just don't see it. Like, they don't have anything in front of them to support them. The SU-152s and the 85mm AA gun already on their own would make them struggle. Sniper Harries also start to take out the Bofors. So,
and I mean, at this rate, at the T-34, 85, 44 version, on the hill actually can start shooting at these Wolverines because it has 2-kilometer range and is doing so while they can't even shoot back yet. A 17-pounder coming in though, that could be dangerous.
yes, but I mean,
yeah, I mean, even
ONORD
if it kills
doesn't have to fight here.
Like, that's not gonna win the game.
Yeah, ONORD doesn't have to fight here. He can just ignore that 17-pounder, roll back a bit, get out of line of sight. He doesn't do so just yet. Shoots at least once on it, but I mean, gets a kill, gets out before the 17-pounder can retaliate. And the L2 in the north stops any ambitions of Gonzo there. He got one flag there, but that's only enough to bring him back to the 12-12 as he lost one in the south, and now a 2-2 comes in. Can't be shut down by fighters because there's 2 good AA guns for ONORD up there as well, and the L2. So the 2-2 will get through, will get a good bombing run in as well. And Gonzo is just completely dead here. Really strong play so far from ONORD in this game. And yeah, Wolverines just not being good units, it feels like. At least not in this matchup.
Excellent game by ONORD. Excellent. Truly a masterclass. In the town as well, you can see it's only CQC infantry for ONORD. He's relying on that defensive mindset where you sit on Ofto in a house, and the Oplites are excellent infantry, but they cannot overwhelm an Ofto Machiki in one-on-one in a sub 100 meter fight. So really using the city terrain defensively very well here.
Yes, and keeps the 2-2s in the north as there's no AA for Gonzo there. Meanwhile, Guardias pushing in the south. Wolverines opening fire finally, but I mean, they don't have too much HE output, and as I said, ONORD doesn't have to get where he's going right now. He can always retreat without any problems. We are really close to the 20-minute mark. Gonzo now fully all-inning in the south. Hell of a lot of field engineers rolling in, but I don't see them winning the game here. Off map, at least gets the Sniper, but
getting one sniper, that's not what you're looking for.
Yeah, he maybe hopes for getting the SU. Doesn't really even stress out anything. Wolverine gets the loader wounded already, thanks to more Guardia DP PTRD fire. PTRD's still doing good job here once more. Meanwhile, the 2-2 train in the north just keeps on coming. And it won't stop coming.
And I mean, in the center, it's a single Oplite holding the entire center. If that Oplite dies, like, he might even lose 3 or 4 flags here, just because there's absolutely nothing left behind them.
And at this point, I don't know why Gonzo stays in this one. Like, mindset-wise, I guess Gonzo's always someone who plays it pretty long, but mindset-wise, as the guy who's on matchboard anyways, and still has 2 more games to go through, like, why just not put a check mark
maybe to exhaust ONORD, but from how I know ONORD, this is actually gonna work in favor of his, of the mental game here for him. Like, he's playing his best right now. He's owning him, right? He shows that he's totally on par with Gonzo. If things go slightly his way, he can, continue on that trajectory and give Gonzo a run for his money. And the longer he's in this game, the more he feels that, right?
Yeah, Gonzo now pushing it with Wolverines, trying to get the Guardias. Wolverines not doing too badly this time, but there's 2 SC-152s, 1 T-3485, still that AA piece, still...
I mean, he's down 59. Who the fuck cares if it takes the
kill, and he only has
1 minute left until C-phase.
He only has 1 good minute. In the north, he still gets blown into smithereens. Like, even if he wins the south now, the north is about to fall. T-3485 will deal with the Sherman, no problem. The Oblitas get bullied as well, and one of the issues of a lot of Commonwealth infantry, a lot of the rifles and Oblitas and so on, is that they don't have any AT weapons on them, the basic versions. So you can't even go pretty deep with a T-3485 against them. 2-2 comes now in with a bombing run, will get rid of the Oblitas, will make it a 69 for ONORD here. Maybe, not quite, but I mean 59 is all he needs here.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't even need the 59, right? And that the fact there's no AA at all in the north, and we also haven't seen a single fighter from Gonzo. He just freely bombs everything he wants. T2 also now coming up to snipe the 17-pounder, and there's simply no opposition at all to these bombing runs.
Yes, and especially also to the P2 recon planes. And the amount of intel both players so far have gained out of uncontested recon planes in some of the games is insane. 17-pounder now around, but SU-152 one-shot one of them. The second one is not around to retaliate, and it doesn't want to follow its brother in there in the same fate. T-34 versus Wolverine, but Wolverine has a really slow turret rotation. Like, it's not an alignment bug this time, guys. It's just Wolverine having one of the slowest turrets in game. Only topped, I think, by the 1 Panzer IV without any motorized turret rotation. So one of the Wolverines goes down to the T-34. Second one now under fire. Is close. Already got penetrated once. Lucky crit there. But it doesn't matter. It's a 14-10 for ONORD. ONORD has air superiority. And now we are on C phase, where he just gets an insane income whilst Gonzo doesn't get anything, basically. Like, Gonzo is left on breadcrumbs that are lying around. And IL-2's still coming in. Will kill one more infantry unit here. The hero of this game. Like, that start was interesting. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, and I mean, it definitely helped out. And I think it also threw Gonzo off his balance a little bit, where it's like, what? What the fuck? Fucking cluster plane? He split it up, right? And then he arrived late into the town and everything. And I feel like it was just a little bit off balance kind of in this game. And that start might have just caused that.
And we have a series at hand. ONORD gets finally a point on the board. And brings us into at least 4 games. So that's good to see. Gonzo is stopped on his clean path to a 3-0. Now has to fight in one more game, and ONORD really styling on Gonzo in this one. Having 2-0 KD, 2-1 KD, 2-0, what? And that with balance versus Maverick. Nice. I like it. I like it a lot. GGVP here to ONORD, showing us a new strategy. And that's, as someone who likes airplanes, the best part of this. Another airplane I can use to bully noobs on the ladder. That's all I need.
Oh man, I'm feeling better about my ONORD 3-2 prediction now. I believe in ONORD. If you're in chat, you can do it, my man. You can do it.
Yes. GGVP here in this game, and that brings us. What kind of kills do we had here? How many kills did that IL-2 get? I only got 2 confirmed kills, but it dealt quite a lot of damage.
Yes. Definitely had a lot of utility out of that plane. I feel like the reload time was also really low, right? Like it came in all the fucking time.
It's pretty low on reload, and it's also pretty cheap plane. Like, it costs 80 points, I think. So it's not an expensive opener. Like, it's 115 points for that cluster plus that recon plane. That's basically nothing.
There's fighters that cost more.
Yes. And the IL-2 can defend itself against fighters. Especially it has a P2 with a rear gunner as well. It's even only 75 points. Wow. Yeah, these things are dirt cheap. And they have 223mm, so they can even do ground strafing here. Ooh. And next map, okay, we finally have the Triumvirate of Slutsk. Next map will actually be Slutsk East. Wow. Okay, didn't expect that.
What? Slutsk East? Oh my god. Oh, somebody likes to gamble getting the good side here.
Yes, it was buffed. I mean, it was buffed like 2 patches ago. No, 3 patches ago, I think. Like, it was patched end of last year. But everyone was still telling me it's shit. So I never tried to test it around myself. But damn, it actually does some stuff now.
ATAG actually pointing something very interesting out in chat. You know, all the people always cry, "Oh, Soviets, too bad."
I mean, they just got buffed.
Every single map so far was won by a Soviet division.
I mean, they just got buffed, right? So.
Yeah, but not the decks that were played.
But nobody complained about the decks that were played, to be fair. Like, they were, like, 44 was already pretty much banned beforehand, and so were 97.
Stop being reasonable and hammer the people who said Soviets bad with me, Proto Soccer.
Yeah. Sorry. Soviets suffered. Yeah, Soviets suffer hard. I mean, so does all the Wehrmacht, right? Wehrmacht never was meta. It's obviously, like, that's the Steam forum for you, basically, in these 2 sections. You either have Soviets suffering, or you have the Wehrmacht suffering, but it's basically always on the same time as well. Like,
yeah, people just cry about their favorite toy, right?
Yes. Meanwhile, only thing I want to see is third VDV finally becoming really the best division out there.
I mean, it's pretty good on some maps, I would say. Like, it definitely has its place.
It also got buffed quite big with the latest patch, in that you now have more shots with the 120mm mortars, and it has the best 20mm mortars, 120mm mortars, as it has radio versions of them. So
Yes.
that one is actually quite big. And then there's also one small buff that they also received of the Soviet buffs that I don't remember which one it was actually. But yeah, hot game number 2 and 3. Like, nice.
All right.
So Slutsk East. Okay, so I hope we will see. I hope we will see a ban on 97th again. I don't want to see 3 wins for GONZO with 97th on Slutsk. I hope ONORD keeps that in mind. Keeps that.
Yes. I hope so too.
And then I kind of hope that ONORD gets the good side of the map. Like, I predicted 3-1 for GONZO, but I kind of hope that ONORD gets the good side of the map so that we can get to the game 5 I want to be at.
Then game 5 on Harushaya, please. Make it happen.
Yeah.
Maybe Tannenberg would also be fine. That gives... So far, every game I've casted on Tannenberg was fantastic.
Or just pick Gore for the memes. But yeah.
I'm gonna alter 4 if you take Goro. Don't do it.
Kostritza would be interesting as well. Like,
also interesting, yeah.
But obviously, it's also somewhat up to what the maps they get, right, with the new system. So it's not fully up to the play.
What is this? I read in chat. No, we have to immediately push back. Also, if I win this, we're not doing game 5 now. What? I thought that we were prepared to cast this until midnight, sir. It's only 8.
Yeah, no, yeah. What, ONORD?
Insolence.
Yeah, we have a live final here.
You can take a 10-minute PP break, okay?
Not even close.
Maximum.
Yeah. Everyone is here, ONORD, to see you win this thing when it comes to game 5.
Exactly. When it goes to game 5, okay, here's the prediction. If it goes to game 5, I'm gonna throw in my 58k points into ONORD, okay? ONORD, don't you fucking disappoint me. I need those points to troll Proto Soccer during his streams with sound alerts. They're vital, okay? They're vital.
I mean, you
can fucking win that game if I bet all my 58k points.
You can even get your own sound alert with that amount of points. If you want to. We have a couple of interesting ones. We even had one that got me copyright striked on YouTube already. Or not copyright strike, but it got some of the semifinal muted because it was too long. It was too long snippet out of a song. So it was like muted 5 minutes of my video straight. That was not so good for YouTube, turns out.
Beautiful. But I'm pretty sure you can also put the alerts on a separate voice track so that the sound is not heard on the VOD.
Yeah, I should do that. But for that, I have to do even more on my stream. Get even more professional. Get on your level, yeah.
My level, true.
And yeah, for everyone...
You know, as everyone knows in chat, my stream very professional, okay? I never get emotional, never shout, okay? Always very objective, okay?
Never.
Even when my best friend Proto Soccer trolls me with map picks, okay? I'm always I'm in equilibrium, okay? Emotional, I'm like a Buddhist monk, bro.
Yeah, always fully reasonable with the...
always reasonable.
Yeah.
Never salty.
There's... You basically die when you go to El Bowser's chat because you don't get enough salt. That's
exactly. Just, you know, that's the main criticism really of the stream. People are like, Bowser, can you please get a bit more emotional? Like, it's a bit boring. Just, you know, actually show your emotion and your opinion for once.
I actually did your...
But I just don't do it, you know, I just sit there quiet the entire time.
More push-ups, guys. More push-ups. 20 more push-ups. For the chat ensued. But I don't think you can see much. That's the problem. I still have to find a back alert loadout. Maybe I have to get a second cam just for that, I guess. Maybe I have to get even more professional for that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20.
Sorry, guys, I will ask. Once he has his headset back on. Brother Soccer, do you have your headset back on?
I don't have a headset.
Oh, okay, sorry. Then, do you actually wear the trousers of a suit?
Yeah.
Very weird. Very weird. I will not stand up, chat. Don't even ask for it, okay?
I even had the shoes on at the in the first match.
You have shoes on. What the fuck?
No, not anymore.
You're in your...
Not anymore, but I had them on. I was fully dressed up. Yeah. Nice.
Look. 10 subs right now. 10 gift subs right now for Brother Soccer in his channel. I stand up. You can see the full extent of my caster hardware, okay?
Can we get Mr. Bowser to stand up, guys? It's no. Have you seen Mr. Bowser's tie? Ich rasier dich. Would the CDU member ever wear something like that? Their brain would explode if they would see such a tie. They can't comprehend such un-Germanness.
Of course. I mean, the classic CDU mixture, you know, Eastern German guy who has Lenin beard and Austrian.
Yeah.
This is the classic clientele of CDU.
Obviously.
All right, how are we looking on those bans? I've been looking at the chat, but maybe I missed them.
ONORD says
he's player 1. Oh, he's player 2.
They just told us who's player 1 and who's player 2.
Okay, let's...
Oh, there we go. ONORD coming right in hot there.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, and the most important ban right at the beginning. Yes. 97th is out. Task Force 45 is out. Wait, what? Oh, 78, 44, and 28. Ooh! And Homer's awesome. Wants to see Albaldo stand up.
Homer's awesome. I'll have to show you my cursed setup now, okay? My home casting setup, okay? Here's my shout out to all the boys in home office, okay? If your boss is super weird and he makes you wear a suit despite you being in home office, okay? First of all, just realize that's a little bit weird. But second of all, here's how you fool him, okay? Fuck that guy, okay? Just wear your cozy trousers, bro.
I expected hot pants.
It is hot pants, sir.
Slightly disappointed, but at least we saw.
What do you mean? Hello, I just got you 10 subs, bro.
You got me 10 subs, but I still feel kind of debated. Because I expected something.
Did you think that I'm sitting here in underwear?
No, not underwear. I didn't expect underwear, but I expected something, at least a Goard trouser or something like that, like something a bit more. Because I don't think they're like, people always tell me, oh yeah, a full suit, oh my god. But I think the only, like the shirt and the tie are uncomfortable, but the suit itself is pretty comfy. Like even the trousers as well. I think it's quite a lot.
I have 0% problem with a suit, man. I used to sit around and everywhere with a suit for my job, so if your suit is uncomfortable, I'm sorry to tell you, you have a shit suit. Get a better one.
Exactly. So yeah, the shoes were a bit uncomfortable, especially when doing push-ups.
Understandable.
But yeah, a lot of lovely people now can spam lovely emotes, including Sir Daniels, who did ignore our bait. That's pretty Daniels like to not take our bait earlier. But Reef, Puritaner, Larry the Fisherman, the Fondle, the Grand Slam, the Memes, and Kingu, Sir Daniels Funk, and Max24DJ can now spam something like Lovas.
Alright, let's maybe talk about the bands a little bit here.
Yes.
We have 97 for Task Force 45, both of those very understandable. Then Gonzo banned 78th, 44. So 78th Sturm, 44th, and 28th Jaeger. That is okay. Don't really see why you would ban 28th Jaeger on Slotskist.
Yeah, no,
But okay.
that seems such a Gonzo ban. Out of the blue. But and he is really afraid of the bomber in Nordland, it seems, because he bans Nordland and 17th as well. That's interesting. And yeah, but the 79th is the 97th ban is the most important out of all of them. We will not see Gonzo getting the whole championship with only one division. So that's good.
And ONORD bans 2nd Infantry. I think that was pretty obvious. Then 7th Mech. I also think that was pretty obvious. And then DFL. Okay, we've not seen DFL banned all the time, but I think on this map, I can see why.
Yes. And Task Force 45, also classic ban. Absolutely. And you can do every time of the day. No, I'm pretty sure you got your sub previously, Reef. Oh no, you also got it from... Oh my god. Homer's awesome, yeah. Nice. And yeah, we got Mr. Albowser's lovely, lovely pants. But as I said, I mean, can't you at least have them in the fancy color? But I guess that's... Like, from far away, you can even walk with them without your boss realizing that it's not a suit.
Look, you never stand up, okay? I mean, in here's the real home office advice, okay? If you're in a big call, just turn off your camera, bro, and
Obviously.
like do something else. You know, do your laundry, okay? You know, watch a stream, watch the SDL finals, okay? Who's gonna know, okay?
Yeah, that's
just say a coworker did wrong, okay? You're like, oh, I thought Mark was supposed to do that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's what I also always did when I was on like a Zoom call. So having my headphones on that were Wi-Fi, and then just like cooking for the day or something whilst big conference was going on. Also my advice there, yeah. But maybe the times of home office are somewhat over again. At least.
True. For many people.
We'll see.
All right. So what are it's allies versus allies. I think the Nordland ban is giga weird, but I don't know. He has banned it so often now. Maybe it's just particularly afraid of ONORD's Nordland, but
that might be the case. I guess ONORD has played it before. I'm pretty sure, from what I remember. So yeah, that might just be a personal pick against ONORD. But what does Nordland even have? Like, they have the Bomber, obviously. But other than that, normal Panzer Grenadiers, Panthers and Stokes, not a combo you're afraid of. The IG-33 card and Stuka-Zufus, sure. But there's really nothing in this deck that I would say I'm super afraid of.
Oh, Yabo gifting out another 10! Wow!
Nice, Mr. Yabo. Daytag, Kavarak. A lot of people now can spam lovely emojis, and then some ugly ones that I created. The lovely ones are from Gunmetal Stock. Nice. And yeah.
Nice.
Hope you're all having a good time. And Don Draper is saying Messi 10 more times here, I guess. One of the best shows I have watched like in the last 2 years. So I've watched a lot of shows over COVID, I guess. But Mad Men was one of my favorites, actually. Especially as it has an ending that is somewhat satisfying. Which is always the biggest issue with shows, I guess.
That escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
I just wish we got the picks now, because I'm interested to see where this goes. So far, really the kind of storyline with Gonzo being the little bit more defensive player, balanced, focused, and so on, really not coming true with both players picking Maverick in the first 2 matchups, and then the game's actually not being decided by like the long artillery game or whatever. And Gonzo also not winning through that at all, right? And then in the 3rd game, actually, the turnaround with ONORD taking balanced. And I just want to see where this goes now.
Same. I would expect them. They don't... Has Gonzo put anything into the Discord, maybe? I don't think so. Doesn't look like it, no. Huh. No. What's going on here?
I think Slutsk East. What do you think about balanced on Slutsk East?
Satsuki is just such a gamble with the side that I don't want to pick balance there.
Just do it!
But
Make your dreams come true!
In a weird way, that's exactly maybe why I would pick it, because if you get the good side, right, you go, alright man, I just have to not die and I'm Gucci, right? Because I have the balanced. And if you get the bad side, you can at least go into it with the mentality of, okay, you know, I have the bad side, but instead of having to all out assault the hill and like either do it or die trying, I can also play for the long game with my balance and be like, alright, as long as you don't kill me, as long as you don't push me to a 15-9, I give up the hill and then I just come back with my balanced income.
that's kind of true. But what division would you pick for balance then? Like, because I feel like picking divisions for Slutsk East is always kind of hard.
True.
Because it's just such an all-around division. And you, as I said, you also never know which side you get. And both sides play quite differently. So...
Okay, so we have some divisions open, like the 5th Cav, I think can be pretty good on this map. All Fallschirmjäger is open, 5th Gebirgs is open, 20th Panzer is open, can be really good on this map, I would say. First Polish could be good. We haven't seen 8th Indian a single time this series so far.
I have to stop you there. We have an insane matchup. We have Balanced versus Juggernaut. And we have 21st Panzer, hashtag King Tiger action, versus 84th. So maybe one more big boy action. Maybe one more big boy action here coming in the game number 4. And Balanced versus Juggernaut. Oh my god, yeah, okay. Gonzo really wants the game number 5, and he really wants us to go till midnight, playing the War of Attrition there, versus Mr. ONORD. Damn.
That's such a meme matchup. In 21st Panzer, I think is the much more normal pick compared to 84th. I think 84th is per se not such a horrible deck, and I mean on this map, Gonzo obviously picks it for the ample IS2s in it, right? But I think it just doesn't have that much else for it going. It's like the standard IS2 division kind of deck, right? But it so far also one of the things that has gone really well for Gonzo in most games and has not gone well for him in the 3rd game is spamming the opponent with P2s. The 84th does not have P2s.
Yes. It has P3s, which are the fighter bomber version, so they have to get close to the enemy. It has IL-237s, which can be quite dangerous against 21st. But 21st has a way better fighter. Like, they have the Focke Wolf versus the Yak 1B. Yak 1B I like somewhat, because it's really maneuverable, but not on Slutsk East. And yes, you only have one card of T-34s for the hill fight. Your IS-2s versus King Tiger is also a dangerous engagement in the open. And
how is this reality? We might really, unironically, have a King Tiger versus IS-2 engagement in the Steel Division League Division 1 finals. What the fuck is going on? Chat, give me some fucking hype. Where are you?
Big
King
metal
Tiger
boxes.
deck versus IS-2 deck on an open map. Come on, you guys are supposed to be fucking crazy right now.
Here we go. The hype is real. Saperi Rocks and Shavnikis are the 2 units that got buffed in 84. So it's slightly better, but I don't think that's good enough to really make it a top deck either. So interesting picks here for both players. Really, really hot picks. And 21st is a obviously all-time favorite. It's not just the King Tigers in that deck. It has a lot of other flavor in it as well.
Yeah, it's such a flavorful deck. It has the Sturmpanzer, right? Can be very nice. And actually a very unique artillery tab as well.
Yes.
Lots of things in it are super cool.
And the Lorraine just got buffed. The Lorraine got cheaper, so you could even use that now. It's still at the 105mm with 4 rounds per minute, so it's not amazing. But you also got the off map. You got Rheinwerfers, which are one of my favorite artillery pieces in Steel Division. That insta mortar barrage.
Exactly. Rheinwerfer is amazing, right?
Yeah. And then your infantry tab is not amazing, but it's not the worst in a tank division either. So, and then the tank tab has a good mix of the Sherman together with the Panzer IV, which is also quite good backbone. And if you really want a meme, you bring out the 35S, the French little
Wait, did
meme.
you remove the rocket artillery thing, the Wurfrahmen from 21st? It had an artillery piece that had like rockets attached to the side, didn't it? Am I going crazy?
It only has the Warp Ramen, I think, the 35H, yeah.
Ah,
But it only has that one. Only has 4 rockets, which is my issue with it. It's quite unpredictable.
yeah, but dude, I'm in my 21st, and it doesn't have a roof. Ah, because I selected it. I'm a dumbass. Sorry. Yes. Yeah. That's what I meant. Yeah. I mean, I think it's so. You can bring it against something like the IS-2 deck, I think, but maybe you just don't have space for it in your deck, right?
Yes. And game is not going on, I don't think. No, that's a different game. That's not named after them, and that's also a game starting with 500 points. That would be really weird. Hey, let's just go off rules. Everything goes. Let's play the final game on Kostritsa tactical map. Hey ho, let's go. Absolute full-on meme. Actually,
another thing that's sometimes not mentioned is it's got a lot of meme cars. 21st Panzer has cheap recon slots and a lot of nice meme cars.
Yeah, a lot of 222s.
That could come in very handy as well.
Yeah, it's just a pretty well-rounded division. With the infantry tab being the weakest of the bunch, and the half-tracks being absolute garbage that they have, because they're so goddamn slow.
The French half-tracks are complete garbage.
Yeah, and they also can cost
they hurt. They actually hurt you. Never bring them.
Yeah, if they would cost 5 points, you might start considering. If they would come for free, you might take them. But even then, like the 45 speed is just so rough.
Yes. Like maybe for the C-phase longevity unit, but even there, often you want them to be like they're just so slow, and that really hurts with bringing in infantry.
Yes. So do we have a game lobby set up just yet? I don't think so.
I mean, let's bring the following fact to the attention of the viewers. Probably they need to make a balanced and Juggernaut version of their decks, because no one has a balanced 21st Panzer lying around or any Juggernaut deck lying around.
GONZO has Juggernaut decks lying around, but I don't think 84th. I have seen him quite a couple of times picking Juggernaut as the counter pick for balance by now. Okay. Especially since we have the time limit, because he likes longer games. He just doesn't like it without time limit, just like me. But I don't think he has an 84th Juggernaut lying around. That's true. And yes, will be an interesting matchup. Now GONZO coming from the other direction onto the balanced attempt of ONORD, after ONORD lost twice in the Maverick matchup. Now winning with balance versus Maverick, but now Juggernaut versus balanced. Interesting.
I think that usually either the Juggernaut or the balanced player will have kind of won before C-phase is even reached, but let's see. Maybe it's gonna be, especially on this map, right? You can often kind of see the trend, but I'm really afraid for ONORD if he gets the bad side with this income matchup, because it will mean that despite not having the huge spike advantage of Maverick versus balanced, he'll have to take the hill.
Yeah, trying to push onto it with only 200 points more will be really rough.
Maybe he'll not even go for it. Maybe he'll just say, fuck that you have more C-phase income. I'll just use my 200 extra points to bring out extra artillery or something, and then just grind you down despite you having 20 points more in C per minute.
I was about to say I get a King Tiger out, but 200 points is not even a King Tiger. So his advantage can't even be measured in King Tigers. So will be interesting. And I'm also interested to see if we see King Tigers, and if so, how many. King Tigers are a weird unit, and most people don't have too much experience with them. Most people means everyone but Quadro U, basically. So let's see. And,
oh my god, if he wants to troll hard, he's gonna do the Quadro U double King Tigers.
Well, at least in 21st you have the affordable ones, but I don't think he will do that. I could see a 1 King Tiger start for the open, actually. I mean, I did that once before against a
It's so
certain streamer.
vulnerable, and then you lose your AA once, or it's suppressed or something, and then one IL2 comes in and gets a lucky side shot or something. And for what, right? Like, is there really that much to gain out in the open with a single King Tiger in the start?
I don't know. I mean, if it would be a King Tiger start, you would have to invest more than that. Obviously, you would have to get a Krilla as well there, and then obviously some more AA pieces, and then have to risk losing the hill, obviously. But
Yeah.
I could see it as a like full-on assault on the open King Tiger plus support, obviously. Like, you need the AA 100%, and then you also need some more HE value tanks, like a Storm Tiger, or not Storm Tiger, but
Spotter.
Sturmpanzer, or Krilla.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, game not up yet.
it might take longer for building it.
Yeah, I mean,
What is this upper game, actually? I can't even spectate. That's so weird. Did you see running games so you can't even spectate? Why, Eugen? Why? What is the point in seeing them?
antagonizing you, just like every feature in Eugen games.
Well, Daytag, we don't play enough 10v10s for loving King Tigers. I'm sorry. And we're not quite for you. Or Reef, for that matter. Reef also, yeah, showed me a video. I mean, I lately got also a game in quick play against someone who didn't have too much experience, where I also did a double King Tiger start, and it felt really, really dirty. And I felt really, really bad for bullying that poor guy. But in a normal game, it just doesn't work. Single King Tiger start already really, really risky.
Yes.
And I guess I would rather like to see the King Tiger as a reaction when we see the first IS-2. Because we will see IS-2s. You can't play 84th without IS-2s. Unlike like something like 97th or so. Like some other IS-2 divisions, you can play without them. This one you fully can't. Like,
yeah, it's just, it only has a single card of T-34s, right? And then the only armor you have left is IS-2, so...
Yes. No support ISU 152s or so either, so it's full on IS-2s after that.
Yeah. I mean, Daytech is saying we don't love the KT. Of course we love the KT, but then it's a very edge unit, right? But in this particular matchup, it actually could have utility in the IS-2, in fighting the IS-2s out in the open.
I mean, it's not that we don't like them, but it's just super hard to use them. And
Yes.
I don't like a double King Tiger opening just for the trolls. Like, a good King Tiger game is fun to watch. I recommend, if you go actually down in my on my Twitch and scroll a bit further for one of my highlight videos, that's actually a King Tiger game. You wouldn't believe it, and you wouldn't believe who I played against in that game.
No, don't go there. Don't go there, okay?
And it was the same map, actually. It was also the same
It
map.
was actually on this map as well.
Yeah.
Suffering. But that was 25 metas ago.
The
game is up. The game is up.
Nice. Let's go. Let's hope. Yeah, let's see who has the good side. I kind of hope ONORD.
We can't see it yet. Can't
Yeah.
see it yet. Countdown still up. Juggernaut versus balanced. What the fuck is even happening? I cannot believe this timeline. Believe me, the simulation
really going for the
100%
grind.
confirmed.
Maybe turning off all of the HUD. Not that clever, but panel can go away. So who will win game number 4, guys? You can gamble your points away once
Of
more.
course.
And this time,
You have to do the
actually,
combo.
for the first time, I think, the money is more on ONORD's side than on GONZO's. And I kind of agree. I like the 21st. Before we see the sides, obviously.
Yeah. I think, as we said, if he gets the bad side in balance versus Juggernaut, I'm a little afraid. But maybe he can then do what you suggested a little bit, just go with a super hard kind of all in into the open and push out the entire open space and just give up on the hill. It can come back to bite you because there's some flags up there, of course, but you know, maybe it's better than trying to grind into the hill with a simple 200-point advantage in B phase.
And Quadryu has been woken again, as we see at King Tiger Division. Will we see a classic Quadro U opening? Will we have? Has he found another Padawan in ONORD, or will we see?
Oof.
ONORD has the bad side. Oh boy! Wait, what? A Pack 43 start?
What?
What? This is interesting. Okay, he's using a big gun in the open, but it's not a King Tiger.
And another one, Black 41 to back it up. What the fuck is going on?
I mean, I have seen ONORD playing around the open here. Like, Krilla, yeah, this is a good triumvirate. I usually just like a bigger tank instead of the Pack 43, like a Panther, but you don't have Panthers, and King Tiger might be too expensive. You might be right with that. So the Pack 43 is not the worst choice, but it is the really slow version of this. Like, Pack 43 and Flak 41 pushing forward takes a while. So
yeah, but they come in on Laffies in the 21st Panzer, so at least you can pretty far forward deploy them. Since that is a fast transport, it's much faster than these kind of guns usually come in.
yes, that's true. And the question is, how will he defend the south? Like, I don't think he can hold the hill, but he obviously needs to hold other flags in the south. And the question is, how will he do that? And how successful will the push in the north be? GONZO on the other side, coming in with classic start. Couple T-34s, PTRSs, Maxims. Couple of snipers. So nothing out of the ordinary here.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the very, very north, you only have to see... This is the classic super greedy north deployment here, I would say. Like, the super north is only defended by a single Guardian TP so far in deployment here. So if you had even something... not that big, right? Like 2 Panzergren units rushing for the town, as long as you unload them in time and they don't get sniped by the PTRD, they can easily overwhelm that one Guardia.
Yes. Does 31st or the 4th have a good recon plane is my question. Because we have
they have a biplane, so not a great one. But
yeah, no. I don't think ONORD ever uses biplane recon planes. So, okay. Because that has been one of the most deciding factors in all games so far as well. Like good recon plane usage out of the side who was able to undermine the enemy's air defense was kind of key to victory. And do they have IL-2 KRs on the side for GONZO? I don't think so either.
I'm not 100% sure, but if it does, that would be a huge advantage. On the other hand, there's already a Flak 41 coming in on the north, so at least the north is going to be somewhat protected. Of course, a Flak 41 can be focused on if you approach it from multiple sides of multiple planes, but that's of course a pretty big investment as well.
Yes, we saw that in Quadro U versus Herr Robert, I think? Or who was that matchup? Where Quadro U also tried to kill off. Oh no, it might actually be ONORD versus Quadro U on this map. And ONORD had the same side. Quadro U was losing as the right side in that one, if I remember correctly. But it's also trying to pin down Flak 41s with a lot of air spam. But
ONORD brought in the French meme tank! The card!
He actually got one. Nice. I mean, they're 25 points now, so they're quite affordable. And they have HE shells. They don't have a lot of them with their rate of fire, but at least still for like 200-something minutes. Like, nearly 3. So...
I mean, if you use them as infantry support, but I mean, you have so many nice meme cars. Why bring in that French tank when you can fill the same role with a meme car?
Because
it's gonna just shred infantry.
The 222 is actually not that amazing against the division he's up against, because 222, unlike 234 or something like that, doesn't have enough frontal armor to stop PTRDs reliably. So PTRs and PTRDs usually kill them off somewhat quickly. And the tank is immune against them, basically. So yes, that might be a good point. There is a lot of Guardia DPs in the deck of GONZO, and the Stravnicki squad, which also has those PTRDs.
I mean, we've seen his initial deployment already that he's gonna go for the classic. He's gonna try and push ONORD off the hill right off the get-go. He deploys 3 T-34s, 2 Guardia TP, 3 Saperi Rocks, the leader, a Panzer Shrek, a PTRS, and 3 snipers into the middle hill immediately. And that's gonna be quite the push to hold when you're not focusing on that area. Even when you're focusing on that area, holding back that amount of units and firepower can be very hard.
Yes, absolutely. couple of... Yeah, this is... Here we go.
Here
No
we go.
complaints coming out
I'm
at the
excited
start.
for this. I'm excited for this.
This
Let's
is the
see.
hype
Can he do
game.
the impossible? The French tank doesn't have an order. Already bad unit. This is only because it's the French tank.
Maybe-
It doesn't
yeah.
know what to do.
Maybe it's there to prevent the spawn. Maybe
Blame Yabo.
Hype, guys. Hype in the chat, please. Let's go.
Yes, hype. Tell us in chat. Tell us in chat. Spam who you want to win, okay? Don't just tell us, okay?
Best
I want
foot.
you guys to go ecstatic. I want you guys to go ape shit.
And then after you
Like,
spammed it in
shout
chat,
it.
you spam it on Twitter, you spam it on Facebook, you spam it in all the social media channels, obviously. That's what I
Course.
learned from professional casters before to shout out on. Get all the Twitter stuff out there. Get all the Twitter stuff out there, please, and then get it out there.
Do we have a
Who will win this?
hashtag?
Yeah, good hashtags.
Alright, French tank moving now. After I called out Yabo, he decided to finally give the order to the French to, you know, listen to ONORD. And so far, no decisive early game for either side. The PTRS out in the open might intercept the machine gun, but doesn't. And now that... actually, I would have loved to see ONORD deploy the PAC 43 and the Flag 41 a little bit further into the open here, because then he could use it to push out that building complex immediately now.
One Panzer Grenadier actually goes down to the PTRS that was about to fall back. Got one snipe in. So one Panzer Grenadier going down. 222
that
following
sucks.
it up. Should at least get the revenge kill on it. Oh my god. The fallback bonus is insane. But PTRS goes down. MG42 gets the kill on the PTRS in the north as well. And the Grilla and the
He's
Flag
brought a
43
bunch-
slow push.
ONORD has brought a
started.
bunch of sneaky Panzer Shreks. If he can hide them until the T-34s come in, those might get the critical hits he needs to trade out that hill properly.
Yes, small Frenchy tank comes around. A couple of Panzer IVs around the edge as well. Also in good spots so that the T-34s can't engage them on long range, but they are in the 1750 meter range so that they can get some shots in onto the T-34s. And the Panzer IVGs are really cost effective as they're 10 points cheaper. Yes, they have less frontal armor, but you don't buy Panzer IVs for the frontal armor anyways. The first...
Focke-Wulf 190 coming in to bomb some of the infantry. Not massive damage, but at least hammers in a lot of suppression, making it so that he gets some more time for new troops to arrive.
Yes, pins down 3 infantry units, nearly pinning down the Saperi Rocks. Saperi Rocks, one of the units that got buffed, went from 35 points, at which point they were slightly cost inefficient, to now being 30 points, at which point they're pretty cost efficient. And still gets
Perry
picked down
Rocks
here.
at 30 points any day of the week. They're amazing units.
Yeah, flamethrower and double DP unit that also has good damage output on all ranges and good hit points. Sign me up for that one. But
IS-2 for GONZO in the south.
ooh, okay, that's an interesting.
What a weird position. Maybe he's gonna try and bring it out onto that hill, but no, he's actually bringing it into the town.
I guess from there it can shoot on the edge of the hill, so ONORD can't hide anything on behind that ridge. But interesting choice. Yeah, that's a big investment, obviously, and a big investment into a spot where it doesn't do too much. The IL-237 though is
They're
dangerous.
coming in for
Coming
the
in.
bombing run and already queued up the attack onto the Panzer IV. But it swings a weird way, and now the Flag 41 is gonna suppress it, I think. Oh no, actually no suppression done there. The Panzer IV is in danger. Wait, what?
The Flag 41 got
I
2
did-
more shots off, but
Oh, okay.
IL-237
Yeah, but that
still...
Panzer IV is gone.
Yes. Still an IL-237 against this thing with little frontal armor. So IL-237 gets a kill. Good kills there for Gonzo, but T-34 in the north got crew killed, and that's a good kill for ONORD, because that thing can't run away anymore. Will also now will most likely engage against the Maxims. Yes, it's firing positioning next to the Maxims. So ONORD close to getting the success in the north that he needs, because the investment that he put in there is insanely higher than the investment that
Yes.
Gonzo has put in there. So he,
And I mean, we can already see that on the hill as well. The amount of units Gonzo has lined up here in the tree line is absolutely crazy compared to what ONORD has here. His whole defense hinges on basically the 2 SPW 222s and the Panzer IV, which get picked off from a bunch of T-34s running around now.
and there's also even a Panzer Shrek around, which is another big danger. The Panzer Shreks of ONORD sadly have gone down. So they will not be the decisive factor. Pack 43
Pack 43 on the road against the IS-2, and the IS-2 shows side armor!
Come on, Pack 43. It hasn't been spotted yet.
Oh, it gets a pen!
And even against frontal armor, that one can get a pen. Gonzo is reacting. Should get another shot off though.
Almost. Oh, but that IS-2 has to be careful for the rest of the game, and that was a very nice shot there.
And the North has completely fallen. The two MGs have died. The T-34 has died. Grill is still firing on it, but yeah, there's nothing left there,
I
Mr. Griller.
forget about firing as well. I think you should move the Flag 41 and Pack 43 forwards now. They're gonna take forever anyway.
Yes.
Funnily enough, the Apache Rocks tried to reach the Panzergrants, and as they were out in the open, got immediately suppressed and now had to fall back. And the two Panzergrants actually defending the town very nicely. Now with Focke-Wulf strike and support as well, and a Flag 41 now to protect his Pack 43, learning from the mistake with the 25th Panzergrant when all of his Pack 43s got taken, picked off easily, handily by airstrikes. This time there's a Flag 41 to at least somewhat protect it.
But the dangerous phase of the game will begin soon for ONORD as he can't hold the middle hill. And that's always the problem for his side. As we said, he has won the North quite handily, but it also was with heavy investment against basically next to non-investment for Gonzo up there. The Panzer T-4 still tries to win some fights against the T-34s, gets picked off though. Focke-Wulf should retreat maybe. I don't think it's good to keep that around, just means it has a longer reload time because it has to refuel more. I feel like it's more worthwhile with a fighter bomber to just get it back home and let it come back in with a good bomb ASAP.
And we might keep it around to deter bombers, right? Because the Flag 41 will sometimes struggle, depending on the bomber, to freak it out to suppress it before it actually can unload its bombs. And if you have the Focke-Wulf 190 out as well, then you can intercept the bomber additionally.
Do you get 3 Pack 43s with non-wet in one card in A phase?
No way. I think he must have taken both cards in A phase.
That's interesting. T-34 gets picked off here.
Yep.
2-2 recon plane coming in, but the Flak 41s should get rid of that quite soon. But the IL-237s obviously are the dangerous part behind that. Now trying to go for the Pack 43, but that takes them quite a while. And the Flak 41...
Punched. If they might both be suppressed by...
Yes, both getting stressed at the same time here.
Oh, one at least is suppressed. The other ones will get its bombs off, but with a bad spread. Yeah, only 1 HE damage there.
And if ONORD has the points around now, and he could even hunt them down, but he doesn't seem to have the points around. And the next minute just ticks now, and now it's too late to fight by a fighter. He shouldn't do that now, because he wouldn't chase them down before the AA has pinned down his fighter. Black 41s, if they get a crit...
I might get a side shot on the ice too, no. And it gets shot back and dies.
Unlucky there. ONORD under heavy pressure. The hill has fallen, and that's always a dangerous situation as his side. But he has the long-range containment at least.
He's also, I feel like he's not pushing aggressively enough there in the open, where he has the obvious superiority, and there's a single T-34 holding it, right? Of course, he doesn't know that it's only a single T-34, but he has so many points invested there. And, well, they're edging slowly forward. Maybe I'm just overestimating how fast the Pack 43 actually is.
Yeah, I mean, the Pack 43 shouldn't be pushed by human beings anyways. Like, I don't know how many Arnold Schwarzeneggers served in the German armies, but I don't think it's too many. And anyone else. 4 guys pushing that thing around, highly unlikely. Krillek coming around, Focke-Wulf, fighter bomber.
I think that's a good addition here in itself, but he still needs to somehow deal with the IS-2. It's coming out, and maybe the Flag 41 is gonna get a line of sight onto that IS-2 now.
Flag 43 also coming
Or
around.
the Focke-Wulf might kill it with the bomb load? No?
No. But it at least pins down the Guardia. IS-2 shooting at the Flag 41. Flag 41 doesn't see it, and now sees it. Pack 43 also coming in. Does he even spot the Pack 43? I don't think he spots the Pack 43.
Ah, it misses though! Unlucky.
But
another shot exchanged, maybe?
No reaction
not
here.
paying attention, not realizing maybe the Pack... And in the last second it breaks line of sight! No!
And a bounce from the Flag 41. Damn. Damn. Unlucky here for ONORD.
GONZO already brought out 2 F-22 pieces now as well, starting to target the Flak 41, and that's gonna, over the long term, erode these kind of weaponry for ONORD, the anti-tank guns, the Flak. Just over time, the artillery is gonna suppress it, deal damage to it, and it can't stay around forever. I think the IS-2 gets a shot onto that Guerrilla, but cannot be targeted by the Pak 40. Oh no, it's shooting upward, I guess, on the Pentagram.
Guerrilla now trying to take it out with HE damage, shooting down the road. And that can happen. Guerrilla shot directly landing next to an IS-2 side armor. Should be able to deal some damage. Question is if it lands close enough. This first one wasn't. But over time, it should be able to at least get the IS-2 to move. If not even kill it off, as this obviously already got its side shot in earlier from the Pak 43. Another Pak 43 fighting on the hill. He has long range engagements here going ONORD's way. Another Flak 41 coming in, but the F-22s will be nasty, and ever getting back onto that hill will be such a pain. And the Guerrilla just not getting quite close enough to the IS-2, it feels like.
And IL-2 is gonna get suppressed before it can shoot, so the second Flak 41 didn't work. And now a Focke-Wulf 190 coming in, but there is an AA piece, a Senard straight behind it, so I don't think he can get on the tail of that IL-2 in time.
It's close, but it's a 2-star veteran, it's the AA piece, so yes, he doesn't want to risk it, because he could maybe get the kill, but he would lose his Focke-Wulf most likely if he would have chased deeper. And that's not something you want to risk, as you have good enough AA to keep planes away for the foreseeable future at least.
Still feel like in the open, he's not pushing enough. Like, he should test it a little bit, like even a single infantry unit, and just test a little bit.
Yes,
like,
if he could force GONZO to invest
buy
more.
what you're supposed to buy here, or, you know, are you trolling me? And right now he's trolling him.
Yes, if he could force GONZO to invest more into the north.
IS-2 might get side shot by the Pak 43 if it can align in time. No, GONZO's pulling it back. Oh, he's playing with fire there so much. Another HE shuttle lands next to the IS-2.
Flak 41 still gets hit by the F-22s, but the F-22s don't have radio quite on site there. So
they haven't actually hit a single bit yet. Like, they're suppressing it, but that's... I think he actually wants it to hit and do damage here. And the IS-2 gets a one-shot kill on the Grille. Oh my god.
Focke-Wulf's coming out now for the IS-2. Will the AAPs pin them down, though? I feel like it will. At least the first one. Second one might get through. Close.
No.
Good retreat here by GONZO. And we haven't seen a King Tiger yet. But we are in B-phase now. And this is ONORD's slight window of opportunity here, where he gets more income. But not by enough to really make it a big difference. It's only 200 points.
If the King Tiger comes out now onto the south, the crowd will go wild. They will go crazy.
I mean,
ONORD,
I would
we need
like
the King Tiger power.
Have it as the unit that pushes on the hill, maybe. So for that, maybe the AA coverage is not quite good enough. Pak 43.
I don't know, I would bring it in the very south to fight that IS-2. And then you can roll it, once you kill the IS-2, you can roll it out a little further to shoot onto the hill.
True.
To keep it clean of, you know, other tanks.
The F-22 so far only dealt 2 damage to the Flak 41.
The IS-2, the F-22 suppressed the Pak 43 and now the IS-2 is rolling out. But it ran out of HE shells, it can't shoot it any longer.
And the Flak 41...
And now it's also in the range of the Flak 41, but I think at this range the Flak 41 not quite good enough.
I don't think so either. Not against the 44 version. Against the 43 version it would be different. But against the 44 version, not gonna happen.
There's no movement in the north. The entire 50% of the top half of this map, like the entire top half, is held by a single Guardian TP and a single T-34.
Yeah. ONORD only getting 1 flag out of this whole investment there. And just not using it enough. He's now moving forward though. Okay. He is now finally finding action there. Pak 43, Guerrilla, Flak 41 all moving in forward.
There it is! There it is! Chat! Give me some fucking, you know, go crazy!
Chat,
the King
let's
Tiger
go.
has entered the battlefield.
The Alpha Predator has arrived on the battlefield. The reason why 90% of the player base plays this game. And then there's the 1v1 players. King Tiger.
The IS-2 thought it was the strongest tank around. There's even an ammunition truck coming to give it more HE shells. But the King Tiger is going to come around to say Buckaroo.
And IS-2 versus King Tiger is a shitty engagement for the IS-2. Like, the chances of penetration are so slim, and then you also don't hit, and then you also have worse rate of fire. If you penetrate, obviously you also one-shot the King Tiger, but you first have to penetrate, and...
You need some fucking big time luck for that.
Yes.
Is the deal.
And I hope Gonzo already has used all his luck up with the first couple of luck shots he had in the first game.
the moving IS-2 shooting.
If we see something like this again, it would be feeling quite bad for ONORD. ONORD losing the hill flag again, but I don't even know how he did hold that in the first place. He did so though for a while.
Weird. The IS-2 and the King Tiger are meeting! Ah! Bounce!
Bounce. Oh, IS-2 wants to run away.
That was an illegal bounce as well. How many meters is that?
Well,
Like 1.5. And the King Tiger bounces on the IS-2. Impossible! People, very boost in the chat. Tell me just how impossible is that? Just tell me.
we now have Su-76s, and Su-76s, especially now that we also have radio in range of Pak-43s, those are quite deadly. And now that the artillery has radio to support it, the Pak-43 number 1 goes down. And
because the F-22s now are also more accurate thanks to the radio.
Yes. And this is a problem for ONORD. ONORD has to somehow fix the solution somewhat in the south before the artillery destroys all his stuff, all his valuable targets.
And we see a big artillery piece coming out for ONORD. It is an armored artillery piece. I think this is a 21st Panzer, unique unit, the STKFZ 135/1. Let's see. He could counter battery the F-22s with that quite handily.
IS-2 is
Hey,
trying...
did the IS-2 go down?
No, it's trying
To
to
what?
rotate to the north. Trying to rotate onto the top of the hill? What? That's so weird.
What?
Why would you do that? Presenting it
Sherman
to the
coming
King
in maybe for the forest fight there to take the fight back to Gonzo on the hill. But if he rotates that I think he's rotating it even further onto the hill into the backline there.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Just getting it away from the King Tiger.
Yes, this makes sense, because the first position he wanted to bring it in was quite suicidal. King Tiger already closing in now.
By the way, now we finally see ONORD pushing further, and he's brought out specifically a Panzerschreck to fight that T-34. And Gonzo responded with 2 Guardian TP, which are now fighting the backbone of ONORD here with the Pak-43, the Flak 41. The Grille could also position fire, he's not doing so right now. And now an IS-2 additionally is called out onto the northern battlefield.
But IS-2 is risky. Especially as it is...
He's bringing out another IS-2 also all the way to the very north.
Is he? Are you ahead of me?
Yes.
I don't see
I don't
that
know,
yet.
I'm at maximum forward.
I'm as well.
Like if you go on the IS-2 from the south and shift, right, you can see the move order, right? It's fast moving north.
Yeah. Sorry, I thought you said he brought out another one in the far north, and I was like, what? A third?
No. He's bringing the one from the south.
Yeah.
As well to the north. And Focke-Wulf 190 goes down to AA, by the way. These are free
Wait, we missed something. That one that is moving to the north is not the same. We actually have a dead IS-2. That's actually 2 Comrades. I just had to check that. That's 2 IS-2 43s. The 44 version went down in the town. If you zoom in the southern town, there's a burnt down IS-2. So it actually went down. Damn.
Okay. People in the chat, you know what this means. Spam right now. King Tiger impact. Exclamation mark.
Pak-43 gets its penetration in against the IS-2. Will get another shot off before the IS-2 can get out of range, and this one has... Oh my god, what? Even the 43 version bouncing here. Flak 41
and now a
is pinned
P3 is coming in while the Flak 41 is pinned down. Might have enough bomb load to kill that Pak-43 straight up, and it does! That must be so infuriating. Especially since he even brought out a Gepard to maybe provide at least some coverage. At Focke-Wulf 190 fighter bomber trying to get onto the tail of the IL-2, get the retaliation kill, gets it.
Okay, so that's at least some payback. The P2
Fighter could also get the P3 now.
That would be really good. That would actually make it...
Oh, it teleports! Fucking teleport hex!
Warp speed.
Soviet technology OP.
Yeah. Oh, 3 AA pieces by now, by the way, also for Gonzo on the hill.
Yeah.
But once more, really bunched up, so the north can still be air spammed.
Look at the F-22s! They've been massacred! They've been massacred by the special RTPs. The secret, the forbidden piece.
And
the forbidden RTPs has destroyed them.
You know what the loveliest part about that is? ONORD is not even using any smart orders for it. He's just microing it against the F-22s.
God fucking damn! ONORD!
Oh no! But the Focke-Wulf runs the wrong way. Focke-Wulf will go down. But at least it got... unless it warps out? Warp speed? Warp speed? No.
Oh no.
German warp speed not quite as good.
Yeah, the only consort gets teleports.
Yes.
Smile.
Pack 43, 41 coming in. That's why he's in the strike team, to get this himself. Those teleports, obviously.
And another time, just one shots that gap part from like maximum distance with a moving IS-2. What the fuck?
IS-2. That one actually has to fear Flak 41 somewhat because it's a 43 model. You only wanted 60mm frontal armor, but even
we know what we want, chat. Bring a King Tiger in the open.
Yes, we need.
Just do it.
He brought a cheap King Tiger with the Pack 43.
Yes.
The Flak 41 should retreat here, so and let the Pack 43 take over in that fight.
Yeah, but there's another P3 coming in, and
Ooh, two P3s actually, and the other Flak 41.
Another P3 coming in.
They're both going for the Flak 41 though.
They didn't lose that Focke-Wulf fighter bomber. On the main hill though.
What? The Flak 41 with some juicy hits. One hit fallbacking both of the P3s. Pack 43 is out in the open. Pack 43 is engaging the IS-2. Oh, it's missing. Gonzo not reacting yet. Aha, it's reacting just in time though, I think, so that the Pack 43 can't get in. Oh, it will get.
Oh, one more shot.
No,
Another miss.
2 misses. Oh my god. So unlucky.
Massive amounts of trolling.
And we are on C-phase. ONORD is now the one with less income, but he is at a 13-11. He has ticked down Gonzo at least a bit. Gets the T-34 kill.
And I mean, he has not been completely thrown off the hill.
Yes. And his artillery is doing a good job in counter-batterying. Now trying to go for some of the AA pieces as well. Su-22s trying to hit the north.
Would be great.
But they
if he can unhinge the AA, he can hunt down the P3s.
Yes.
But in the north, we see the secret forbidden strat, double Katyusha, coming out. And those who have done this before, or maybe who have had this done to them, the double Katyusha, if you target them onto a single Flak 41, is almost guaranteed to kill Flak 41.
IL-2, 37, trying to come around. Gepard and Flak 41 are around. Focke-Wulf also coming in.
They can't. Oh, they did it! And now the Focke-Wulf might
will
get on his
align,
tail
and that is another dead plane for Gonzo.
Yes, and most of all a plane that has the anti-tank weaponry that could kill a King Tiger if it shoots it in the side.
So that means another King Tiger needs to come, right? That's obviously the obvious conclusion.
It's way overdue. And there it is! There it is!
Nice.
Yes!
Here we go. It was the obvious conclusion.
King Tiger time, baby!
And we have another big boy on the battlefield. Because that one can't be as easily bullied by artillery.
Should get one shot by a moving IS-2.
Obviously. Sub-parry push versus the Flammenwerfers. Flammenwerfer micro here, insane by ONORD, but not quite good enough against all that stuff, I guess. At least gets one surrender. Thanks to the Focke-Wulf.
And there's the double Katyusha onto the healthy Flak 41. He needs to fall it back immediately if he even wants to have a chance to survive. It doesn't. And I think that's a dead one unless he's super duper lucky. Hey, it's alive!
It's alive. Cast a curse there on that Katyusha rocket shot by El Bowser to show that not only I can do that.
IS-2 in CQC combat on the hill? What the fuck is going on in this game?
Panzer IV has even a shot of penetrating that at this range.
At this distance for sure, man.
As it is not the OP IS-2, but it doesn't want to
take the fight. And coming up in the Sherman. Now the Sherman is gonna struggle, even if it's directly in the behind of the IS-2.
Even side shots, it struggles. It has 90 penetration versus 100mm of side armor on the IS-2. Like, Sherman's really not the answer, but Panzer IV's a bit more so. And ONORD still has to take, and we are in a slow game. We are with both players on late game income. So ONORD has a shot here. IS-2 once more bounce the Pack 43 shot, gets the kill on it. King Tiger on the way.
The King Tiger. Boys.
Flak 41 retreating.
And now we see the first off-map for ONORD, and I have to ask, does he have the off-map card in C-Phase? Because if so, god damn, we're in for a boogaloo, a true off-map galore onto that hill. And the hill, if you look at it, what's really left for GONZO? The IS-2 and then the AA. If he off-maps the AA, the entire security network here for him is gonna collapse unless you massively reinforce. Ah, okay, forced Ravnica coming in. That ought to do it.
Also,
that ought to do it.
GONZO by now on 4 Katyushas. So, Flak 41s and Pak 43s.
How many Katyushas to get if you take him in C?
I think it's 4 per card. Might even.
Okay.
No, I'm pretty sure it's 4. Oh! Panzerschreck gets the kill we need. IS-2 on the hill
God
dies.
damn, the hero! The hero! He doesn't even have his buddy anymore, you know? Usually, you have your best buddy, right? One carries the ammunition, the other the Shrek. This guy carried it both on his shoulder. He's like, don't worry about it, fam. That IS-2 is gone, bro.
So Perry
Gets out of there alive, even.
gets
What a
hit as
bad
well. Flak 41 gets forced back. King Tiger rolling forward. Rilla. Everything
Tiger
looking
also
really
killed
good.
IS-2 in the top, and with the Lorraine coming up in the back, this AA that GONZO very enthusiastically deployed into the open here is a prime target for the King Tiger.
Yeah, there's only support units left here for GONZO. There's a sniper, there's some AA, and then there's the Katyushas. Another IS-2 comes in, but IS-2 is not the solution for King Tigers.
Panzerschreck coming in for a sniper to the German in the center. ONORD pulls it back, and Panzergrenad's moving up now. And you know, the F-22 is getting counter batteried as well. And I would like to see maybe even an attempt of counter battery onto the Katyushas, because if one of those 105mm shells ever hits next to Katyusha, I think it's just gonna blow up, right?
We right now have a Panzerschreck versus Panzerschreck scenario, kind of like the Spider-Man meme going on there. Just a bit more bloody. One of the Panzerschrecks bites the dust. Panzergrenadiers.
The Panzerschreck might still connect to the Panzer IV.
Ooh, can the Panzergrenadiers stop it? They can.
Gets it.
Good job there for ONORD.
And the off-map is almost there. It's one of those super slow Pepega off-maps.
Yeah, it comes in.
Even slower than Panzer IV. You thought it was impossible, but it is.
Flak 43 and Flak 41 coming as well. Another Flak 41. There's a C-phase card of Flak 41s for sure in ONORD's deck. So running out of AA
and I
is...
think that's a very good choice here.
Yeah, highly unlikely.
Meme cars now also out. There's W231s out in the open. King Tiger retreated a little bit. And GONZO is targeting it Katyushas onto the King Tiger. But I don't think that's a prime target. Like, Andrushas, yes. But I think Katyusha is not really gonna deal with the King Tiger unless you shoot like a fuck ton of volleys at it.
I feel like GONZO feels the pressure now as well. Obviously, he's the Juggernaut deck. He has a lot of longevity in his income. But he starts to lose the combined arms of his deck. He lost the IL-2 37s. He lost quite a couple of IS-2s as well. He might have one card in C. But
It's calling out all the air boogaloo. 2 IL-2 tank busters going for that King Tiger.
But there's two
Focke-Wulf
Gepards.
90 out to stop it.
There's a
Some
Focke-Wulf.
Gepards.
There's 2 Flak 41s. This will be a butcher. This will be basically a turkey shoot. This will be somewhat reminiscent of the Marianas one, only that there's not quite enough fighters for following it up. But one IL-2
and the
37 goes
IL-2
down.
tank buster, one of them goes down. Focke-Wulf 90 also goes down though.
That's painful. But I mean, at least getting
Katyusha's
a tank
opening.
buster.
He's wasting, he's getting double Katyusha shots onto that one man Flak 41 in the back. And I mean, GONZO probably has. Do you think he has a C-phase supply truck card? Like, Katyusha ammunition is not that cheap in terms of supply, right?
He might
Rocket
have.
artillery ammunition in general eats that up pretty quickly.
He might have that. But don't know. Another IS-2 coming around? IS-2?
Out of all places, the hill! Look at the hill! Obviously the off-map just impacted, so maybe it's a little bit off, but just look! The combined arms of ONORD, the tank, some infantry, pushing forward, the off-map placed again is gonna wipe out the next AA piece. And with that, the AA erodes for GONZO in the very south, who brings in another IS-2.
And he has
There's
nothing
King
to stop a
Tiger waiting.
Sherman. There's nothing here to stop a Sherman. Like, PTRDs don't do anything against Shermans. So, the Sherman can just roll over all the infantry here. There is no Panzerschrecks or anything around. There's an
that
IS-2
off-map is
coming up.
also very nicely placed, very offensively. The units will be forced to fall back into the off-map.
Yes. Good.
We see
Later.
now IS-2 out in the top, and the King Tiger circling to fight it.
The big dance
King
of the big
Tiger,
boys.
Do it, please.
Ooh.
All the Veraboo's in the chat.
Line up.
Show
miss.
your support. The King Tiger needs it.
Okay, Gonzo needs to disengage there. Does so.
Yeah, he does.
But ONORD is on the 1410. 25 minutes to go, but ONORD on a solid tick.
About to secure the 59 in the north, in the very south here on the hill. The off map didn't do much damage coming down, but everything is suppressed, and that allows the Sherman to now roll in, and it's gonna find at least the AA, and that means only a single Standard 47 mil left in the south, and
AA?
0 Standard 47 mils left in the north actually.
Especially in the north, he got fully killed off. So Focke-Wulfs can reign supreme, and this is the 2-2. I call it now. I don't see how Gonzo can bring this back.
I think so too, unless something really weird happens.
But 59
Like
is happening.
moving
Off-map is coming in.
IS-2, one-shotting a King Tiger in the face.
But it's shooting at something
59.
else. Even with
Next
the King
off-map
Tiger
comes
dying, ONORD has now full air superiority. Like, what
Yes.
do you do?
I mean, he still has a secure kill on that center AA. It's still falling back for now. And even in CQC, he doesn't really have anything that can deal with this IS-2 on the hill right now. But there's some Panzer Force coming in, and I mean, the IS-2 alone is not gonna push this.
Yes, and the 59 also gives him so many points. Like, even if Gonzo stabilizes here, how is he
Yeah, he
supposed
needs
to
to push
bring
back
the
so
points
much.
back in time?
And I mean, how is he gonna ever break the north again? There's some AA left everywhere, a King Tiger. Do you think he has another King Tiger card? Because this is obviously a B-phase card, right? But now that would be an epic card right there. He
Ooh.
bombs the IS-2 in the north with the Focke-Wulfs, brings the meme card
No,
to the
the,
IS-2.
oh, the meme car should have just fast moved forward so that the IS-2 would have been stuck a bit more aligning, but it might get it doesn't get the pen.
The meme card!
Oh.
Hey! I always knew it. SPWs are the technology to go. Keeps moving closer. It should have moved closer earlier.
Oh,
Hey,
it missed
dodges
again!
another shot!
That's what you need.
Oh, come on, bro!
King
You
Tiger
can
also
do it.
coming around, but the King Tiger moved too late. The King Tiger should have moved way earlier.
I'm falling back!
And the 37mm will most likely finish off the 231. And you sadly can't hide
Come
behind
on,
the big thing here.
SPW, I believe in you. Come on.
I think even the rear armor of the IS-2 is too good. Yeah, even the rear armor is 100mm. But the King Tiger
now
comes
it's
into...
look at the King Tiger, snipes it from the
Finally.
back. Ow.
And that's ONORD winning.
Specifically calls out the Tank Buster to take revenge on that one SPW. what a truly heroic crew.
Yeah. And that's finally Gonzo's luck running out once. Once the IS-2 not one-shotting something, even missing twice. And with that, ONORD is fully on the path to victory.
Oh no, and he left the IL-2 Tank Buster in the sky now. Focke-Wulf and Nighty get some strafes in. I'm not sure it's gonna be enough for to take down an IL-2, but...
Yeah, part 2-star
At least
efficiency
gonna need
twice
to
its
repair
best,
for
but it's
him.
an IL-2, it's still the flying tank, so we'll survive
Yeah.
for now. 37mm.
And now we see the second card of off-map out for ONORD. He's prepared for the C phase. He's prepared.
I mean,
the
he's
only
playing.
thing I'm missing is a supply truck to resupply that heroic artillery piece that he brought out in B phase.
He's only 5 minutes away from victory with this 59. Loses the flag on the hill as he needs a bit more stuff around there. IS-2 or Gonzo is around there. He got rid of one more AA there though, so only 2 AAs complete on the whole map for Gonzo. Not
I
enough
mean,
to
look
kill
at how
any planes.
punched he is, right? Like, this is... The off-map is already coming in. Like, that is all within one circle of an off-map.
Yes. King Tiger in the
Wait,
south
it's-
is still not used for any more action. Like, if that would...
It just keeps the hill clean and the road, right?
Oh
like,
my god.
Walking
And now he's
Portugal
starting
road,
styling.
It has a super strong area denial roller, and he brings in another King Tiger.
He brings in another one.
Another.
Here we go. The power. Power overwhelming.
Oh man.
Katyushas try their best.
Rodrigo, if you're in chat, tell us just how fucking happy are you right now?
I mean, the Katyushas did their job by now. Most of the anti-tank guns in the north and all but one Flak 41 have been cleaned up, but there's nothing to follow this. There is nothing to follow this.
Yeah, I mean, that single IL-2 tank buster plate is not gonna come back all that fast, seeing as it at least got damaged pretty hard. GONZO is pushing the very far north now in hopes to like snatch a flag there, maybe force the King Tiger to relocate or something. But we see the last AA piece in the north getting under fire from the King Tiger, but it loses the SPW and loses line of sight, loses another P3 bis.
Yeah, GONZO taking too many casualties here. He just doesn't have the combined arms. I don't see how he does that. Katyushas will fire once more, but they don't do enough against the King Tiger. King Tiger is still fully healthy.
You need an Andrusha against the King Tiger. Like the 130 millimeter rockets, in my experience, they don't really take out highly armored targets like a King Tiger or an IS-2 or something like that.
2 more IS-2s. GONZO is stuck on that part, but they didn't fully work out, did they? The amount of heavy tanks we saw today is quite surprising, but I mean, we also had 3 games of Slutsk already, so
well,
it is interesting.
Chat, we have some 10v10ers probably in chat, right? Do you wanna tell us the story about how many IS-2s it takes frontally engaging into a King Tiger 2 kilometer range until you kill the King Tiger? The answer is it's never gonna kill the King Tiger.
I think it has like 10% penetration chance on a tank that has low rate of fire and mediocre accuracy, so yeah. But I might even be wrong on that one. Might even be lower. I know
King
it has
Tiger is entering the city hill fight. And that off-map just will hit everything. It will hit every single unit on that hill.
Yeah, that off-map looks absolutely juicy. And King Tiger is on the way, 20 millimeters are on the way. Oh boy. ONORD 8 minutes away from victory with the take. And
They also pushed back in the north with some armored autocannon cars, punishing the infantry that was thrown into the open.
yes. Guardia DP going down here. Panzer Grenadier engaging against the Guardia DP as well. 250/9 coming around as well. Oh boy, 13-11. 13-11. Ooh, the off-map is just so juicy. What the hell? This is not GONZO's game for sure. We will have the all-deciding game number 5.
Yes, yes. And what a game number 4 this was. What a masterclass by ONORD. And I'm feeling more and more confident. You know, going down 2-0, you really have to summon your inner strength to bring it back. To not just, you know, go, oh fuck, this is pointless. Or even just subconsciously, like, you're kind of prepared, okay, it's probably not going to go my way anymore. But if you then bring it back to the 2-2, you know, then you can really start believing. You're like, hey man, maybe I got this. Maybe I got this. I just won 2 games in a row. And I believe in my man ONORD. I believe he can do it.
The hiding King Tiger on the hill. IS-2 is... Wait, what? Why is the King Tiger not engaging? What? No! King Tiger! Go! Go for it! Don't let the SDKFZ do all the work. I guess he just wanted to get the reload out. But...
Yeah.
Still.
But
Disappointing.
now the IS-2 retreating. But the King Tiger pushing in! Oh! Nah, on the move not accurate enough.
It should keep
And
moving though.
Last night is
Ah, he's moving back. He's not feeling it. Which I kind of
And
understand.
that comes down and erodes the last
Oh!
semblances of defense. And the off-map gets the IS-2.
The off-map gets the IS-2. Nice. And the IS-2 in the north will just get bombed into smithereens because there is no AA covering it. There's no fighters covering it. King Tiger in the center holds out. Katyusha.
I mean, he has 3 King Tigers on the field. I believe that means he has 2 B-face cars of King Tigers, meaning even if the one in the center falls, he can replace it. I mean, he has balanced income. It's not like this is Maverick, right? He has huge amounts of incomes as well. Of course, he lacks 20 points that GONZO has per minute, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't have huge income by himself as well.
Yeah. 2-2 goes down, like GONZO losing all the planes. Yeah, and there we go. King Tiger number 4 on the top. And then the IS-2s just don't stand a chance.
More!
5 minutes remaining, now to 59, 2 minutes 30 remaining, that means, and I just don't... Yeah, GONZO has no chance. That's always one of my issues I had with 84th. Like, the combined arms you got is nice, But all of your combined arms parts are not that deep, and once you start to lose one of those parts, it becomes rough. It becomes really rough.
In my opinion, the Katyushas really didn't do their job well enough. Like, the Katyushas were there to kill all the AA off, but they kind of failed in that when he went for the big swarm, right? There was this one moment in the north when there was one Flag 41 and like 2 Gepards or something, and up until that point, you already had multiple Katyushas shooting multiple rocket volleys and so on, and I think at that point, the point of the Katyushas was really to have eroded the AA enough that that swarm of airplanes connects. But instead, the swarm of airplanes got completely clapped, and from there on out, it was kind of hopeless against against King Tiger in the back.
Yes.
There comes the swarm attempt again. 2 tank busters in the P3, but again, Flag 41 alive in the back, Gepard alive, another Gepard in the back.
Walker Wolf also coming around again, not fully pinned down.
I mean, even when it frontally hits the
Yeah.
King Tiger, I think the IL-2 will struggle to penetrate the King Tiger when it comes from the front,
And there we
right?
go,
It
and that-
really must come from the side.
That should be the moment where I would tap out as Gonzo. Everything else now is just building up too much rage and too much. I would have maybe.
I'm not sure Gonzo is really the person to like go into a rage like we.
Yeah,
do.
no. I guess it's less about range, but more about giving endorphins to ONORD. And yeah, here we go. Just cut it short. And be ready for that final game.
GG, that was a masterclass. GG well played to ONORD, and I'm believing more and more in my pick here. More and more.
And people always talked about how we live in how its previous games were won by Soviets, but the pattern I have found now is whoever has the bigger tanks wins. So are we back in the tank meta, guys? Is it the big boy meta finally?
Legendary heavy tank meta?
Are we living in a heavy tank meta, guys? Is this what we are going into?
Are you not entertained? Exactly, Mr. Wonder Noob.
Exactly. And Montari Cookie, thanks for the follow. Overall, thanks for all the follows, guys, so far today. Pretty kind of you. And especially also for the 20 gifted subs so far. And Hippie with the Twitch Prime earlier. Much appreciated. Leopard 2A3. For that you have to wait till Wednesday, till we cast more of the Warno monthly tournament. And obviously, also, have you seen the stats on the Leopard? It has 20 penetration. The King Tiger has 230 penetration. Like, Leopard stands no chance against the King Tiger. 230 is more than 10 times better than the Leopard's penetration.
Exactly. God damn.
Well, yeah, obviously, if I were normal, it will go up to YouTube. Like, why shouldn't I not upload this to YouTube? Yeah. Ooh. Oh, lol. Why did you write sluts in the chat, ONORD, instead of sluts? Chat bot was like, nope. Typos not allowed here. Cell, Tully, Slutsk East, Slutsk West, and Pressed West. Ooh, that's a tough choice. I guess Cell will be what we end up on? Or will it be another Slutsk West?
That's a couple of fucking Pepega maps, what the?
Pressed
I would
West,
say probably
Pressed West
Sluts.
would be another gamble. Pressed West would be another gamble. Tully Hantala would be another balanced versus balanced game. And Slutsk East and Slutsk West, well, we just saw them, so let's see. But we might end up on one
I
of
think
them
they're
again.
gonna go Slutsk West. Maybe I don't think so.
I feel like Cell. Like, I feel like Gonzo.
I as a player I kinda like it too, but for the last game of the grand finals you wanna go to Cell?
So, yeah, maybe. Let's see what they come up with.
I mean, as a player, right? Like, it's such a weird map. And I also kind of feel like it's a map that favors Gonzo. Gonzo is good on weird maps.
Yeah, that was what I was about to say, but because ONORD was in the chat, I didn't want to go into that yet. Because, yeah, in my eyes, it's also kind of a Gonzo map. Oh, it's Lutsk East once more. Oh, boy.
Oh!
So we do it all again.
Rematch. Question mark.
This is a perfect... I feel like this is a perfect storyline to do it one more time on this map. After just this amazing game number 4.
Yes, it was really a crazy game. Like, it was not just like, oh yeah, 21st is winning all along. No, in the first 10 minutes, I was like, oh my god, he's falling apart, he's dying. Like, the IS-2 survived and survived and survived. He got pushed off the hill, right? It wasn't aggressive enough in the open, but he super brought it back in B phase.
Yes. He had his game plan, and the King Tiger came just in at the right time. The first kill on the IS-2 that we somehow missed somewhat. I still don't quite know what killed that. Oh, no. What killed the IS-2 44? Can't find it. Was it the Griller? I feel like it was the Griller.
Maybe the Pack 43 from the top?
I'm incapable of finding it in the kill statistic. Oh, no, it was the Pack 43. It was the Pack 43. So, yeah, that was really key. Because the 44 version is also way more annoying than the 43 versions. And yeah, maybe we have your standings in the end. Mine is out of questions. Gonzo didn't get the 3-1. ONORD got us to that final lovely game. And hype is real here. What a storyline once more.
Maybe Gonzo is gonna ban 21st now, right? But Gonzo is also a little bit of a proud guy, right? Like, when he loses in a game like that, I can see him being like, okay, bro, let's go. I'll teach you a lesson or two, my man. And going for the rematch.
Yes. This should be quite interesting.
Yes. I mean, is he gonna ban 16th Panzer, if it's not 21st? There's another division with the King Tiger.
I think we will see a Panther division this time from ONORD again.
But the Panthers didn't do good at all versus the IS-2s.
Yeah, let's see what he bans.
True, we need the bans.
Bans will be.
16th Panzer is a very powerful air spam deck, but with like the Cake Tigers are usually the memes in that deck, right? Like you get it for the air spam.
Yes.
And I don't think that's quite ONORD's style, actually. If it goes for another deck with Panthers, I think you should at least go for one that has Panther Gs. Because the Panther A's and D's, they just don't cut it against the IS-2s on such an open map.
Yeah.
Which actually have a Panther G.
Oh boy. 20th Panzer Grand Finson is asking for no elephant memes, please.
20th Panzer Grand.
They got a buff.
Panzer Panther.
I mean, they got a buff, but the buff was good, but it's still not enough buff. That division was just too far down in the deepest of the dungeons of D tier. Like, you can't go much deeper than 20th Panzer in D tier.
He could go 12 assists again and just take some Panther Gs instead of Panther Ds, right? But I really think he wants something bigger. Like that Gonzo is too good at avoiding those weird kind of sub 2000 meter engagements and like side shots and weird stuff like this, right? You need something that can win in a straight up, I'm gonna fight the IS-2 kind of way, I feel like. The Panther G isn't actually necessarily that.
You know what also can do that, if it doesn't get banned again? A nice one. 78th Storm is also an interesting choice on this deck, on this map.
I'll one up you. How about a Jagd Panther, my friend?
I came in with a serious one, and you come in with my favorite division of all time that always has been shit. Batch. The only real Pegasus division. Fuck 6th. Airborne. But yeah.
I mean, the more serious note, of course, you can use the NASA and the OP horn, but I feel like what divisions have a NASA on the 78th, but it's been banned so far, basically.
Yeah.
First Fallschirm. I don't think we'll see first Fallschirm.
No. Yeah, and then you have the one.
Here's the play. You pick fourth Fallschirm and then you bring the elephant from there.
True. Fourth ultra elephant would be interesting. But yeah, let's see the bands. The bands will be interesting. Bitsuk Logo also got one last one, right? Right. You could also play Bitsuk Logo.
Bro. But Bezukliko has no longevity.
Yeah, no, it's not a good division for this map at all. I mean, it has a bit more longevity now that it has a cheaper infantry tab. Can bring a bit more. But yeah.
For a game like this, where it's probably gonna end up in some kind of balance versus balanced or balance versus juggernaut stuff again, I don't think Bezukliko is a good choice. Maybe a division with a fuck ton of 17 pounders, but they are very vulnerable to airstrikes, as we have seen.
Yeah, true that.
We have seen.
Yeah, true that. Oh god, did I mute it? No, I still hear you. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought for a second, no, it took you out of. Oh my god.
Finally, I got rid of fucking Bowser. Okay, boys, now we can talk real.
Messing up the setup there for a second. Are we assuming it's balanced again? Yeah, that's also a big question. Like, maybe ONORD wants to end it quickly. But is that a wise choice, as balanced has worked out twice for him now?
Yes, I think you should stick with balanced. Juggernaut mirror incoming. Oh no, the most cursed timeline. The darkest timeline as the Maverick versus Maverick slowly evolves into a Juggernaut versus Juggernaut meta.
Yeah.
Oh man.
358. What will we see from Gonzo? I could see a 358 actually on this map as well, because it also has.
But I mean,
voice.
358 doesn't have IS2s, right?
It doesn't have IS2s, but it has ISU 122s, which have the same firepower. So, could see that. But we have to. Oh no, we're in the bands. We need the bands. Give them to us. Please. Give us some juicy bands, ONORD. Or Gonzo.
350. I don't think 358. I don't think that's. I see 122s.
I mean, question is he the counter pick? You have Katyushas, you have the Mercer for the lulz, you have solid air tap. It's not amazing, but you have some 2-2s. The planes are issue. Obviously, the A tap is the issue. So you should never pick it first. Question is obviously what the other side brings.
Let's go 358 versus 16th Panzer. That would be it. That would be true meme. Snap poll? True, boys. Who do you think? Tell us, chat.
Yeah, get into that poll. Who will win this game? Number 5. Now let's get the hype level once more up here for Mr. Bowser, and especially for all those two lovely players for us getting into us. ONORD, it's already. What is the time in Istanbul? Is it already 11:30 or is it 10:30? I think it's 11:30 by now in the Turkey.
So. I mean, maybe if they don't have if they don't have summertime, right? Then it's probably 11:30.
Oh no, it's actually only 10:30. So it's not that late, but it's still pretty late. And they already fought for us for quite a while. So
this is true.
Give the hype up, guys. Get it all to all those social media accounts out there. Don't know. Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. If you're really a Zoomer, get it onto TikTok. I still haven't used that app once in my life, but
I'm too old for that shit.
Yeah, that was the first generation app that was too new for me. That is when you feel grown up and you can't go with it anymore. I have evolved from StudiVZ to Facebook to Instagram, but then it stopped. Yeah, not StudiVZ, SchülerVZ.
I never went to Instagram. That was weird to me.
Yeah. But
Where are the bands?
ONORD, where are the bands?
I mean, obviously a lot riding on this game, right? Both players taking their time for the bans, very understandable. You know what? I'm gonna quickly grab one more chocolate. I'll be right back. It's gonna take 20 seconds.
Yeah, sure. I still think I have 10 push-ups remaining, right? So let's do 10 more push-ups in a suit that you can't see on the floor because, hey, how could you? Because the camera is too shit, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Because what other people's shortcut bars are my push-ups, obviously.
The chocolate is so good. I'm 0% regretting doing chocolate instead of push-ups.
Oh boy, Kier's coming with 10 more. Too late, Kiers. Too late. We'll do them after the finals. 10 more push-ups for the finish. But cheers, Frostgrim. Cheers, Gizmaki. And yeah, where's that final game? Well, Gizmaki, you still can do it because you're VIP. I think that's how emo chat. Like, this is still not a democracy here in chat. But yeah, VIPs and mods are above everything, basically.
I don't actually have pants. Don't listen to Kismaki.
Alright, I'm already standing up. What are you... I never stopped standing up. I used your first one. I actually have been casting the whole series standing up by now. So, yeah. I will try to get bigger. Maybe just on my toes for the last game. No, not gonna do that. Will feel super sore on tomorrow. So yeah, not gonna do that. But this might be, might be one of the best finals. So far, it's for sure in the top 2 finals of all time. I think we had one other final that was similarly close. I remember season 2 was not that close. It was Nilla getting clapped by GONZO. I think season 3 or 4 was pretty close as well.
I mean, the finals were Quadryu met GONZO, and in the final game they were on Sidlche, and Quadryu brought out the King Tigers. That was also close. That was an amazing finals as well.
True. But that one I didn't cast, so I don't remember.
All right. I'm scrolling through the divisions a little bit. You have not seen neither ban nor pick something like 8th Indian, which some players hold in very high regard.
Well, not on these maps.
On a map like this, I think you should never take 8th Indian.
No, it's in my eyes the best map for, like, the point of view where I got with my skill list is best divisions for ranked play, basically. And they're like 8th Indian because it's super versatile. You don't have any really bad maps, but it's not good enough. Not a top map, division for any of these maps. And here we go. Ooh.
There are the bans. Okay, here we go. 28th and 44th ban. Makes a lot of sense. ONORD bans 97th. That's the must ban.
Yeah.
And then the 2nd Infantry, of course. And he actually bans the 78th. Okay. Ah, no. 21st Panzer banned. On the return. Oh, no.
Yeah. 21st. Task Force 45. That one is still high up in regards for everyone, even after the nerf, but I understand why. It's still a pretty deadly one.
I think it's a must bet.
Then, are we not missing one ban? 26 guards and 10. 10th? What? That's a weird one out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Like,
That's a kick a weird ban. I mean, there's the ban for Tigers, but there's just Soviet divisions with a similar lineup that get IS-2s instead, which are better in my opinion.
yeah. No, there's no 21st. It's not 21st Panzer band, no. Oh no, there's what? Well, where am I so blind? What did I type in here? No,
Of course,
I
there
typed
is.
in 20. Yeah.
It's Band Task Force 45,
Yeah.
21st P,
But that,
and 17th SS. 21st P cannot stand for anything but 21st
16th
Panzer, right?
16th is still open.
16th.
If he goes
16th.
16th. Ah.
Wait, is actually ONORD saying I'm 16th Panzer, boys?
Oh no.
my God.
Oh boy.
Oh my God.
We really go there.
Oh, it's all coming together. The most cursed timeline. We went from Maverick versus Maverick slowly to Balanced versus Maverick to Balanced versus Juggernaut. And now we'll have Juggernaut versus Juggernaut, IS-2s versus King Tigers.
Yeah.
The true devolution of the meta, you know, it's like the 10v10 players were right all along. King Tiger OP, IS-2 OP,
And that even after we
Juggernaut OP.
even after we nerfed them for 10v10, right? We made them super pricey. We took them away out of C phase. And they're still OP. Like
The 10v10 players were right all along. Who would have thought?
if only Germany would have built more King Tigers, right?
True.
The classic wereaboo dream of that one photo shot where there's more than one King Tiger at the same place.
I think, unironically, 16th Panzer is not bad on Slutsky, on a Slutsky map. Like, it has, like, memes aside, it also has Tigers and Stücks, which are nice. It has the Grille, right? It comes in with a decent complement of AA, not great AA, but insanely good air tab, obviously. And something will make a debut maybe in this game, which hasn't so far, which is a anti-tank rocket plane, which can take, like, the Focke-Wulf 90 anti-tank rocket plane is not a plane that you bring into suicide once. It's something that you bring in and then it continuously survives because it can shoot the rocket so early that it will always just get out. It's so resilient, right? And you can just get continual value there, and stuff like that IS-2 that always like slips out of the 2 kilometer range and stuff like this. You can punish that a little bit with the Focke-Wulf anti-tank rocket plane.
Yeah, the only problem with 16th Panzer is the infantry tab. And the infantry tab
obviously.
is just one card shallower than 21st. And also quite expensive. So I don't know if it's if balance would be the right choice this time. I feel like Maverick might be the better idea, but we will see. Like, the infantry tab always felt like the limiting factor for 16th Panzer for me.
Of course, but also look at the support tab, how many machine guns he has. And you can, I think ONORD is one of the players who feels comfortable doing something like not having an A-phase infantry leader.
Yeah. True that. Yeah, the air tab is good, tank tab is good. Tank tab, yeah, misses something cheap and memey. Like Panzer 3s would level up this one into absolute.
Yeah, but I mean, it has
stratospheres.
meme cars, right? So.
But you have some meme cars, you have some 233s. You
Yeah,
sadly
and,
can't
I
bring the
think you also have
Aufklärers.
2s, right?
Yeah, you can bring the Aufklärers and 222s as well, right? Wasn't quite sure about that one anymore. But yeah, you have.
And I mean, I've never seriously considered this in my entire life, but it actually also has a pretty decent artillery tab with the Hummel card, with the Nebenwerfer, of course, to focus down AA or maybe counter battery. And yeah, I mean, those are the 2 really good cards, I guess, for how this game has been going so far, how this series has been going so far, right? Like, usually I would point out the radio mortars on half tracks, but that's not what brought any value so far in this series for any side.
Yes. And yeah, no radio on the normal mortars. So 120mm mortars, even after the buff with more ammo, not quite worthwhile if you don't have radio on them at least. But yes, the air tab is one of my favorites in the game. I even like the Geo Napalm Bomber for 25 points.
Yeah. The air tab is absolute cancer. Like, also the availability slots, like all the medium resilience Focke-Wulfs, it has 3 card of medium resilience Focke-Wulfs with a high bomb load. 3.
Yes, and they don't even cost 120 points. They're even pretty cheap. You don't want to take the G version? You only want to stick like the G version is the bait in there. The one with the 250 kilogram bomb.
Yes.
It's kind of bait because it has bad resilience. You might
Sure.
kind of need it because of the because of the 250 kilogram bomb, but actually not really. The 50 kilogram bombs level all the soft targets, and then you have the Focke-Wulf
Exactly.
with the anti-tank rockets for tanks. So
Yeah, you don't need the Focke-Wulfs to clear out something with big bombs for you. Like, you just need to win the infantry fights with it, because that's where you lack, right? Massive infantry is where you lack, so you need the Focke-Wulfs to level the playing ground for you there.
So ONORD. Who needs infantry and slits? Can we get a division pick finally?
I mean, he picked 16th, so where's Gonzo's?
Yeah.
Gonzo is still picking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gonzo is shocked. Yeah, Gonzo had to comprehend the new meta. That is obviously...
Gonzo is like, did he just seriously take 16th Panzer for the King Tigers? The fuck is going on?
What?
Considering his life choices, what has brought us here?
Yeah. A weird scenario, like, but I mean, Gonzo was in the same scenario once before, right? Against Quadro U, against a similar division. So maybe he can do it once more.
Here is the magic new meta, okay? If you can't beat the King Tiger because it's the strongest tank on the field, you need to go one level higher. It's time for Gonzo to bring out the 20th Panzergren.
Yeah, 20th Panzergren would be obviously the absolute chat move here.
Even less infantry?
No, not since the latest patch. Same infantry.
Alright, off that.
I don't even have a deck for that.
AA tab, but you can, if you don't want to play with the wonky AA pieces, you could just bring out a fuck ton of normal AA.
Oh, I want to show it off, but there it is. This lovely nose or whatever that anchor, I guess. Yeah, you have way more infantry actually nowadays. Lol, it's not even close.
Dude, how much infantry do they have? What? And ironically, 20th Panzergren, good pick. I mean, it doesn't have meme cars. That's one of its big weaknesses. No meme cars.
Well, yeah, but it has solid AA, obviously, with the Flackies. Black Panther Tiger, Black Panthers. That are somewhat
I mean,
decent.
even if you don't take those because you don't want to like bet it all on a single special unit, you have a solid AA tab from the rest
exactly.
as well.
Yeah, obviously you also want to take the Flak 41s and the Flak 36. And maybe one of them. I guess you don't want to take both of the Flak 41s.
Oh no, here's the forbidden strat. Go into the RT tab. Find the off-map card and look how many you get in A.
Yeah, I know.
This is of course chat. We now have 133 people in the chat, okay? Don't ever tell this to anyone, okay? This is the secret.
Yeah. This must
He's
stay.
playing 20th Panzergren on Maverick. What the fuck is going on?
Oh my god.
And 60 defensive balance.
Is it Division 5? Is it Division 1? You don't know. Is it 12? Wait, you guys are 9 days late, I guess, on 1st of April, but okay, let's go. Let's go. This is hot. This is really hot.
He picked the 20th Panzergren.
Where Bruce all around the world rejoice, you finally get the finals you always wanted. You finally get the finals you always wanted. You see big boys versus big boys. Elephants.
You know what the most cursed thing is? The elephant is cheaper than the King Tiger.
Yeah. I mean, it has similar frontal armor, so yeah. Elephant. It doesn't have the turret, it doesn't have the MGs, so obviously it's cheaper. It's also slower. It's like super slow. Like this thing isn't just like in real life. But yeah,
Dude,
here we go.
I'm hallucinating right now, right? Like, while I was casting, the wifey snuck up from behind and she like, she hit me in the neck, right? I'm lying on my desk, bleeding out, dying, right? And I'm just hallucinating this. It's impossible that the final game of the grand finals is 16th Panzer versus 20th Panzer Grenadier, and unironically, the reason is because of the big tonks.
I mean, we had it slowly growing on us, right? We had Panthers trying to stop IS-2s, didn't work. We had another move with Wolverines trying to stop big tonks in the T-3045.
Oh wait,
didn't
he's
work.
playing 20th Panzer, not
Yeah.
20th Panzer Gren.
Oh, he's
But you-
playing
but
20
you said
Panzer.
he's
Oh,
playing-
ONORD,
but you
you're
said he's
destroying
playing
everything.
20
Ah, ONORD. Why?
No, no, no,
Oh,
no,
it's-
no,
I
no,
mean-
no, 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 no,
I mean,
no,
it's
no, no,
Gonzo.
no, no.
It's Gonzo.
I'm gonna prove you with a screenshot. Here, chat. Wait. I did not do the Pepega here. This is not true. You lied.
Yeah, ONORD.
Here,
Damn.
here, you see this? This is not 20 pence. Oh, wait, you can't see my screen because I'm not the streamer.
If you share screen, it should work out. But yeah.
Here, I'm just gonna send it to you. Here. Proof.
We do that weird thing that now it looks really cursed. Here we go. I don't know how the whole setup looks now, but because
There, we see this.
yeah, 20th Pentagram. Disappointing. ONORD. We are all disappointed into you.
Oh, Gonzo mistook it. What is this? I was already so hyped.
Yeah.
Oh no. I was thinking.
Playing with our hearts like this is
Exactly. Well, 20th Panzer is still a fine matchup. The 20th Panzer, I think, usually considered a lot better than 16th Panzer. They of course have the one IS-2, but how is he gonna if he doesn't win the game with the Maverick push?
No,
Like
no,
he's
isn't-
done, right? How is he gonna kill
Wait,
King Tigers?
isn't it the other way around? Isn't ONORD playing Maverick? Yeah,
Nope.
ONORD. No, right. It's Gonzo playing Maverick. Okay, wow. Yeah, that will be interesting. Nice. Still in a really interesting matchup. At least one big bonk on Gonzo's side. Not quite the elephants we hoped for, but hey. And yeah, he has Plug 43s. That's true. 20th Panzer has Plug 43s. Also has Cluster Bomber Ju-87s. And Flak 43s to protect them against any sneaky Fokker Wolves. And I think it's D5? Wait, is it D5s or D3s? It must only D3s, right? No, it's actually D5s, so they can even, with Plug 43 help, even frontal shoot down Fokker Wolves if you have a bit of support. And they are the other division with the Go Bomber, so you have, we might be seeing a Go start on both sides. That would make my heart feel warm if we see some lovely air shenanigans at the start again from both sides, especially.
Of course, they also have. I forgot they have the Wolfram, and that can be very good against strong, like stationary targets. Of course, the King Tiger can run away from it, but you know that can work for sure.
Yes, it's only one card of Pack 43s. It's not the Krupp, it's only a normal Pack 43. So you have to be reserveful with them against King Tigers, but obviously also ONORD has to be reserveful with his King Tigers, especially now that he has the expensive version of them. He has the P.
Yeah, I mean you can buy out 3 Pack 43s for any King Tiger.
Yes. It's 290 points here. The 1 in 16 cents here.
Chat is crying. They're disappointed. I can't understand you, chat. This is. We all thought the epic Wearable showdown was gonna happen,
But
but it's all ripped away.
it's still a Joseph Stalin versus King Tiger action after all. Even though it's Axis versus Axis.
Okay, I said I would do it. I'm gonna do it. Okay, here we go. My 50,000 points on ONORD going in.
Let's go. Ooh. Juicy. 104 points on one side.
Come on, now give me something to win. Okay, boys? Bet your fucking points. Do the gamba.
Oh, the game not quite up yet, but should be up any second. KT can't not lose. Physically impossible, obviously.
True. I mean, of course it could have lost against. Of course it could have lost against an elephant, but sadly, Gonzo's limited vision prevents him from seeing just how good of a tank matchup that would have been.
I mean, he even had it right in his intuition, right? He typed in Panzer Grenadier, and then he went away from it. I don't get it. How did that happen?
Is this mistake gonna cost him the whole series?
Yeah. Not following his intuition there. Big shame. Obviously. Not having
Bro,
elephant.
Mr. LFP laying down Mr. Elliot laying down the big truths. If Gonzo loses, it's because not picking Panzergren. This is true.
I mean, he should have picked Panzergren before already. I mean, if he would have played Panzergren all 5 games, he would have won by now. But
very true.
He's stuck with a mediocre heavy tank deck with 97.
Exactly. These are not the best heavy tanks. Just go into the armory. I know the government is telling you IS-2 best heavy tank. Okay, I'm El Bowser, and I'm telling you right now, your government is lying to you. Go into the armory and see what truly is the best heavy tank.
Yeah, it might be down to Soviet suckers after all. It might be right. Soviets don't have the best heavy tanks, so how can they win, right? How can they win?
Exactly. How would they even do that?
Okay, finally we could see maybe. I guess both sides have to build a deck again. Not quite ready for this matchup.
I'm not sure, but like 16th Pence is maybe a deck. I mean, 20th Pence is the deck you for sure have on stock, right?
Yeah, but you need to adjust it for King Tigers.
Yeah, for sure.
You don't just go with your stock standard 20th in there.
Sure. 100%.
And you have Pentagram, yep.
Double KT start, of course.
Sure.
Double KT start versus double elephant start.
That would be the dream. That would be the absolute dream.
The question is, do you split them 1 KT per side of the map, or do you have them together sniping the elephant? You know,
Here we
2
go.
on 1 the...
It's up. We will be able to see. And oh wait, it's Sluts West. They lied to us once more. Didn't they say it's Sluts West again? I mean, they must have it right, but I mean, it's similar map. At least it's a bit more balanced.
True. Big lies coming out. I cannot believe it. Just yeah, maybe at some point we'll get a banning tool like in AoE 4, right? Where it will be then recorded.
That would be lovely
for the casters.
So I don't know if it's is it recording for? Oh, in AoE 2 it is, yeah. In AoE 4.
I don't know. I'm talking about the AoE 2 tool because I have no. Like, when I played AoE 4, they just used the AoE 2 tools because back then this shit didn't exist yet for AoE 4. On this map, getting a 59 is not so easy.
No. But it also kind of depends a bit on the side.
Yes, for sure.
But yeah, I'm wondering what Gonzo's big plan is. I feel like this map would have been even better for 20th Pentagram. But hey, who am I to judge Gonzo?
I agree. This map would have been even better. And we talked shortly about 16th Panzer also having pretty good artillery. Since no one ever plays the deck, no one knows this kind of shit. But I've been recently looking through decks, and I can tell you, 20th Panzergren's heavy artillery armament is insane. They have so much heavy artillery. So, you know.
Yeah. Overall, it's the latest patch really brought up a lot of weird stuff from below back into somewhat close to the surface. Like, most of the divisions didn't quite make it to the top, but in some niche games they can be playable. And I mean, against 16th Panzer, I wouldn't pick 20th Panzer Grenadiers in a lot of matchups, but in this matchup it's actually pickable. It's actually like unironically pickable.
And we see reversed sides from the first game they played on this map, with Gonzo getting the better side this time.
Yeah, so time for me to flip. So it just aligns with standings on top, and we have Möbelwagen, and ooh, here we go. It's on the battlefield, guys. Everyone, it's there, the big boy. It will be only one big boy, I'm pretty sure. He's not going fully mental, but it's one big boy with support. One King Tiger is on the battlefield from the get-go. Möbelwagen following it up, Grille and Spähwagen coming around as well.
It's so risky against the deck with the caster plane. I think ONORD is overcommitting on the meme.
I mean, he brings a Möbelwagen.
I mean, he gets Möbelwagen, but that only needs to get memed somehow, like something shoots it from a side or bombs it or something. Then the cluster comes in and kills the King Tiger in one go, like...
You should always be careful. You should always wait on the first couple of ticks before buying something, so you're always ready to get a Focke-Wulf out if you hear the air siren. That's
true. That's a very good input. If you are not a Pepega who just randomly buys things when he feels like it, but you actually plan that kind of shit like a good player, you're 100% right. You should wait a little bit and see if you don't need to emergency buy a Focke-Wulf in.
And as soon as you get the second Möbelwagen out, you're pretty safe against all the clusters.
That's true.
Yes, he's starting with a King Tiger versus 20th Panzer. So, yeah, will be interesting here.
I mean, he's gonna hold down the road in the city, right? And we see Gonzo bringing out the Marder on the other side, and that Marder is not gonna do anything against the King Tiger at long range.
Yeah, I think it's also like a good mind game of bringing the King Tiger up on that part of the map. Because obviously everyone would, I'm pretty sure Gonzo expects the King Tiger opening. But you would also expect it out in the open terrain, obviously. Because there he can fully use the 2000 meter range and be a bully. But expecting it in the north is more unlikely here for Gonzo. So, yeah, he might...
In another way, it also mirrors what Gonzo actually did in the first game they played, right? Where he brought the IS-1 along that road in the start.
Yes, the question is, how does Gonzo get to a 59 here? What are the flags to take? I guess if he takes the town and then also the open, but the open is not that easy to take. And even if you push deep in the north, that means you have to push through the King Tiger.
When I am on Gonzo's side, I like to push the open. If I need to finish the game, like Maverick versus Balanced, you can see in the very south there's one flag completely in the open that's very close to the edge, and then you have the one in the very south that's basically almost on your side already, and then you just need to get a third flag somewhere. I usually go for the one in the town, so you push out the town for one flag and then you hold the open for another two. But of course, anything like any other combination, you will need to go pretty deep, and that can come back to bite you, especially against a division that A has a lot of air, and so you will have to move away from your AA cover, going deep into your opponent's territory where you're exposed to the counter strikes of the Air Force. And of course, if you're out in the open there, the King Tiger, unironically, becomes pretty good.
I mean, yeah, King Tiger with enough support. I mean, we saw what they did last game, and now they don't even have they only have one IS-2 to deal with. So if you let them run rampant, they will destroy you here as well. Question is, can a couple of Marders and Panzer IVs maybe get some nice side shots in?
I mean, it depends on how far forward he actually puts that King Tiger, right? If he puts it kind of on the crossroad there, it's possible. But it's still a more than 1,500 meter range to the forests further north.
Yes. Will be a hell of a match, no matter what happens. And it's...
We see Gonzo bringing in a fuck ton in the north, so he really wants to go aggressive in the very north. If you go aggressive on the town, I feel like the best way to do it is go for the blue town in the northwest, where there's these three flags in kind of a triangle. And because usually the blue side doesn't defend it very well. They're like, this is so deep, it's so awkward to reinforce. Red never pushes it. So I feel like that's the way to go. But the game has started.
And Gonzo is mostly going down the normal roads. Brings quite a bit of into the town in the north. Now let's see. Quite a lot of Panzer Grenadiers, Panzer Grenadier TPs, the cheap version.
3 squads into the north. That's a massive investment. That's not going to do anything for him offensively. And he's also bringing an AT gun there? No. Yes. I mean, okay, it's 2 Stoßtruppen and an AT gun.
What is he planning in the south? He gets one flag in the south. Starts taking down ONORD a bit. Which is
you can
important.
usually meme that flag, right? Because as blue, you can't really deploy through the road in the open for fear of being sniped.
Yes. 1311 often happens at this stage, but often also blue takes the town in the north. So it's usually balanced out. Not happening this time because ONORD has his investment in something else. King Tiger rolling in with Möbelwagen directly next to it. Krille following up. Pretty good trio. Not quite the Krille King Tiger Flak 41 trio that we often see. But
I mean, Spielwagen is well to spot. That's also nice. And we already see. I think when you're balanced when you're Maverick versus balanced, there's a couple of approaches that you can take. The common one I would say is the one that I would usually play as well, is the kind of being aggressive from the get-go, try and get a 13-11 in A phase and then a 15-9 in B phase, and if you can hold that, you basically win the game before the C phase income starts to matter. But there's also another kind of philosophy that often Yabo advocates is, if you're balanced versus, if you're Maverick versus balanced, you just fucking sit there for 20 minutes, let your income advantage accumulate, and then you have so many more points in the field, you just basically A-move everything and roll over your opponent, because if you didn't fight, you cannot get out-traded, and then you just have much more points on the board in the 19th minute, and you roll over your opponent, out-trade him, and win. And Gonzo may be going for a little bit more passive style than the all-out assault style.
those weapon of Gonzo get caught out in the open slightly. Will most likely get eliminated. Yes,
well.
Panzer Grenadiers. Second Showstrip makes it, but Pioneer plus Panzer Grenadiers might even have enough CQC firepower.
Yeah, but they get hold up fighting at the Panzer Grenadier TP.
But the MG42 easily beats the MG, the DP.
Oh, it's Panzer Shrek! Look at Panzer Shrek! It's so good that once the Panzer Freak comes through to get some supporting fire going, it's gonna get wrecked.
Nice.
And there's a Stug already coming through the south to instead give ONORD some fire support.
Yes, avoiding the Pak 40, avoiding the M42. MG42 versus MG42 fight will ensue in the middle. Gonzo getting the 1311 with that flag for the
The
moment.
sneaky Shrek.
Shrek
Come on, we wanna see the sneaky.
Didn't he not spot... I guess he didn't spot the Panzer 3 just yet.
Yeah, exactly, because it hasn't shot yet.
Poker Wolf.
First Poker Wolf 90 coming in.
It's
Gonna
an early
annihilate
investment
that.
into air is balanced. But I guess it's at least a solid kill. Gonzo
I
falling
mean,
back.
you gotta be careful.
Oh,
You're
good
100%
fallback.
right.
Good fallback by Gonzo.
But I feel like buying out like 1 or 2 bombers can also be good, because A, it gives you some long-term value, and B, it forces the Maverick player to buy out some air defenses. Spend his income advantage on air defenses instead of offensive units.
Yes, but the air defense you get for Gonzo is super efficient. He gets Flak 43s and he already has the first one. And a crit on the Poker Wolf, please tell me that you know how to get that back. Yeah, okay, he pressed the button down below, but the G2 will be able. No!
Ah, bugs out. Lucky there, but for ONORD. And the Panzer Shrek finds the Panzer Free. Panzer Free is gone.
Nice. ONORD starting it. 1311
13-11 still for Gonzo though, and that King Tiger feels giga weird there. I guess it's denying the hillside a little bit, but
I mean,
It's a very weird
it's the
position.
perfect spot, isn't it? I mean, it can swiftly go to the north again if anything tries to get down this road. Can swiftly get down the long road in the city, and it also, I don't think you can position the King Tiger much better when you
Really?
want to just play balanced and deny as much territory as possible. Obviously,
fair enough. I always look at units in terms of what ground are they currently covering, but you're very right to point out that that's not the only consideration, right? You also want to consider how quickly can you switch between different theaters to make use of that unit, right?
yeah. I mean,
And now I think the air investment is getting a bit pepega. 2 Focke-Wulf 190s is a bit much, I feel like.
especially when the Flak 43 already showed up, so they will not be super useful in the south for the near future. And
I mean,
the
they
south
deleted
is
the
struggling. Flak 40 nearly dead. Pioneers coming back in, but there's a lot of Gonzo down here already.
But there's also a meme car now for ONORD, and none of this infantry even has like a PTRD or something like this. So that meme car can do some massive damage into that infantry line.
King Tiger?
If it manages to avoid the Pack 40 that's in the back.
King Tiger is rotating into the open field. Let's see if Gonzo bounces on that with the Panzer IV in the north.
He moves out the Pack 40 into the Grille that's already shot at him.
Oh, yeah.
Very
ONORD
weird.
not on top of his play right now, losing a lot of infantry in the south as well. The 231 is trying its best to hold out there, but ONORD close to a 59 already, and that 6 minutes in is not a good sign.
Now that they rotated the King Tiger into the center in the north, we see a single Panzer IV moving forward, seeing if it can maybe pick something off, landing some fire support. And I don't quite agree with ONORD's decision to try and push forward in the town. Like, it's 2 unsupported infantry units. And, yeah, they get easily defeated. And now his defense of the edge of the town there is significantly weakened.
And GONZO has another Flak 43, so fighter bombers in the south and in the center will struggle. And in the north, ONORD has nothing that can spot for him for the fighter bombers. So, yeah, 2 might have been too many. 2 might have been too many. Panzer Grenadiers coming in. STKFZ versus Stoßtruppen around here. Will it be able to find a kill? Wehrwagen comes around. Stoßtruppen disengaging. Wehrwagen not quite able to find it. Meanwhile, Panzer IV still chilling back.
It's a nice movement here in general by GONZO with the infantry. Very attentive. Not allowing the SPW to get any shots off. And now actually getting shots into the Panzergren.
Yes, and having a 1410 already is pretty annoying because that ticks, like through all of A phase, already ticks down ONORD quite a bit. And it's so close to 59 for the B phase where ONORD has to go and dug in real hard and hope to survive the onslaught that the Maverick income of GONZO will provide. Will be tough.
I mean, considering it's already 8 minutes into this game, ONORD is looking alright, but he needs a good trade somewhere, right? And he needs to prevent the 59 from lasting in B phase. Like, if he gets onto the 59 early in B phase and cannot lift it again, the game is over.
Yes.
Before he ever gets to feel the C phase income. So he cannot really let that happen. And I feel like the King Tiger out in the open might actually do that for him, since he's securing that flag out in the open, and without that flag, it's gonna be a little bit hard for GONZO to actually get a stable 59.
But we haven't seen GONZO's income advantage kicking in yet, and the Krillus, oh my god, Krillus getting another, one shot.
Such a painful loss.
Tiger E Führer coming in for ONORD now. That's an interesting choice. I kind of like it. Way better than the second King Tiger, obviously. Like,
yes.
You don't need a second King Tiger
More cost efficient.
against the division he is up against. Fokker Wolf, fighter bomber getting called in the middle, but the Flak 43 already ready, and Boy to Stalin on the way.
Oh, I think that Fokker Wolf might go down. The Flag 43 is super good.
It's only once directed though, so it's close. Yeah, no. Should get out. Still shots coming in. Oh my god! Oh, that was.
Did go down. In the
That,
south, we see the AT guns rotated around for GONZO into the next forest and find the Stuck. Now the Panzer IV, now Panzer III actually also engaging it, and the Stuck falling back. That's a painful loss. Panzer IV in the back, finishing it off.
GONZO has
Tiger
just so
comes
much
to replace
momentum
it,
now.
but-
This is looking really rough for ONORD. He has to find some good connections, and he has to find them soon. Like maybe killing off
GONZO
the
brings
Panzer
in
IV
a
and the Martyr.
command tank. What? I've not seen somebody bring in a commander on Maverick for a long time.
Ooh, yeah, Befehlspanzer 3K is on the battlefield. But I mean, that will lift up the Flak 43 to 3-star veterancy. That means all Fokker Wolves are basically grounded. So, King Tiger trying to hit the MG42, but the HE power of the King Tiger is not that amazing. Not why you buy it as tank. Buy it for the frontal armor and the AP. HE is only mediocre. Really coming around though to help out. And ONORD is getting okay combined arms together when it comes to the armored part. So obviously losing the Stuck in the south is quite rough, especially as it didn't get a kill on to the other side either. If he would have maybe killed the Panzer IV or so forth, I would have been somewhat fine with it, but GONZO...
Another thing that I super like about ONORD right now is he brings in a single Panzergren in the very north. Because if that one MG dies, everything is going to collapse in the north, and then GONZO can rush in and just meme flags and get a bigger tick going. But that single extra Panzergren already makes that so much more secure and will buy him time that he needs.
But ONORD now has to face a Krille and a Boy to Stalin in the town. King Tiger can't quickly rotate back up there. So ONORD will lose that flag in the town. I don't see how he can hold that, especially as also Pioneers SVTs coming in. And the Flak 43 to stop the other fighter bomber from trying some shenanigans up there. So
We lose his only town part. That's not so bad. That's a 14-10.
yes,
The King Tiger in the center can pretty handily defend that flag out in the open, right?
that flag 43 buy was such another like just simple show of how good Gonzo is. Like he knows if he pushes there, Focke-Wulf will come around, so he already has the AA ready for the moment where it does. So the Focke-Wulf.
I feel like the Focke-Wulf movement of ONORD is really weird as well, a little bit. Like he moves it very close to the flags, and he's very adventurous with them.
And the
I think he should be more
Ooh.
trying to preserve them, but I think that's gonna cost Gonzo a fighter chasing here
Yeah.
over the Möbelwagen.
Möbelwagen has no veterancy though, so it's a bit on the luck of. But yeah, okay, finally gets good enough with the accuracy.
What am I seeing? No, look at the Darth
Oh.
Road.
Oh my god!
What the fuck is happening?
All eggs in one basket, I guess. All eggs in one basket.
Oh,
Committing
God.
to the meme.
Legendary King Tiger attempt.
I mean, Möbelwagens are
he
around.
manages to just stop him outside of the town. It's a 14-10, and ONORD is like, bro, we can sit on a 14-10 for another 10 minutes. I really don't mind that at all.
Yeah, next tick should be some infantry, and maybe another Speywagen for the supporting that King Tiger. But yes, 14-10, 21 minutes.
Bring that King Tiger. I feel like he should move it out in the open, not have it there in the forests. It's very easy to smoke it off or some shit there and meme it. If it's out in the open, contesting the Stalin from there and contesting the armor from there, I feel like it's a little safer. And he can't lose that King Tiger, right? Like if he loses the King Tiger, he's dead.
Yeah, any one of the two King Tigers dying anytime soon.
Ooh,
would
he
be
moved the one in the
difficult.
south back for some reason, moving it away from the flag that he assigned it to guard. And I think he really needs to move it a bit further forward. He's not seeing it. He has it on attack move rather than move. Ah, okay, there he goes. Now he notices. Because that's the whole point of having that King Tiger out in the open. There is only that one flag, because this is the one flag he needs to prevent the 15-9.
I guess he wanted to wait for the Gorilla because there is the chance of Pak 43s. Pak 43 actually coming up right now. I guess that's what he kind of feared. Pak 43 on the hill. Gets the MG, and that is most likely what holds the front line, right? Ah! Sometimes it's really hard to read this one. Oh my god, it's slow, but yeah, here you go. 14-10. Panzer gets hit by
Getting
Krillin,
shotted
but...
by that's such a dirty loss. Oh no.
Another Krillin coming up, but only one Panzer Grenadier. The amount of infantry for ONORD here is really lackluster. Really lackluster. King Tiger.
I mean, single tick, right? Single tick. Minute 14, single tick. That's not the worst. Gonzo brings out the Wurfrahmen. Maybe to shoot that King Tiger, force it back, and then he can forward deploy the Pak 40 onto the open or something like that.
Yes, true that. 14-10 here. For Gonzo. Still needs that 59 to find. 5 minutes left for that. He has a lot of units coming in. He has the Wurfrahmen. He has a lot of Panzer Force for the south. And the Pak 43 is slowly but surely sneaking in.
I feel like that this game so far is a little bit in Gonzo's favor, but he hasn't secured it yet. He mustn't be too comfortable. The King Tigers are still pretty strong anchor units, and he has not secured a 15-9.
Oh my god, that was close! He nearly got the Pak 43 in transport. That would have been huge.
That would have been huge for sure.
Now the Tiger has to obviously disengage. Oh, Pak 43 gets a shot out. That's a penetration. That's not good. But Nebelwerfer 41 is a good choice against it. I like that choice from ONORD. And I also like how chilled he is playing. He's not panicking at all. He knows he has to hold the 10-14. He doesn't go for anything else. That's the only thing he needs to hold here. Gets out another Tiger. Don't know if I'm the biggest fan of that. But
I don't like here because it's a Nebelwerfer 41. I would have liked to see a Nebelwerfer 42, because then it can actually one-shot the AA pieces in the back, and that's in the long term. That's what he needs, right? He needs to erode the AA network so that this Focke-Wulfs can, operate unopposed.
yes, true that. Krilla will hit the Pioneers. Pioneer SVT's getting hit hard there. Thanks for the follows, guys. And Nebelwerfer 41 Ooh, actually trying to go for infantry, not quite on the perfect target. Slightly further to the rear, slightly further to the right in that forest, and it could be absolutely devastating, but still hitting
Of
3
course, it
infantry
doesn't.
units.
All right. But the Neighborhood 41 doesn't really do damage, right? It's more of a suppression tool. And yeah, I would have loved to see a Neighborhood 42 instead. Shooting at the key assets, shooting, moving. That would have been deadly. And I mean, the other big exchange coming up is the Wurfrahmen is currently aiming at the King Tiger. And we're gonna need to see ONORD react really fast.
Yes, as soon as you see the rockets fly, you have to react. I like Eugen's design on those rockets, that they fly so slow that you can react and can move out.
Yeah.
I think that's... I'm not quite sure if it's a game design choice or if those things really flew that slow. I don't think so. But yeah, it's one of the things I quite enjoy micro-wise. Wolframen shots and also microing against Wolframen shots. Also something we've seen a lot.
Neighborhood shot in itself did some damage, but as kind of expected. Neighborhood 41 not doing massive damage. And the Wolframen shoots. King Tiger
Is moving.
has repositioned and is moving out.
Ooh.
First dodge. And now, I think this is already half the battle won. Because now he's aware. Now he knows there's Wolframens, right? Now he
Yes.
knows he needs to watch out. The first time it shoots, it can catch you off guard because you simply don't know. You need to be watchful for that. But now he knows. Wolframens are there and are trying to snipe the King Tigers. And yeah, he can adjust now accordingly.
Look, trades with a Panzer III in the south. Not a good trade for ONORD. Still has a Panzerschreck in there. He needs to hold the line. Speerwagen 231 goes down. He doesn't want to lose there, but he might have pushed a bit too far there as well. King Tiger is...
The King Tiger!
It's missed. It
Oh,
missed.
dude, some of these tank shots. Gonzo is just lucking out so fucking hard. I can't say it any other way.
Really gets killed by Panzer IV on the move. Boyd to Stalin coming in as well. Hummel now trying to get for the town fight again. As we're getting
Why
closer
is
to...
fucking Hummer in B phase as Ballas versus Maverick? What the fuck?
Yeah,
Buy
he
some
needs-
units that will help you not to die, bro.
He needs some more fluff on the front line. The Aufklärer of 222 is a good start, but he needs some infantry now. He needs something to hold that flag in the north. Because Gonzo is getting close to the 59 now.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a minute 19 and he's still in the 1410.
Yes, but you have 25 minutes of big income advantage, right? As Maverick.
Yeah, for sure.
And-
For sure.
If he goes to the 59, it's only 7 minutes. Like, he's already continuously ticked ONORD down, so ONORD still has to avoid...
King Tiger maybe looking to come out onto that road and engage the Beutestallion, but this is the best scenario for the Beutestallion to engage the King Tiger in very close range.
But Hummel takes
With
out a
side
Panzer
armor
IV already.
exposed.
Oh, side armor exposed, yeah.
Oh my god!
What was that? How did it one-shot? What?
Armor cracked! Armor cracked crit. And the King Tiger gets in return penned into the side armor by a Panzer III. Oh, what? No, that was the Pack 43, I guess, in the back. I'm not sure how good the penetration chances of Pack 43 are over this distance, but...
Not against this King Tiger. Against the other King Tiger, it has a good one. But against this one with 200mm frontal armor, not really one. The Focke-Wulf most likely will
Ramen!
pay
And the
with
King
the-
Tiger is stuck! Because driver killed!
Yes, but it
And
already...
the Wolframen is targeting the Möbelwagen instead.
Yeah.
Oh.
If the Wolframen would have gone for the King Tiger, it gets the Möbelwagen. Means
Möbelwagen,
cluster.
that's a painful
Oh,
loss.
there's no AA. There's no AA. If
No
Gonzo
AA,
realizes
and
there's no
cluster
AA.
plates are an option.
Where's the cluster? Gonzo, where's the cluster? Oh boy.
B phase over. B phase is over now.
This is such a clutch game. King Tiger has the Pack 43 pinned down. Will now try to kill it off. Gonzo should react with a fallback.
Connecting to the Panzer Grants without any anti-tank weaponry.
King Tiger also, the second King Tiger eats the Panzer III alive on the open field. Tiger
And the
pushing in as
Tiger
well.
also pushing out there.
And
He needs to be
ONORD
a
is
bit
starting the
careful
counter
not running
push.
to attack for the free.
Second Wolframen coming in for the King Tiger. King Tiger is not moving.
Oh no, he's not reacting! He's not reacting now!
This King Tiger
And
is
it's
dead.
already been penned once! No, he goes down! The pain!
But it is C-Phase. He will get his first good income now.
No.
Oh, 2 cluster bombers coming in. The Möbelwagen is down. Oh no.
Oh no!
Oh, there's no
What?
way. There's one
No
Möbelwagen
fighter.
itself. There's no fighter. There's one more
It's the
second
guy
kill.
getting back.
He can fight now. Fighter can come in. Fighter.
No clusters coming out, only a little bit, but they only drop in front of the King Tiger. This one will be very spread as well.
Ooh.
I don't even think he got majorly hit there.
Focke-Wulf comes out.
He will
off-
kill one.
Oh!
What's it off?
He could have killed one. Well, I mean, he has the Focke-Wulf for the rest of the game now, so he should be able to hold out against the JOD7s if they ever come back. But 14-10 is still going on. This game is still clutch. ONORD lost one King Tiger, which made it even more interesting, I think, because he killed the Pike 43, he killed the IS-2. One more Pike 43 on the hill, though. One more in the south. And 14-10 still ticking. Hummel is doing a good job this game, also hitting infantry a bit.
And I think he has one more pack 43 because he has one card and he brought it in B phase. So one died in the town, one is on the hill, one is in the south.
Yes.
So one more I think is still able to buy in. But of course he's on C phase Maverick income now.
And he hasn't gotten the 59 yet. You have one of nine's coming in.
Absolutely fucking nothing.
He's trying to get the south in. You have 109 with 2.
Yeah, that's not gonna do
That's
anything
not
running
true.
into
Nibelwagen is doing a good job. Nibelwerfer can keep this pushed back as well. 10 minutes remaining.
Yeah, but I mean, GONZO hasn't managed to actually break him. It's C phase. No double tick has occurred. I feel like the chances here are pretty good for ONORD. He just needs to find the 2 flags to take back.
Yes. And the only chance for a really long game here for GONZO, I think, is if he can use... Oh yeah, Pack 43 now trying to engage King Tiger by this 2000 meter range engagements. That's not what he wanted with Pack 43.
I don't really see
And Hummel also...
And Hummel hits it! Another Panzer IV going down in the north.
Yeah, 2 Panzer IV.
And even Panzer IVs are an expensive investment for GONZO at this point. Like, it basically takes an entire minute of income. And he actually gets a transmission damage on the King Tiger with the Pack 43.
For his theoretical accuracy, I guess, this one. Making transmission damage on a King Tiger. So it's a really, really slow guy now. Southern push. ONORD loses another Panzer IV there. The Tiger in the rear is still really key. And he obviously now has the money to reinforce, but GONZO might be able to get a bit of a push in there.
I think if GONZO pushes further here, he will overextend. It will be so far away from his Flak 43s that Focke-Wulf can strike him. What's really the problem here right now is GONZO, ONORD is on a double tick right now because he lost the flag in the center to the machine gun edging forward.
And
he needs to get a flag.
Moving the King Tiger forward now is really risky. AA is still not fully up. Cluster plane could still come in, and you can't move it back fast enough now that it has transmission damage. But he somehow needs that flag. Maybe move the Krilla up, but then also risky.
Think fast move into the flag into the town. I mean, there's 2 Pioneer SVT there, but there's nothing that can kill that SPW.
Yeah, also trying to get the flag in the north. Krilla coming in. Krilla shooting at Panzer IV.
This might actually be it. He could maybe get that flag there just by miming it. He got the one in the center back as well.
Yeah.
8 minutes to go for a 12-12.
Panzer IV goes down. And chances for a time limit are highly unlikely for GONZO. It's 55 minutes. Holding out that long once you ran out of steam as Maverick against balanced. Really, really tough.
Like, he doesn't have... Like, he has some longevity tools here, right? He has actually a commander on the field. Yeah. He has 3 Flak 43s on the field still.
He has the
and he has a single... did one of the Warhammer get out?
No,
he has two in the center. But the problem I'm seeing is he will run out of tools to deal with heavy tanks.
But I mean, the question is how many King Targets are there? Did ONORD actually bring more than 2?
Ah, sure, right.
I'm not quite sure. Actually, against Maverick deck. Martyrs coming in. I guess 2 cards. Like maybe he has one in A and one card in B.
Pioneer Speed, Pioneer SVT. And I think he can secure the town pretty much for good here for some time. And that will give him a secure 14-10.
That Krilla of GONZO is hitting hard though.
That's true. Maybe he can... Oof. And those Pioneers are too close to each other to actually throw.
And the SVT has the better damage output because it has PPSH and SVT versus R98.
Oh, then really hit very painful.
And the Krilla dealing really effectively with the Panzer Grenadiers. Yeah, ONORD still quite hasn't found the solution for the problem of getting back to a 12-12. 6 minutes still to go, and he at least isn't on a double take.
Neighbor Werfer 42 would be the solution. It could shoot at that hill, to target the AA in the back, right? The triple bed flag 43. And since there's a commander and a whole bunch of other shit around it as well, chances are you're gonna hit something valuable and kill it in addition to the AA.
Hummel is doing a pretty solid job in the engagement up there in the north. Might be able to pin down both Panzer Grenadiers if it hits well without pinning down. Question is, how does the last shot fly?
Look at that. He's bringing in 2 meme cars and 2 Panzergrens for the very north. Of course, there is 1 low caliber AT gun there in addition to the 2 Stoßtruppen. And that could be his detriment there. If that little AT gun wasn't there, the 2 meme cars, the SPW 231s, would absolutely smash the Stoßtruppen and secure that flag for him, which is a valuable flag.
Martyrs for GONZO.
But like this, it's gotta be a little bit up to luck. Or whether he can react quickly enough and has a free Focke-Wulf bomber to bomb it.
Martyrs for GONZO also becoming really effective here. Getting kill on the Panzer Force of ONORD. 13-11. Only 1 flag remaining. Wirbelwagen not quite on target. Tiger might go down in the south, but that would be really big. But Focke-Wulf is there in time. Clusters flying in a bit, but stressed out enough to at least not kill the Tiger outright. Tiger is damaged. Nibblewerfer trying to kill the King Tiger, not finding the kill there either. Pak 43 is around. Focke-Wulf might pay for its life. And another Ju-87 comes around. Where's the Wirbelwagen? Why does the Wirbelwagen not fire? Oh my god, no, it's too close to the forest. No, the Tiger's down. Yeah, threw some clusters off.
No, he's got it just at the edge! Oh my god!
And Pak 43 is also shooting at the King Tiger. Oh, ONORD is looking like he falls apart. The Pak 43 should get a side shot here.
Oh no! That side shooting one is the important one. The one on the hill is like...
But the other one lost line of sight. But now the one on the hill is... Oh, it rotated just in time! Oh my god, the King Tiger is surviving, but it's still a 14-10 and it's only 4 minutes remaining now. GONZO is really dug in now.
If he can get the flag in the north and the one in the city, he is on a 12-12.
Yes, but it's only 4 minutes and this Stoßtruppe in the north plus the little M42 helping out quite a bit.
The Hummel is out of shots, by the way, and the Grille only has 2 left for ONORD here.
It's not firing on the right position.
The flag 41 in the town for GONZO, and the Sturk just another time. The Sturk shot at the transport of the flag 41 and missed it, just like the Tiger in the south with the flag 43.
Oh, Sturk at least gets not hit in retaliation either. But GONZO is taking the flag in the center as the King Tiger has gone down. ONORD brings in another King Tiger, but will that come up in time? 3 minutes remaining only. And now the flag in the north is not enough to turn it around. Tiger and King Tiger down in the south.
Actually, the AT gun finds a little bit of... Ah, no, it doesn't find an angle onto the SPWs.
Martyr gets the penetration in on Tiger. Can find another penetration on that Tiger. Tiger shoots back. Doesn't hit. Now, fully hitting frontal armor is the Martyr. But it gets the kill. Oh.
It doesn't even get hit back. Martyr just dabbing on the Tiger.
Yeah, that's, I guess, one of the reasons why he plays that division. The Martyr ones that you can bring with 20th Panzer Grenadier, 20th Panzer, really good. Stoßtruppe in the north.
But I mean, that was not even an APCR range. That was just a normal AP shell.
Stoßtruppe over here. Still around. And GONZO's on a 59. Oh, only 1 minute remaining.
Double tick.
Yeah, GONZO, I think, has it. 53 seconds. What a final game. King Tigers making it way more clutch than I expected it to be. 14-10 is restored, 1 minute 30, but I don't think he has anything in range. I mean, he will get the flag in north.
And north he has lost the 2 SPWs, which he needed to kill the Stoßtruppen.
Yeah. Stoßtruppe still has both of its Molotovs. It would have only 1 Molotov left. Maybe you could also do something about it, but it's really tough. Martyr is also killing of the Stuck in the town. Wolfram coming in to finish everything else off. Will give GONZO that flag as well once more, and there's just not enough coming up here for Mr. ONORD, and it's a 59. Focke-Wulf hits the town in the north. 13-11. But yeah, the town lost is now the one
I
that...
lost the time because of the Wurfrahmen and getting that last volley out.
Yeah, Nebelwerfer is reloaded, but it's not aiming on the flag in the south. That might be the last remaining hope, but it will take too long to shoot now.
I mean, the Nebelwerfer 41 was such a useless investment in my opinion. If you get one, get the 42 one. Because then you could have hit like the EAA in the south or something.
Cancer Grenadiers go down. And it's a 13-11, and there's no flag here. There's no flag to take. ONORD is down in an amazing final game in Steel Division League Season 7 here. And GONZO will make it once more, I guess. Oh boy. Mater hitting the MG42. 3 seconds.
That Mater just... It wasn't even in APCR range. It was further away than 1,500 meters and still a double penetration on the kicker. 2 shots, 2 hits, 2 pens with the normal AP shell of the Martyr.
But GGVP to the GOAT. GONZO does it once more. Once more in the clutch finals, but that makes him a 4 times champion by now out of 7 seasons of league. So GGVP to him doing it once more in a really amazing final, and ONORD showing us that King Tigers are viable, at least on maps like Slotsk. But
yeah,
GGVP to both, and thanks for an amazing last game. Thanks for an amazing last game here to ONORD and GONZO. Thanks for digging it in once more, and congratulations to GONZO for the championship.
Yes. GG, well played. What a series. GONZO, the greatest of all time, once more, you know, winning the league. But I think ONORD can keep his head up high. He gave us almost a comeback, right? He was 2-0 down, and we saw it in the chat. We saw it in the naysayers. It's over. No, it was not over. He came back 2-2, and now even threatening to take the 3-2 over GONZO. And no matter what you say in chat, he was very close to that game. There was a very rough, I would say, 3 or 4 minutes from minute 19 or so, or minute 20 onward, that unhinged ONORD's defense. But before that, I was believing, man. I was believing. And ONORD can be really proud for the run he gave GONZO for his money.
Yes. I once more asked GONZO if he's around for an interview. But yeah, also good patience on both sides in this last game, I think. Like,
yes,
ONORD keeping it in there, knowing that he can make GONZO bleed, even though the first couple of engagements didn't quite went well. Then GONZO overextended slight bit, couldn't quite find the 59, but knew even though he has to go a bit deeper into C-phase, he still might be able to do it. Has to go in there 31 minutes instead of the planned 20 or 25 minutes. But yeah, GGVP. GGVP to both players here.
Sure.
What a final. What a final. Let's see, is GONZO up for an interview? Sure. Okay, then I guess we switch over to... can we invite him here? Yes, we could just invite him here.
I think you can just invite him into that. If it doesn't work out, I can also just leave the call and see who, like, start a call with 2 of us, or you can also interview him alone, like, as you wish.
Did I already add GONZO to my friends? I have to send a friend request to him first before I can add him here. And I also, yeah, okay, then GONZO. GONZO has to accept that one, and I can add him here. Whilst I fuck up the whole... Once more. Okay, here we go. Hello there, and congratulations for another big final.
Thank you. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. I think I have to make you a bit more louder. But yeah, now we should be able to hear you fine.
Then was a really nice final, I think.
Yeah.
A
Balance
bit of
showing
a
up.
comeback there.
King Tiger
I
showing
mean,
up.
we have to do a bit of a comeback, so you guys were a bit happy about all this final stuff. I hope it was enough for you.
Yeah, it was
It was an amazing finals.
Not gonna lie, we were a bit worried when you went up 2-0 at the beginning. It would be a clap. And then because the
I mean,
20...
that is the thing. If you let a Soviet OP division open, that happens. Like 97. Then Honor learned the lesson and started to ban it, and it was a lot harder.
Yeah, also...
somehow we ended up playing King Tiger divisions. That I didn't expect that.
Yeah, also...
I guess Quadra U is really happy at the moment.
Yeah, he was happy in the chat until the last couple of minutes where it then went all downhill when Wolf Ramen killed King Tigers. I'm pretty sure he started to cry a little bit.
The King Tiger there was like surviving 3 shots or so in the from a Pack 43 from the side. It was like, oh please die already. But was a nice final. Was a bit different from the other 7.
Yeah, we didn't expect it to be like starting with Panthers versus IS2s and then slowly but surely evolving. Like it was always the division with the better big tanks winning until the last game.
Like Honor did a really good job in the counter pick with the 21st. Like I didn't expect that King Tiger division. It was the perfect map. He did really well there.
Yeah, and on chat read we saw you bringing out Wolverines that did do nothing.
In chatting, it was a really big mix of bad RNG with the Wolverines and then the Starhound fiasco. The Starhound was horrible in that game. I didn't look at the speed of the vehicles in that one. Was a really, really bad one.
Yeah, I was surprised that
I hope it was fun for you. So
yeah, it was a lot of fun. We had an amazing time, chat as well, and
yes,
I'm surprised that you did stick in chattering as long as you did though. But it's both a show of both of your like you and also ONORD how hard you are to tilt, and I think that's also one of the big advantages that you have over the 2 guys you beat in the semifinals, Fantix. Quadra U not quite as much, but Quadra U still has the wrong mindset in my eyes. So yeah, that
the problem with
mindset.
Quadra U is that you never know if he's joking or if he's really a bad player.
I mean, he's not fully into it, obviously, but even if you joke about it all the time.
I mean, this week we are going to have the answer. If he wins versus Fantix, he's just a fraud, like a really fiasco of a player.
The secret reveal final about who can keep the title of calling themselves a bad player. And who has to accept that they're actually a good player. That's true.
If the one, please, if the one that wins that game keeps saying that he's a bad player, ban him or mute him in Steel Division League. It's like the trophy for that game.
We will have the bot on his heels again. I'm pretty sure Roguish Tiger will have the bots.
You have to do that.
Bot on the heel of whoever wins that one. But that will be lovely as well. But yeah, thanks for an amazing final. Hope you enjoyed it as well.
Yeah,
hope to see you back next season again. Our goat from Spain. And maybe ONORD can rival you there. Maybe ONORD can.
Let's go for a ninth season. Let's go.
Yeah.
Well, see you guys.
See you.
See you.
Bye-bye. And yeah, with that, I guess we are done for today. It was a pretty long one.
Yeah, but I think we were both prepared for it to be even longer, right?
I mean, yeah, we did something that took 7 games to finish, so. But yeah, it was good. It was good, and thanks a lot for joining me.
Of course,
gladly. You had a blast as well, and
yes, I mean, what a finals, right? What a finals!
Yeah.
What a progression of games, the memes, the comeback or the almost comeback in this case. It was fantastic. I think we had a ton of fun. And of course, thank you, chat, for being here. And yeah, I had a ton of fun. It was a great finals. Definitely will go down as one of the good finals. The one that's action loaded, back and forth, not one-sided, unusual division choices, inspiring the meta for the season to come. All right, and I'm glad to have been a part of it. Thank you for having me, Proto Soccer.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and yeah, see you in Vic 2.
Yes,
and yeah, everyone, links to El Bowser's YouTube and Twitch channel are in the chat for everyone who doesn't know him yet. And see you all next time, guys. And I guess it's time to rate one of my biggest rates ever to Mr. Vulcan HD Gaming and bring a Steel Division player over 200 viewers again. Here we go, guys.
Oh, wow.
Oh my god.
Amazing.
And I wish you all a nice, lovely Sunday night. And yeah,
One thing though. Imagine watching Vulcan while there's the finals going on. Who are these people? Who are these people? Let them know in the chat when we raid. Yeah. Let them know that they just missed the greatest finals ever. With King Tigers in 1v1.
Yeah.
Okay, let them know.
I mean, they would have been able to see more King Tigers than in the 10v10 here today. We really tried to get them this time. We really tried to get them this time. They have to learn, I guess. But yeah, see you all next time. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.